Uh, my name is Ogolam Jomba, Radio Yetu, Nakuru.
Good evening, Wasiri. My name is Isaac Chiriat, working with Nenyan Media Services.
Waziri and my colleagues, my name is Tom Chepsoi. I work with Kaz Media Group.
So, and finally, I am wearing two hats, moderator stroke journalist, and my name is Ngana Bridget. I work for Nation Media Group here in Nakuru. Karibu. You can go ahead and speak to us.
And my name is Kipchumba, the cabinet secretary in charge of internal security, which is basically interior and the national administration. I'd like to say thank you very much for having me for this media engagement. It's been a very exciting journey around the country. Nakuru engagement today was our 28th Jukwaa la Usalama, and from the coast region, eastern region, and now we are in the Rift Valley. We have covered 28 counties. As you know, Rift Valley is a bit expansive. I had an opening media engagement in Turkana when I started phase one of it, and then another opening engagement with Wasingishu. And I thought today it was a great time to have you, and thank you for having me also to have this engagement as we close both Nakuru and the entire region, the 14 counties, looking at the things that we have had to go through and the challenges we've seen around the country and engaging various security officers. I have done not less than 280 hours of my time in the various counties, and the longest Jukwaa la Usalama engagement was in Turkana, where we finished at 7:30 p.m. And today in Nakuru we did almost 7:15 p.m. And Kajiado, I think we did almost 7 p.m. So it's been a very fantastic engagement, and I'm very happy to respond to your questions, to also respond to your concerns, and so that we can have an interactive session this evening as part of the closure of the Rift Valley before we embark on the other remaining 5 regions, I think. Yeah, thank you.
So, Waziri, my question is on matters response to crime. Nakuru community, and especially the town and its immediate environs, are much concerned about the marauding gangs. And you've heard we have so many attacks on gangs, and some of them even armed. What is your ministry's response? Because the public have cried this over and over again. We have them arrested, then others are released, others are still, the case is going on. But the increase of these gangs is an issue of concern to most of the community. What is your response to the marauding gangs?
Basically, let me say that we have a problem of gangs in various parts of the country. When I started from Coast Province, the challenge was to deal with Panga Boys and Tima Shamba. And those are people who, Panga Boys, attacking people, and then Tima Shamba is invading people's land. And we sat down with the coast security team, and we devised strategies of further operation. We still get this challenge on and off, because you need to understand that in the Tima Shamba, and particularly the one for Panga Boys, it is fueled by lack of young people going to school, cultural beliefs, and of course now resorting to crime, and sometimes the responsibility within the society. Nobody follows up where these kids are, why they're not in school, and so forth. That is a challenge that is still being faced in Coast region. Now, when you come to the Rift Valley, the county that has the highest number of gangs, it's not even county, the town that has the highest number of gangs is Nakuru City. The rest of the Nakuru doesn't have gangs per se, if you want to put it that way. And the good news is that in our security engagement today, these are not solidified gangs in the sense of with proper structure of leadership, with a plan and an objective. These are actually petty criminals that are grouped themselves for personal security and so forth, and sometimes solidified by being misused by politicians. So they zone themselves based on areas and regions and how they know each other, and then they are available for assignment. So once in a while they're hired by different politicians to do some political assignment, but it is not such a solid team the way you can say, like we used to have Mungiki, that they have a full leadership, or or Gaza in Nairobi, where we still have also some challenges, and we will address them when we go there, and we keep addressing them. So today we have agreed that to solve this problem, it's multifaceted. Part of the reason why they still you have that high level of crime, it's fueled by drugs and adulterated ethanol and all kinds of other alcohol, and availability of the illicit brews and alcohol. So to go to the root cause of this problem, we need to deal with the proliferation of drugs. And Nakuru is among the top 3 counties in terms of transit for drugs and alcohol. And so what we have decided is that in a multi-agency, the security team in the county will sit together in a multi-agency form and carry out thorough security operations. We also know that the manufacturing, not all the manufacturing is from Nakuru itself. For some of these illicit brews and alcohol, some of it is coming from neighboring countries and transited through, because it has become a big transit town because of the multi-ethnic, multicultural, international nature of this Nakuru city. So we will deal with that part of it, so that as much as possible we see how many of these young people are going to be rehabilitated. Some of them are just stealing to buy bangi or buy alcohol because they have become dependent on it. But why is all this problem there for the youth? It's because of the challenge of unemployment. And so we ask ourselves, what is the long-term response to the problem of gangs anywhere in the country? Is to engage young people in meaningful employment, to support them in their trade, to ensure that they are able to do their businesses. And so there is need for county government to have better organized trading areas where young people can have an opportunity to do business. There is also the housing project that the president is pushing. Primarily, is actually to create employment for young people to work in the mjengos and other places. There is also climate works that, as you heard today in the Jukwaa la Usalama, the rallying call from young people to the administrators is that we need to increase the number of people that are going to be accommodated in the climate works. And so it is, the president has been thinking, and the national government thinking, to see how else can we engage these young people in manual jobs. For Nakuru, there is an advantage, I know, which will come soon. Most of these people also will get good jobs when the highway is being constructed, which should begin soon, the Rironi Mau Summit, and that will take off many, many young people along, particularly this. Nakuru is basically the road is in Nakuru, with a smaller part of it being in Kiambu. The rest of the road is in Nakuru County. We expect Nakuru County to benefit big time in terms of employment for young people during the construction period, in the quarries, on the road itself, and so many other things. So I'm thinking just through, and then digital jobs that the president is working on, creation of digital hubs in the various parts of this county, the work that is being done to attract investors, particularly in the special economic zone in Naivasha, the work that is being done to make sure that we expand investment in Nakuru business parks. I think that the ultimate goal to sort out these issues, to get these young people to have meaningful employment. And therefore, the last 2 years was about stabilizing the economy. I believe that when it can attract more investors. By the way, one of the biggest investment of this government will be Rironi Mau Summit, and sorted in the shortest time possible, because this is almost $1 billion of an investment. And so the trickle-down effect in terms of the investment itself in sorting out unemployment is huge. I don't even look at it, first of all, in terms of solving the road infrastructure, but in terms of the resource that's going to be left in this particular county, it's going to be massive. So I think that that is part of the few things I can talk about in terms of solution on a bigger, global well. I hope I have answered you, Mr. Ogola, to some extent. Yeah.
All right. Bwana Waziri, my question is on the transfer of police commanders. In slightly over 2 years, we have seen transfer of about 5 police commanders. We had Peter Mwanzo, we had Zachary Kimani, we had has left. Stakeholders and the members of the public has associated this to the derailment of the security progress in the county, and creating a field day for especially these criminal gangs. So how then do you handle this kind of transfers, ensuring that we are not losing the track of security progress as a country?
Thank you very much. I will answer you for Nakuru, but also generally what is coming out from Jukwaa la Usalama in terms of transfers. But let me start by saying that a police officer at the level of a county commander has a very, very high responsibilities and expectations at the same time from the National Police Service. When you see a police commander being transferred, there are possibly reasons of leadership related to it, or that there might be circumstances in the area where they're being transferred that inhibit his work, inability that makes it anymore. Some of these officers I've seen, some of them were on the way towards transfer. Some of the ones you have mentioned in the last 5 years. But some are a part of the reorganization of the security sector at the national level by the Inspector General of Police. I am not worried about complaints related to senior transfers at senior level, because those ones is a function of trying to get the right team leader. And that should not worry you, because the person who comes as a regional or a county security boss is basically to come and provide leadership to lead the main team. Remember, below that you have sub-county security team, including sub-county commander, police commander, and then now you have the key people. The key person in terms of security of any country, of this country, the center of excellence for security service provision is the police station. So the officer commanding station is a very, very important person, especially for a county like this, that basically we are not discussing about operations to deal with bandits or Al-Shabaab or so forth. Here, because the police station is at the heart of leadership in the police service. And so what Jukwaa la Usalama provisions, conversation has been about is defining a reasonable period of time that allows the security officer to serve, but not too long for them to become familiar with their territory, with that environment, and breed in familiarity. They must face the challenges, maybe 3 to 5 years. Many people are saying 3 years is good enough to be an OCS in one station, then another person can come in. But also from the same conversation is that there are people who are having to serve 10 years in security-prone areas, operation areas, say in Samburu, in Turkana, in some parts of Elgeyo Marakwet, Baringo, you go to Tana River, Northeastern, all those places. And since I've gone through those parts, they are saying that it's unfair. It is even demoralizing to force police officers to serve in a security area, in a security operation area for far too long. So we have to balance the quick transfer and the desire to have service, but also the morale of the officers that are serving in that place. So what are we going to do? What is the policy direction we are being suggested through Jukwaa la Usalama? Number one, when I was in the upper eastern areas and the coast places like Tana River and Lamu, most of the proposals from the police officer were that a police officer should not serve more than 5 years, just as a police officer in an operation area. It has a problem of mental health and so forth. So we are going to define the period of time in principle where a police officer can serve in an operation area. Number two, there is also a provision, a proposal that one should not serve in one police station for too long, even if it's not an operation area. So even if you are moving person from an operation area to another area, it should not be more than 3 years. You saw today here in Nakuru, one of the OCSs proposing that there has been this practice of transferring OCSs, but a police constable and corporal and sergeant in the police station has been serving there for 6-7 years. So any person who comes in is sabotaged by the people who have served for the 5 years. So we want to make sure that that rotation is happening, continuously, not to allow stagnation. And then the other issue related to transfer is that some officers are saying that transfers also must consider family responsibilities. So that if I'm a young officer and I already established myself with my family in Nakuru, and so I should have the stability, if I know in principle that in 3 years I will move, okay, then I will plan with that in mind, knowing that my children have to go to the right school. But also if I make a request that my child is in examination year, give me 1 more year, or transfer me in the neighborhood so that I can make sure that they complete their studies. We want to have that humane face in terms of matters of transfer. So I used your question to cover the overall response. So the problem with Nakuru at the moment, based on our conversation today, is that there are so many police officers that have remained in one station for far too long. Number two, there are transfers that are punishment in nature. And therefore, you get a police officer who is drunk, you send them to Taita police station in Kuresoi South. Then you get another one, you send to Taita again, because maybe there is no road access there. You get another one, you send to Taita police station. What happens is that you have 10 police officers, but there are only 2 police officers that are serviceable, that can serve. Instead of sending that police officer to rehabilitation, you send them to punish the residents of a particular area. Many people have said that they don't want that. The last thing that has come out from Jukwa, and I'm summarizing for you all over, is that on matters of transfer, police officers and also NGAO officers, the National Government Administration officers, are really unhappy with transfers that are instigated by political leaders for political reason, because somebody realized that they are not getting political support from the police officer and the NGAO officer. They are unhappy with those kind of transfers, or transfers that are instigated by business people. There is an ACC today who told us that she was serving in a neighboring county, and she heard about a transfer from a brewer. So the brewer told the ACC, don't worry, you have been a problem to me, but you are leaving anytime soon. So it is also incumbent, and that is a feedback we are getting from our officers, that as government officials in high offices, we must not allow ourselves to fall into the temptation of pleasing politicians or pleasing business people and punishing officers. It demoralizes them in terms of service delivery. Thank you. Thank you, Mumbi.
You just mentioned about politically instigated transfer. The recent transfer of Samuel Mwaura, is it related to a recent incident in Njoro, or rather in Bahati, where DCP leaders were blocked? There was some sort of politically chaos. Is it related to the same?
I didn't even know. I didn't even know that the county commander was transferred in the first place. I am glad I'm learning it from you that it was a recent transfer. And I must say that I don't know now. I don't also remember when they were DCP blocked or something like that, and I don't remember the days. But what I can assure you is that, as I've said earlier, I am not worried about transfers at a certain level. For example, I know a transfer that the IG had to do in a particular county just to protect the officer because the officer got himself in between. You know, you are from this community, and that community you are in this county where there is a community that is related to you as a county commander, and then the majority of that community in that place is saying you are siding with these ones, they are stealing things from their place. So just to protect the officer, it is not a punishment, but to protect them, you move them to another place. So that, because also there's something in law we say, there must not only be bias. Bias must not be there, but even a perception of bias must not be there. So, so some of those transfers are done. Perhaps you may even find that eventually, since I've not established the facts about what you're asking, it may even have happened for the best interest of the officer. And as I said, at a certain level, you must accept as a police officer or as a county commissioner or a county commander to all move around for the best, better interest of the country. Where we find, by the way, officers failing to perform their duties, not finding themselves in an awkward position, failing, we do not transfer them. Yeah, we can't transfer. Maybe recall them to the office and give them lighter duties. Yeah, but if there is theft, corruption, or whatever, of course they will do the disciplinary process as they leave the institution.
Okay. Swali langu Waziri ni kuhusiana na mizozo ya mashamba hapa Nakuru. Kama wizara mnahusika pakubwa. Kwa mfano kule Narok kuna maafisa wa polisi walihusika na vifo vya watu. Na hadi sasa hatujapata ripoti yote kuhusu hatua iliyochukuliwa. Wewe kama waziri ulienda pale na ukapeana ahadi kwa wananchi. Na je, hizi migogoro ambazo tunashuhudia kama wizara, je, kuna mikakati mmeweka na wizara ya ardhi ili mpunguze mambo kama haya?
Asante sana Isaac. Kwanza wacha ijulikane kwamba sisi sio maofisa wa kulinda mambo ya mashamba, na polisi hawana kazi yoyote na mambo ya mashamba. Shida inatokea kwingine ya mambo ya mashamba, alafu polisi wanajipata katikati. Wakati sasa imekuwa ni vita kati ya mwenye shamba na wenye wanataka kuvamia, ama mwenye amevamia na wale wana claim ni shamba yao. Na hiyo ndio shida iko. Polisi hawako kwa elections na siasa, lakini siku ya maandamano hao ndio wanajipata kwa shida. Wale wenye walipanga maandamano na wanaomba siasa, wanaomba kura, hakuna mtu hata anawaongelelea. Hata wenye walimobilize wakalete wakora kwa lorries, hakuna mtu anaongelelea. Mwisho ya maandamano jioni ni vile polisi alitumia bunduki, watu wangapi waliumizwa na kazi kama hiyo. Kwa hivyo lijulikane kwanza kwamba kazi ya police service, National Police Service, ni kupatia watu security ya maisha yao na security ya property yao. Property ni kama shamba. Kwa mfano, nikienda kwa National Police Service na niko na court order na niseme niko na hoteli yangu hapa Nakuru, hii hoteli yangu inataka kubomolewa ama kuna mtu anataka kuvamia na ninapewa court order kama OCS, ninakuja hapa ninalinda hiyo hoteli kwa sababu sheria inasema kazi ya polisi ni kulinda maisha na property. In the process ya kufanya hivyo, sasa polisi wengine ni wawili watatu kama vile ilifanyika kwa Narok, na wavamiwe na watu 1,000, you know, utapata kwamba katika hiyo mvurutano unapata polisi waliumia. Polisi moja is still recuperating, aliwekwa mshale kwa kichwa. Magari yetu ilichomwa na police post ilichomwa, na in the process police trying to protect their own lives also wakapiga watu risasi. Ujue kwamba hiyo investigation sasa haiko kwa polisi tena. Wakati polisi atatumia risasi na ameua mtu, ameumiza, investigatiwe na National Police Service. Sasa hiyo inaenda kwa Independent Police Oversight Authority. Ndio wajiulize ile bunduki imetumika, ilitumika kisheria ama alizidi sheria? Maisha yake ilikuwa tarini ama hapana? Na alitumia kuumiza watu wengi kwa njia ya kiholela ama kisheria? Hiyo tutawachia Independent Police Oversight Authority. Na kwa hivyo ningependa kukuambia kwamba uchunguzi wowote ikiwa pamoja na Yang'ata Barakoe na zingine zote za aina hiyo penye askari wanatumia nguvu zinachunguzwa na IPOA. Na tulisema wazi kwamba penye polisi wametumia nguvu kujilinda maisha yao ama maisha ya mtu mwingine, Mkenya mwingine, tutamtetea. Lakini penye polisi ametumia tu nguvu yake kupiga mwananchi risasi kiolela ama nguvu zaidi kuzidi ile hatari yenye alikuwa anakumbana nayo, hatutampatia support yoyote. Na nilipatia direction IG kwamba askari yote mwenye anavamiwa ama vumaniwa na anataka kuumizwa na alikuwa anajikinga, lazima tumpatie also legal support wakati anapitia maswali kama haya. Kwa hivyo ningependa kukuambia kwamba tunaomba kila mmoja mwenye ako na madai yoyote yanayohusikana na mambo ya mashamba ama property yoyote ile, upeleke kupitia njia ya kisheria. Kama ni court order, fuata kotini. Kama ni mambo ya kusuluhisha kama jamii, ita baraza, mketi chini, mzungumze kama jamii. Ile uhazama na uadui kati ya wananchi na polisi haisaidii kitu, na saswa wale ambao wanakuwa incited, wale ambao wanakuwa wanachochewa kwa machochezi ya kisiasa. Kwa mfano, kaunti hii leo katika jukwaa la usalama tumezingatia mambo ya mashamba. Kuna mashamba huko Njoro, kuna ile ya Oljorai, kuna kesi zingine huko Rongai pale, kuna ingine ya maskwota huko Subukia. Hizo zote zingine ziko kotini, zingine bado hazijasuluhishwa kama ya Oljorai. Serikali rais alitoa mwelekeo kupitia lands kwamba tutafute njia ya kufidia wale ambao walikuwa wana claim hiyo shamba ndio isilete uhasama. Kwa hivyo hiyo njia ya kusuluhisha kwa njia bora ni maana sana, lakini sisi kama National Police Service na security sector tunajiprepare kwa deployment, kwa preparing our officers, our ngao officers, county commissioner na timu yake wanaita mabaraza kuhamasisha watu kwamba twende polepole. Na pia nimewaambia leo county security team, wale ambao wanavamia mashamba ya watu na nia ya kuiba mashamba, hata wale wanataka kutumia mambo ya mashamba kulete tofauti za kijamii, fikishwe kotini mapema, na wale wenye wanaleta uchochezi washikwe mapema, ili kwamba wanaposema usipoziba ufa utajenga ukuta. So lazima tufanye hivyo mapema kabla ya uchaguzi.
Asante sana Bwana Waziri kwa kuendelea kutuelimisha mengi kuhusiana na Wizara ya Usalama ambayo ni muhimu sana katika taifa letu. Na mimi langu kwanza, kabla sijauliza swali langu, ningependa utupe ufafanuzi zaidi kidogo. Katika swali la kwanza ambalo ulitujibu, imebainika kwamba magenge haya haramu kile kinachochochea pia ni hizi dawa za kulevya na pombe haramu. Kwa miaka na mikaka, vita dhidi ya dawa za kulevya na pombe haramu vimeendelezwa katika nchi yetu, lakini bado hakujawa na ufanisi wa kutosha kumaliza dawa za kulevya na pombe haramu ambazo ni tatizo sugu katika taifa letu na inachochea vijana kujiingiza kwenye haya magenge haramu. Kama serikali ya Kenya Kwanza, kipi ambacho mnaweka ama mikakati ipi mnaweka kumaliza tatizo hili ambalo ni shida kubwa kwa jamii na taifa kwa jumla?
Asante sana. Kwa mambo ya dawa ya kulevya na pombe haramu, haiwezi kuisha kabisa, ikuwe 0-0, kwa sababu duniani nzima ni jambo la kukabiliana nalo kila wakati. Ukiona changamoto tunapitia, kwa mfano, ni kwa sababu ya nchi jirani. Unajua kwamba njia moja yenye madawa mengi yanaletwa yanapitia sehemu ya Ethiopia, kule Somalia na kule sehemu zingine pale South Sudan na sehemu zingine. Kwa hivyo hadi wakati ambapo tutakuwa na uwezo ya kukinga mipaka yetu yote, tuko na very porous border, ndio nakuja na bunduki, nakuja na risasi, nakuja na madawa ya kulevya. So kila wakati tumekuwa tukitafuta njia, mbinu tofauti ya kupambana nayo. Kwa mfano tumekuwa na operation Maliza Jangili huko Marsabit, ambayo ilisaidia sana kufunga mlango ambayo ilikuwa inaleta madawa mengi ya kulevya kutoka nchi jirani. Walipoona tumeweza hapo, wakapiga kona, sasa zingine zinatoka West Pokot, sehemu ya West Pokot Turkana, sehemu hiyo, na tunaendelea kupambana. Tunaendelea kuinvest kwa security equipment, tunaendelea kuinvest kwa magari na mambo mengine mengi yenye ndaweza kutusaidia. Lakini tangu tukuje, serikali ikuje katika ofisi, kazi mingi zimefanywa. Kwa mfano factories mingi ambayo ilikuwa inatengeneza ethanol ilifungwa. Mengine ambayo yamefanya ni kwamba tunajaribu kupatia nguvu wale tunasema ni OCSs na chiefs, na ukiona kwa matamshi yangu nimesisitiza sana kazi ya chief na OCS mashinani pale, na pia nyumba 10 ikiwa pamoja na wazee, kwa sababu hakuna kitu inafanyika yenye chief ajui ama OCS wa sehemu hiyo ama nyumba 10 committee. Na tunapopata ujumbe wowote ule, inabidi kwamba lazima tuchukue hatua ya kisheria. Shida nyingine tuko nayo ni kwamba bado kila mahali nimeenda, law enforcement officers wote wanalia mambo ya kotini. Wanasema kwamba unampeleka mtu kotini alafu anapewa bail terms ambayo ni rahisi. Kwa sehemu nyingine tuliambiwa na ACC kwamba magistrate alifunga ule mtu wa bangi ambaye alishikwa na wananchi na akapelekewa, wakaenda na polisi wakapeleka kotini, akafungwa kwa kifungo cha nje huko, inaitwa ni community service, na alipotolewa kotini akatumwa kuja kukata nyazi kwa ile compound ya assistant county commissioner. Sasa wananchi wakipita hapo wanaona ule jamaa wa bangi, kumbe assistant commissioner amemwandika kazi kumkatia nyazi kwake, tulifikiria atalala huko kwa jela. Kwa hivyo tuko na hiyo shida ya also fines kani kotini natoa na bail terms ambayo wanapewa. Sasa zingine unasikia machiefs wanasema kwamba mapambana mpaka hata umepigwa, umeng'ang'ana, umechukua pombe, umepeleka kotini, ule mtu anaachiliwa kabla hujafika kwako, yeye ashafika bana. Yaani unashindwa, yule mtu nilimwacha nyuma, kwa nini ako mbele huku tena? Kumbe aliachiliwa haraka. Pia tumepata another challenge yenye ukishika bangi ama pombe kufikisha kotini, unaambiwa kabla ule mtu hajasimama pale kustakiwa, lazima ukuje na certificate kutoka government chemist kwamba umepima ni pombe. Sasa inakuwa ni changamoto, na tulikuwa tunajadiliana na wabunge kwamba pengine tubadilishe sheria ili kwamba there is a presumption unless iproviwe na ule mwingine, ikuwe ni pombe, ikuwe ni bangi, kotini ichukue judicial notice unless mwenye ana unless ile mtu yoyote mwenye anapinga akuwe tayari amebadilisha battery. Unless mwenye anapinga anajua kwamba hiyo sio bangi, yeye aende akuja na certificate yenye imeandikwa kwamba hii sio bangi. Kwa hivyo isikuwe ni kazi ya chief kwenda kutafuta certificate ya kusema hii ni bangi. Ikuwe mwenye alipatikana nayo wakati wa kujitetea aseme haikuwa bangi, na hii ndio kipimo ya kuonyesha kwamba haikuwa bangi, because there are things that the court must take judicial notice. Alcohol, bangi na also adulterated ethanol among other things.
Na pia swali lingine ambalo linafanana la tatu, wanasiasa ambao wanatumia sana haya magenge wakati wanapotaka kuafikia malengo yao ya kisiasa, kunao mfumo maalum unafaa kuwekwa ili kuwakabili wale ambao wanatumia haya magenge haramu kuleta vurugu na kukosesha amani katika taifa letu, ili kwamba hii tabia isiendelee, iwe kikomo. Na pia tunaona kwamba wakati wa kampeni haujafika, lakini wanasiasa wanatembea kila mahali kuendelea kujipigia.
Kipindi cha burudani tayari kukaribisha Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya.
Katika wananchi, lakini wakati wowote wataleta furugu, tutawashika wale ambao wamewalipa, haijalishi kama wanaita ni wao ama wao wamekuja tukulipa, pamoja na wale wenyewe wamekosa wameleta makosa. Swali yako ya pili ilikuwa ni matamshi ya uchochezi. Nimesema kwamba tutastaki kila mmoja, haijalishi position yako ama wewe ni nani, kama unachochea wananchi haswa uchochezi wa kikabila, mambo ya kujaribu kupiganisha wananchi. Hatua bora ni kwamba DCI, idara ya DCI lazima ifanye investigations, na tunaamini ya kwamba DPP atakubali na mtu astakiwe. Hiyo ndio njia moja ya kuweza kukabiliana na mambo haya, kwa sababu we are a law abiding country. Hatutasema tutamshika na kumpiga ama kufanyia nini, ni lazima tutashika na kupeleka katika kotini. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Waziri. The next question is still on matters crime. 3 months ago, we saw a very worrying trend in Nakuru relating to robbery, where criminals were out daring, using guns. What are some of the measures that can be put in place to ensure that this does not happen? Because those families, more than 7 families, are still grieving up to date. It's been 3 months. Yes, we saw arrests being made and they were prosecuted. The criminals were prosecuted. But how else can the ministry ensure that such guns are not used when it comes to crime?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's very sad that, it was actually one gun that was used to commit a number of robberies within Nakuru. And so it's unfortunate that it slipped through the security channels when Nakuru had enjoyed peace for a very long time. But I'm glad that when the Inspector General of Police realized that it was running out of hand, he made the necessary interventions so that that issue can be sorted. The security agencies here are on high alert to ensure that there are no other smuggled guns to this part. You know, there is one thing that many people don't know. For every day like today, you've not had a robbery in Nakuru, is because security have stopped from happening. The only time you realize there was a problem is when it has happened. But nobody, because not every time that the police will tell you today, we averted this one, we averted that, intelligence assured this and that, people are arrested. There are many things that are happening behind the scenes that ensure that, there are no problems in our country. Yeah. So we need to appreciate also our security officers for every day that we are, peaceful, and when there is no crime. And when an incident like the one that happened, because there was a bit of lapse, it's important that the police officers also took very, very swift measures to neutralize these enemies, arrest some of them, take to court, take away the gun. And unfortunately, one of our police officers had to pay with his life. So, and it's regrettable that it happened. And my condolences to the families that are affected, both the civilians and the police officer. And every day we promise that we will continue working very hard to make sure that we keep our country safe. Yeah.
Mheshimiwa Waziri, Waswahili wanasema wimbo mbaya haumbembelezei mtoto. Kuna hili jambo ambalo limetupiga mshipa sana, hususan kwenye serikali, na hili jambo la uwazi na uwajibikaji. Kwenye taasisi na asasi za kiserikali kumekuwa na jambo la ufisadi. Ufisadi huu imekuwa ndio donda ndugu sana katika maendeleo, katika uwajibikaji na masala kama yale. Jambo hili halikupigi mshipa?
The governor.
Kama vile
This is a parade mounted by scout from Moi Girls High School, Sindo, ready for your inspection.
kuwaeleza viongozi mashinani aswa the OCSS na machiefs na assistant chiefs ya kwamba sisi tumeorodheshwa juu sana kwa mambo ya ufisadi, sababu tunachukua hongo. Na kwa nini wizara imeorodheshwa juu? Ni kwa sababu hii ni wizara ya mashinani, wale ambao wanatumikia wako mpaka pale mashinani. Na nilikuwa nawaambia kwa mfano mambo ya traffic police sector ya kwamba imekuwa karibu ni kawaida tu katika sehemu yote ile kwamba mtu yote ako na gari pikipiki, akifika tu akikutana na roadblock ama polisi anatoa kitu. Hata polisi haulizi, mwenye anatoa tu anatoa. Ni kama kwamba inatarajiwa. Kwa hivyo ni mambo ambayo tunapambana nayo. Tumekubaliana kwamba polisi yoyote mwenye atapatikana na hatia asitransferiwe ama kupemberezwa, anaondoka kazini. Hiyo nimeambia chiefs, nimeambia sisi chiefs, kwa sababu hiyo ndio inafanya pombe haramu itembee, bangi itembee. Hiyo inakuwa fuel yenye inasaidia kuharibu society. Na njia moja ya kuhakikisha kwamba tunapambana nayo ni kuhakikisha mwenye atachukuliwa hatua ni ule mwenye ako na chukumu pale mashinani. Tusingojee mpaka ifikie ati bwana mkubwa pale juu. Lazima tupambane nayo. Na ni corruption ya 100 shillings, 200 shillings. Ni TSI kitu 200, miangapi. Na pia ningependa kusisitiza kwamba wale polisi hawajibribe wenyewe, ni sisi civilians. By wanting to do it because they want to cut shortcuts themselves. So it becomes an equal responsibility on both the citizens and the police officers.
Asante sana waziri. Umemkosoa ndugu yangu Murunga kwa ukali. Ni Mkristo mtulivu sana. Sidhani kama asha participate Murunga, kijana muungwana sana.
Hakuna mtu yoyote mwenye Biblia inasema for all have sinned and fallen short of God's glory. So lazima kuna wakati Murunga kidogo alisikia tu akasema bwana mkubwa nakimbia crusade wewe kunywa chai.
Murunga hujanilipa kama wakili. Sana sana waziri. Kabla sijakuuliza swali moja, nikujulisha kwamba tuko moja kwa moja kwenye radio yetu ya Kass TV pamoja na radio na vile vile kwenye digital platform ya Kass Media Group, na vile vile tumekuwa nawe moja kwa moja kwenye maeneo tofauti tofauti. Swali itakuwa ni inaguza yale maeneo ya juu kutoka Turkana, Samburu, Laikipia, Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet, mahali ambapo ni nyumbani. Na najua hii baridi umeizoea wewe mwenyewe, sisi wengine kutoka pale panajua tuna tashwishi. Kuna operation Maliza Uhalifu ambao ulianza na naibu rais akiwa katika wizara ya ulinzi.
Pekee ya kuweza kufungua rasmi ofisi ya gavana wa Homa Bay ambaye siku ya leo inaweza kufunguliwa rasmi. Niombe tafadhali kwa heshima na unyenyekevu wote ambao wamesimama hapa kwenye hili jukwaa, tafadhali wote ambao tumesimama kule nyuma, afisa wetu tusaidiane hapa. Wale tumesimama pale nyuma, tafadhali nyuma ya bendera tuondoke tafadhali. Kwa heshima na unyenyekevu tunaomba tuweze kuondoka.
No mama.
Kipindi cha burudani tayari kumkaribisha Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya.
Muziki taratibu bila jasho.
Mwenye gari nambari KCG 218R. KCG 218R, tafadhali unaombwa uweze kuiondoa gari mahali ambapo umeiegeza. Tafadhali kwa heshima. Mahali ambapo umeegeza gari lako unaombwa kuweza kuiondoa. KCG 318R, tafadhali uondoe gari lako.
Excellency the Governor, this is a parade mounted by Scout from Moi Girls High School, Sindom, ready for your inspection.
Ero wangwe nyoma jasunga terane odi erudo terwa odi terwane odi erudo terwane odi ero 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 beitile tayarien kuma beitinde tayarien kawanga tile tayarien Tumwero daktari ni tumwero daktari ya tumwero daktari ni tumwero yudani ni ura dongo wana henya ni kubura wana kala dongo wak ami ruto rakuma bay ami ruto kwaki homa bay ni kanya duto kwetenen ya jenzi duto kwetenen ya jenzi duto kwetenen tumwero daktari amani Kenya ni muhimu tumwero daktari amani Kenya ya ni muhimu tumwero daktari ndio kabula kila na tomo mabado mwagatira mogi tumunene ya tumunene tumukala dongro Kenya ka
Ishara tosha kwamba mgeni wetu rasmi Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya Daktari William Samoei Ruto karibu kufika hapa kwenye hafla rasmi ya ufumbuzi wa ofisi ya gavana wa jimbo la Homa Bay, tukiendelea kutarajia viongozi wengi ambao wataungana pamoja nasi. Niombe tafadhali kwa heshima jinsi mnavyoelekezwa na maafisa wetu wa itifaki, tafadhali tuweze kuendesha shughuli zetu kwa njia nzuri na njia ambayo inafaa. Niombe tafadhali wote ambao tumesimama pale nyuma tukubali kurudi nyuma tafadhali. Tukubali kusimama pale nyuma tafadhali kwa heshima. Wote ambao wamesimama hapo nyuma tukubali kusonga the other end. Kindly please. Tunaomba tu kwa tafadhali kwa heshima. Kwa muda wote sasa Mheshimiwa Rais ataungana pamoja nasi hapa kwenye hafla ya ufumbuzi rasmi ofisi ya gavana wetu wa jimbo la Homa Bay. Tukiwa na waimbaji kemkem tayari kabisa kumkaribisha mgeni wetu rasmi Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya ambaye ataungana nasi kwa muda usiokuwa mrefu. Tunaendelea kupata burudani kutoka kwa waimbaji wetu Kochia Luo Traditional Dancers. Tujitayarishe sasa kumkaribisha Rais wa Jamhuri yetu ya Kenya ambaye kwa dakika yote sasa anaungana pamoja nasi kwenye hafla ya siku ya leo. Unaendelea kupata burudani kutoka kwa waimbaji mbalimbali wakiwemo Atisana, Queen of Nyatiti, Weke Jokolenya, mwimbaji hodari kutoka kaunti hii ya Homa Bay, pamoja na kikundi cha Dudu Women Group. Kwa muda wote sasa, Mheshimiwa Rais anaenda kufika ili kuweza kufungua rasmi ofisi ya gavana wa jimbo la Homa Bay. Ni furaha iliyoje siku ya leo tunapomtarajia rais wetu wa Jamhuri ya Kenya ambaye anaungana pamoja nasi kwenye hafla ya siku ya leo, tunapofungua rasmi ofisi ya gavana wa jimbo la Homa Bay. Ukiwa pamoja naye waimbaji Atisana ambaye ni Queen of Nyatiti kutoka hapa Homa Bay County, Weke Jokolenya na pia Dudu Women Group. Burudani tosha tunapomtarajia kufika kwake mgeni wetu rasmi, rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Endeleeni tafadhali, ikiwa leo ni siku ya ufumbuzi rasmi County Headquarters hapa Homa Bay County. Na sasa ishara tosha kwamba Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya hatimaye amefika kuweza kuungana pamoja nasi katika ufumbuzi rasmi wa ofisi ya County Headquarters hapa Homa Bay. Tuwe tayari sasa kumkaribisha Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya kwenye hafla ya ufumbuzi rasmi ofisi County Headquarters hapa Homa Bay County. Welcome, Your Excellency, sir. Tunaendelea na burudani tukimkaribisha mgeni wetu rasmi, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Welcome, Your Excellency, sir. Mheshimiwa Rais atapata nafasi ya kuamkua viongozi.
Katakusomo kondiko dodaro yao. Katakusomo kotiyo dodaro yao. Kuloni no bero woodbargo ya dodaro yao. Tengo ni no bero woodbargo ya dodaro yao.
Winyo majasunga. Winyo majasunga, wang winyo majasunga. Hero hero, winyo majasunga. Hero hero, wang winyo majasunga. Terwane odi, erudo terwane odi. Terwane odi, yeso mwe terwane odi. Mano jantelo maduwa. Jowi mar Kenya nyakobura. Kama kuni ruodhi donjo mabei, kawanga tine tarien. Tayarien, kawanga tine tarien. Tayarien, oba bei tine tayarien. Oba bei tine tayarien. Nyawanga ya kero dongroka. Ni tumuwero daktari. Ya tumuwero daktari. Iruto kelo dongroka Kenyaka. Omyo jenzi duto kuetenden. Wa mama duto kuetenden. Kenya duto kuetenden. Atonya kubura kelo no tumwa maburu mogo tremogi. Matum luo kitembege. Evolution Conference 2025.
Sasa Mheshimiwa Rais akikaribishwa na waimbaji wetu wakiongozwa na Ati Sana.
We love you, Ruto.
Anapata nafasi ya kutumbuizwa na waimbaji wetu, na sasa Mheshimiwa Rais ataelekea kwenye bamba letu la maelezo kuhusu ufumbuzi rasmi wa County Headquarters hapa Homa Bay County, akiandamana na mwenyeji wake gavana wa jimbo hili Mheshimiwa Gladys Wanga. Sasa Mheshimiwa Rais anaelekea kwenye bamba la maelezo tayari kabisa kwa ufumbuzi rasmi. Ndio hiyo Mheshimiwa Rais anafungua rasmi bamba la maelezo. Makofi mazuri kwake Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri yetu ya Kenya. Hatimaye sasa ofisi County Headquarters zimeweza kufunguliwa rasmi. Pale tukipata picha pamoja na viongozi kutoka jimbo hili, ishara tosha kwamba hatimaye ofisi imeweza kufunguliwa. Kwa heshima yake Mheshimiwa Rais, tutakuwa na maombi kabla ya kuweza kukata utepe. Karibu Reverend.
We are praying. We thank you, Lord, for this morning, that you have seen this office being dedicated unto you by the President of this country, Lord. This being one of the projects that is a sure sign that is delivering his promises to his people. How we pray, Father, that may you hold his hand as he walks this journey of leadership, place that we, and dear Lord, with this all the storm of political governor of the county of Homa Bay, dear Lord. The promises have been delivered, and now we pray that them, including them that are going to work in this office, we place them in your hands. Bless Her Excellency the Governor and the entire government of Homa Bay. And Lord, as this begins today, how we pray that this office serves the purpose that it was made for, which is to serve your people. This is our humble prayer in Jesus' mighty name.
Na sasa Mheshimiwa Rais atakata utepe, ishara tosha kwamba hatimaye county headquarters imefunguliwa rasmi.
The county government of Homa Bay to have the privilege to officially open the county of Homa Bay, the office of the governor. Very good.
Makofi mazuri, hatimaye utepe umeweza kukatwa na sasa Mheshimiwa Rais anaingia ndani kuweza kujionea jinsi ofisi ilivyotengenezwa.
autonomy of their resources, which has posed a significant problem for county assemblies in the past. With the passage of the bill, the county assemblies will be able to requisition for their funds from the controller of budget independently from the county executive. The county assembly fund, which is established by this bill, will enable the county assemblies to operate independently from the county executive, which has been a major challenge for county assemblies. Your Excellency, sir, has been very interested in the progress of this bill because of the significant steps it takes towards enabling county legislatures to operate with the autonomy they require in order to exercise the requisite oversight over the county executive. A major feature of this new legislation is that monies that are unspent in the fund are rolled over and do not return. They are rolled over to remain available for the use of the county assembly in the successive financial year. Thank you, Your Excellency.
With Your Excellency's assent, these two bills have acquired a full legal force and become a part of the body of laws of the Republic of Kenya. Your Excellency, as we draw this ceremony to a close, may I most graciously invite you to present a signed copy of the Act to the Attorney General, the publication is very good. To the Principal Secretary, Supplementary Affairs, on behalf of the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury, very good. Very good. To the representative of the Council of Governors, very good. And the Chair of County Assemblies Forum.
Mr. Speaker,
Excellency, also
thank you very much for doing your bit.
Ceremonial office of the Act,
Madam Governor, on behalf of the Council of Governors, very good. Very good. The sponsor.
And other members of the Senate and speakers of county assemblies present.
Let me see what. Promise kept. I don't know.
Kuna zingine peana mpatie. Can give out this.
Tutapata nafasi ya kutumbuizwa na waimbaji wetu, na sasa Mheshimiwa Rais ataelekea kwenye bamba letu na maelezo kuhusu ufunguzi rasmi wa county headquarters hapa Homa Bay County, akiandamana na mwenyeji wake gavana wa jimbo hili Mheshimiwa Gladys Wanga. Sasa Mheshimiwa Rais anaelekea kwenye bamba la maelezo tayari kabisa kwa ufunguzi rasmi. Ndio hiyo Mheshimiwa Rais anafungua rasmi bamba la maelezo. Makofi mazuri kwake Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Hatimaye sasa ofisi county headquarters zimeweza kufunguliwa rasmi. Pale tukipata picha pamoja na viongozi wa county headquarters hapa Homa Bay County, akiandamana na mwenyeji wake gavana wa jimbo hili Mheshimiwa Gladys Wanga. Sasa Mheshimiwa Rais anaelekea kwenye bamba la maelezo tayari kabisa kwa ufunguzi rasmi. Ndio hiyo Mheshimiwa Rais anafungua rasmi bamba la maelezo. Makofi mazuri kwake Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Hatimaye sasa ofisi county headquarters zimeweza kufunguliwa rasmi. Pale tukipata picha pamoja na viongozi kutoka jimbo hili, ishara tosha kwamba hatimaye ofisi imeweza kufunguliwa. Kwa heshima yake Mheshimiwa Rais, tutakuwa na maombi kabla ya kuweza kukata utende. Karibu Reverend.
We are praying. We thank you, Lord, for this morning, that you have seen this office being dedicated unto you by the President of this country, Lord. This being one of the projects that is a sure sign that he is delivering his promises to his people. How we pray, Father, that may you hold his hand as he walks this journey of leadership, place that which is good before him, and dear Lord, with this all the storm of political turmoils, protect him, my Father, and give him a vehicle and a journey that will see him through and through. The same is with your daughter, the governor of the county of Homa Bay, dear Lord. The promises have been delivered, and now we pray that them, including them that are going to work in this office, we place them in your hands. Bless Her Excellency the Governor and the entire government of Homa Bay. And Lord, as this begins today, how we pray that this office serves the purpose that it was made for, which is to serve your people. This is our humble prayer in Jesus' mighty name.
Na sasa Mheshimiwa Rais atakata utepe, ishara tosha kwamba hatimaye county headquarters imefunguliwa rasmi.
County headquarters of Homa Bay, the office of the governor.
Thank
Excellency the Governor, this is the parade mounted by Scout from Moi Girls High School, Sindom, ready for your inspection.
Kipindi cha burudani tayari kumkaribisha Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Muziki taratibu bila jasho.
public participation and citizen engagement. And on it, we decided, because this is an educative arboretum, we have the map of Kenya with the 47 counties to signify the economic activities. Here, we have the fallen hero, Dr. Crispin Mbai, who died in the course of clamor for devolution, and we thought this monument would actually recognize and honor him at this point. Thanks, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, we could have a photo here with the family.
And after the photo, we may now proceed to just appreciate the arboretum as we make our way out of the arboretum for the next session. So we'll allow His Excellency to just walk through, appreciate the arboretum, as he also enjoys the beauty of the lake. Asante.
Naam. Asante sana DJ wetu kwa kuweza kutupa burudani asubuhi ya leo. Tunaposubiri kumkaribisha mgeni wetu rasmi, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, aliye pia amiri jeshi mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi, Daktari William Samoei Ruto, ikiwa ni hafla maalum, hafla ya kipekee ya kuweza kufungua rasmi ofisi ya gavana wa Homa Bay, ambaye siku ya leo inaweza kufunguliwa rasmi. Niombe tafadhali kwa heshima na unyenyekevu, wote ambao wamesimama hapa kwenye hili jukwaa, tafadhali tukubali tuteremke pale chini. Wote ambao wamesimama hapa, wale tumesimama pale nyuma,
wang winyo majasunga terane odi rudo terwa e odi terwane odi rudo terwane odi ero 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 beiti de tayarien kuma beiti de tayarien kawanga de tayarien tumwero daktari ni tumwero daktari ya tumwero daktari ni tumwero yudari ni wura dongo wana henya yenya kubura wanga kala dongo wak ami ruto rakuma bay ami ruto kwa kihoma bay ni kanya duto kwetenen ya jenzi duto kwetenen ya jenzi duto kwetenen tumwero daktari amani Kenya ni muhimu tumwero daktari amani Kenya ya ni muhimu tumwero daktari adina kubura kila no tumu amabat mo gatira mogi tumunene ya tumunene tumukala dongro tumukala dongro Kenya ka
Ishara tosha kwamba mgeni wetu rasmi Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya Daktari William Samoei Ruto karibu kufika hapa kwenye hafla rasmi ya ufumbuzi wa ofisi ya gavana wa jimbo la Homa Bay, tukiendelea kutarajia viongozi wengi ambao wataungana pamoja nasi. Niombe tafadhali kwa heshima jinsi mnavyoelekezwa na maafisa wetu wa itifaki, tafadhali tuweze kuendesha shughuli zetu kwa njia nzuri na njia ambayo inafaa. Niombe tafadhali wote ambao tumesimama pale nyuma tukubali kurudi nyuma tafadhali. Tukubali kusimama pale nyuma tafadhali kwa heshima. Wote ambao wamesimama hapo nyuma tukubali kusonga the other end. Kindly please. Tunaomba tu kwa tafadhali kwa heshima. Kwa muda wote sasa Mheshimiwa Rais ataungana pamoja nasi hapa kwenye hafla ya ufumbuzi rasmi ofisi ya gavana wetu wa jimbo la Homa Bay. Tukiwa na waimbaji kemkem tayari kabisa kumkaribisha mgeni wetu rasmi Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya ambaye ataungana nasi kwa muda usiokuwa mrefu. Tunaendelea kupata burudani kutoka kwa waimbaji wetu Kochia Luo Traditional Dancers. Tujitayarishe sasa kumkaribisha Rais wa Jamhuri yetu ya Kenya ambaye kwa dakika yote sasa anaungana pamoja nasi kwenye hafla ya siku ya leo.
Excellency the Governor, this is the parade mounted by Scout from Moi Girls High School, Sindo, ready for your inspection.
Yeye ni engineer number 1, fundi number 1, mason number 1, kihakikisha kwamba jiwe liko salama. Ujenzi wa Students Village hapa Tom Mboya University, County ya Homa Bay. Makofi mazuri kwake Rais wetu wa Jamhuri ya Kenya hatimaye amemaliza. Makofi tena tafadhali wananchi. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Hatimaye sasa jiwe la msingi limewekelewa, na sasa twakushukuru sana Mheshimiwa Rais kwa heshima kuu ulioifanya kuweza kuliwekelea jiwe la msingi.
The council is very happy, the university community is very happy, and we want to assure you that this hostel is going to improve greatly the quality of learning in this university. And this being the first of its kind in an institution of higher learning, Your Excellency, we are humbled. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Asante, thank you.
Mr. Vice Chancellor and the Tom Mboya University fraternity. Again, this morning is another historic occasion when we launch the first ever built student accommodation under our housing fund program. And this is one among facilities that we're going to build in our technical training colleges, in our Kenya medical training institutions, and in our universities. And the plan that is being executed at the moment is for 170,000 students to be accommodated in the facilities that are in this phase one in different parts of the Republic of Kenya. Many people have been asking me about the housing levy and the housing fund. That is the transformation the housing levy and the housing fund will do for us in the Republic of Kenya. Apart from building already 160,000 units of housing, 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom, studios, we are also building 400 new markets across Kenya. And now we are expanding the housing infrastructure to students' accommodation. So to parents, to citizens, many of our young men and women in TVETs, in Kenya medical training centers, in universities, live in very dangerous places. Sometimes many of them live in slums. We want to bring back our students to campus. We want them to be here to learn in an environment where they are focused, where their attention is focused, and where they do not have any danger of being mugged, or being raped, or of any insecurity being visited upon them. And that is the reason why we are building infrastructure in our universities, in our institutions of higher learning, and I am very proud that we are breaking ground on the project that is now going to give us 170,000 beds for students in our institutions of higher learning. Congratulations, Homa Bay, for being the first. But this is just the beginning, and we are going to do it in all our universities, in all our Kenya medical training colleges, and in all our TVETs across Kenya progressively. So thank you very much. Congratulations. I'm very proud that we are starting the journey again here in Homa Bay. You remember we started the journey of affordable housing here.
Yes.
Because of the success we have seen in affordable housing, yes, I am sure we are going to succeed also in student accommodation. Asanteni sana wangwana kwa kuungana na mimi katika kufanya kazi hii, na hapa tutakuwa na vijana wengi zaidi ya 300-400 watafanya kazi katika hii affordable ama hii student accommodation hapa katika university yetu. Congratulations. We will have many suppliers of cement, we will have suppliers of steel, we will have suppliers of from quarries and sand. We will have many people of different trades working here, and eventually we will have the students benefit from this accommodation. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Excellency, na sasa Mheshimiwa Rais atapata maelezo kuhusu ujenzi wa Students Village.
Welcome so much, Your Excellency, to the site of the proposed Tom Mboya University. Sorry. 2,064 bed capacity student village. And as you can, my name is Alice Ogada. I'm an architect working with Edon Consultants, supervising the project on behalf of the State Department, Housing and Urban Development. And we'll be constructing 2 blocks, one going ground plus 9, the other going ground plus 14. Ground plus 9 will have 240 units. Ground plus 14 will have 348 units, a total of 548 student units, and it will will have a 2,064 bed capacity. And as you can see here, we'll have, this is the interior of how the rooms will look like. And here, this is the visual of how the buildings will look like once we execute it. Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
But for students, it is huge.
Na sasa Mheshimiwa Rais atawekelea jiwe la msingi, jiwe la ujenzi, ishara tosha kwamba the student village imetengenezwa. Karibu sana Your Excellency, ambaye ni mjenzi hodari, tayari sasa kuwekelea jiwe la msingi. Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya akiendeleza maendeleo katika nchi nzima ya Kenya. Analiwekelea jiwe la msingi, ishara tosha kwamba, makofi mazuri tafadhali wananchi, ishara tosha kwamba sasa ujenzi wa student village katika Tom Mboya University hatimaye umekamilika na ujenzi unaanza. Makofi mazuri kwake Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, akionyesha ustadi wa ujenzi. Yeye ni engineer number 1, fundi number 1, mason number 1, kihakikisha kwamba jiwe liko salama. Ujenzi wa Students Village hapa Tom Mboya University, County ya Homa Bay. Makofi mazuri kwake Rais wetu wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, hatimaye amemaliza. Makofi tena tafadhali wananchi. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Hatimaye sasa jiwe la msingi limewekelewa, na sasa twakushukuru sana Mheshimiwa Rais kwa heshima kuu ulioifanya kuweza kuliwekelea jiwe la msingi.
This is the parade mounted by Scout from Moi Girls High School, Sindo, ready for your inspection.
Emotimogi nguonone Emmanueli osetimonwa kawuono Emmanueli emotimonwa maber Emmanueli osetimona Osetimona Yesu osetimona
Emmanueli osetimona Emmanueli osetimona
Kaka Yesu tio tamakata ulo Gikmo setimo tamakata pimo Okinyini Yesu timona Kawono ametutendea Owere kawono ni Yesu lo chonwa Wanjoneno kaka Yesu tio Leo hii yeye ni kimbilio Asubuhi njema yeye ni Alfa na Omega Hakuna mwingine aliye kama yeye Hakuna mwingine aliye kama yeye Ametutendea
Ametutendea Emmanueli ametutendea Emmanueli ametutendea
Jina la Yesu
limeniponya maisha
la Yesu
limenisamehe dhambi
Jina la Yesu
limenitoa katika mikono ya ibilisi
Jina la Yesu
limeniponya maisha
Jina la Yesu
limenisamehe dhambi limenitoa katika mikono ya ibilisi
Sema jina la Yesu
limeniponya maisha
Jina la Yesu
limenisamehe dhambi limenitoa katika mikono ya ibilisi
Jina la Yesu likapata uzima kanitoa matesoni akaniokoa na sasa ninaimba kwa utukufu wake Roho wake amenijaza sasa niko huru Sema jina la Yesu
limeniponya maisha
Jina la Yesu
limenisamehe dhambi limenitoa katika mikono ya ibilisi
kuwa katika shida sikuwa na rafiki magonjwa na shida yakanisumbua masomo ya watoto nikashindwa kulipa hata pesa za nyumba nikashindwa kulipa marafiki kanikimbia sababu ya shida nilipoita jina la Yesu nikapata msaada deni zote akalipa sasa nafurahi Sema jina la Yesu
limeniponya maisha
jina la Yesu wewe
limenisamehe dhambi limenitoa katika mikono ya ibilisi
Sema jina la Yesu
limeniponya maisha
naita jina la Yesu
limenisamehe dhambi limenitoa katika mikono ya ibilisi
weka mikono juu kwa Yesu 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 anainua Yesu anainua Yesu anabariki Yesu anabariki Yesu anainua Yesu anainua Yesu anabariki
William Ruto. Let's now hear from the County Executive Choir, perhaps to remind us that devolution isn't just about policies and speeches, it's also about culture. Ladies and gentlemen, please give us a round of applause for the County Executive Choir, showcasing the rich talent of Homa Bay County.
Ni warano kwenye wadilamo ni warano Taya Agoni tumaka wono ni warano no baba Taya Hatingo nyingi malo ni warano Taya Kawono mabeika tabialo nyingi Taya Samiria lojo moko Yesu we mona diali Taya Kichogo Yesu we mona chogi Taya Ana lungi na kwenye wadilamo ni waro chunya nono Taya Ine magoni tuma kama ni warano Taya Ine magoni tuma kama ni waro chunya nono Taya Dine yelo jamoko Yesu dikora onge Taya Uliniokoa bila malipo wewe ni Bwana Taya Nikosa leo asubuhi ninakuimbia Taya Sina mwingine tena wewe ni mwanga Taya Hata nikiamka Yesu wewe ni mwanga Taya Niposa leo hii ninakuinua Taya Sina mwingine tena ye kando yako Bwana Taya Ni warano na kwenye wodi lamo wemo na sungie Taya Ni warano no Ni warano no Taya Ni warano no Ni warano Ero kama no baba Ero kama no ni warano Ni warano no Ni warano Ero kama no ni warano no Taya Okumba ni warano no Rabi ine manilima wendo Cheng jamono ine malungi gokinyi Yesu yo ine maguni tumakawono yo Kamalo yonge ai Okuma yande maka dalomana onge keno Yesu ine manilimba dalomane welonge Yakwaro bedio wemonda paki kitumba Ni warano no yo Okumba ni warano no Chele ni warano no Siala ni warano no Ero kama no ni warano no Taya ni warano no Chele ni warano no Taya ni warano no Ero kama no ni warano no Wako ni tuma kapo dangima wako ni tuma Taya Shika gita yako twende na manaitwe Taya Wako ni tuma Yesu jabero wako ni tuma Taya Taya Wako ni tuma Yesu natego okay after Taya Taya Wako ni tuma ni makono weta wako ni tuma Taya Wakuma ni warano no ni warano no ni warano no Ero kama no ni warano no
Kipindi cha burudani tayari kumkaribisha Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Muziki taratibu bila jasho.
German Development Cooperation, both the financial side and the technical cooperation. So this is the German booth. As you might know, we operate in almost all the counties and we're supporting the Devolution Conference. So glad to have you here.
To the cooperatives buying for them fishing boats, fishing gears, to support them, both the youth and the women, and supporting them also with the transport to the market. Thank you, sir.
Also onions from the
and there are specific locations, both the industrial minerals and the gemstones. Yes, we've now faceted these. These are value added. We have them in rough stones, then we have the finished products. This is amethyst. It is purple silica or quartz. It is here. Yeah, this is the famous coal. Okay.
Blessings. Okay, my name is William. Thank you very
Your Excellency, this is the Council of Governors. We have a Marifa Center, the Knowledge Hub, that has documented best practices and stories about devolution. And besides that, we have an open data portal, a GIS gadget, that has data for all the 14 devolved functions, real time, for all the 47 counties. Your Excellency, we want to project the affordable housing, where all the projects are, the status, and the completion date. We have data of all the projects, the water projects in the 47 counties, their status, and all other housing. So you can explain?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Welcome to the COG Pavilion. This is Marifa Center, a knowledge hub for the Council of Governors that is GIS based. That means that we can be able to get the exact locations of all the projects and interventions we are doing in the country. So if we come to the affordable housing one, we are partnering with the Affordable Housing Board, so we are able to track the status of all the affordable housing projects. Currently, the ones that are ongoing are 151 projects in the country. The average status of implementation is 24, but we can still go to the individual project and tell you what is the actual percentage of. Yes, let's go, for example, to Kirinyaga. Kirinyaga, we have a project of 210 units. Right now it's 97% complete. So, Your Excellency, at the comfort of your office, you can monitor all the projects in affordable housing. The other one that we have is the National Equipment Service Program. This, we're able to tell you the facilities that the counties that are benefiting from this program, the facilities that are benefiting, and the services that are being offered in this program. So, Wajir is there. Yes, Your Excellency. Even in Wajir, they have also set up a GIS system for our chair. They're able to map out all the health facilities in that particular county. Thank you, sir.
We are blessed with that, Your Excellency. Thank you. So, we're doing a lot of work right now. There's some key projects we're looking at, like the work we're doing with KEBSA to ensure that those guarantees go out and the supplier is able to get to the fill order. There's a lot of work we're doing with SHA, Your Excellency, with respect to the IPF to ensure that people can get the funding. Actually, we are working closely with Safaricom. By the end of this week. By the end of this week, they'll have told us about it. Thank you. Yes. Yeah.
If I get the commitment within a year, 53,200.
Please report them to me.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So we have the funding to set up in cluster regional counties. So about, yes, within 2 weeks, I'm inviting you to have a groundbreaking, and then we start the work.
And what about Nairobi?
And
Nairobi is our big,
yes, we are in discussion with them. They have not yet concluded.
Let me know.
Yes, they are giving me trouble. So yes, they are giving me trouble. They are giving me trouble. And
take them on.
Look, the funds are ready, the equipment are ready. Yes. This is an African solution to African waste challenge problems. Thank you.
When I was vice chair, I took a delegation of 11 governors to go and see this. And the value chains around it, the creation of employment, the cleanness of the towns, the local solutions. They get to a point where they sell the end product as fertilizer on the shelves of supermarkets. It's really working.
Yes.
That's what it did.
That's good.
Yes. I told him to come.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much, Excellency.
We are standing firmly behind ensuring we are funding the affordable housing program. Yes. Here are 2 beneficiaries. You met them on Madaraka Day in Homa Bay. Amuka and Pamela. They have moved into the Soko Mjinga.
How are you? Wewe ndio mwenyekiti wa
Soko Mjinga.
Uko na nyumba hapa?
Nimepata.
Umepata?
Na anakaa ndani.
Na wewe ni mama wa soko? Wa mboga?
Ndio.
Unajua kuna watu wanasema ati nilisahau mama mboga.
Hapana.
Hiyo ni propaganda.
Hata sasa hivi nimemaliza maisha.
Ndio.
Sababu nimeenda kwa hiyo nyumba, nimekaa vizuri.
Kama ofisa.
Nimetandika.
Unakaa kama ofisa.
Nakaa kama ofisa. Hata soko Mjinga, nimeanza kujengia.
Sasa itakuwa soko mrefu. Itawacha kwa Mjinga.
Haitakuwa Mjinga tena.
Mama wa show tu.
Mimi sijapita hata Homa Bay kwenda huko.
She's the chairman of Soko Mjinga.
Yes. Tena mimi ni mkaaji ya Homa Bay. Nimeshukuru sana President.
Yes, and this is the Homa Bay project. Yes.
we have now fully occupied. It is fully occupied.
What is phase 2?
Phase 2, I think we instructed that there's going to be another 1,000 units to be done. So that is
where is the land for the other 1,000 units?
It was behind. It was behind the NX.
So let us.
The land is there.
Yes, the land is there.
Yes. So what is the plan? We need to advertise for that.
Advertise and we execute.
Before I leave today, and this on the direction.
Twende Kirinyaga. Sasa uko na mdosi hapo.
Very good.
We also do linen for hospitals online, for doctors, and also for the maternity. Yeah, we do a program which we are expanding. It's really not that big, but we're managing. Very good. It saves us money, and linen and curtains, everything comes from inside.
Yes.
And then this is you've seen what we have been doing in medical services. We have expanded our facilities. The new hospitals that are coming up, level 4 and 5, they are 80%.
Very good.
In Kimbimbi and Kenyaga, you promised equipment, remember? Yes. And we've done about 20 of health centers. Yes, but you opened the other ones. The ones of 70, yeah. This is one of our dairies, Karima Dairies. We support our cooperatives. It's a very small one. We've supported them. The breeds that we have changed to the cow breeds, we've increased the milk production, gave them milk howlers and everything. They are now selling. Rice, you know, our rice. And our coffee as well, being amongst the best. Yes.
How are the prices of coffee?
We are anticipating to go even higher than
Yeah. So we have our seed propagation center. These are macadamia. We also produce macadamia.
Yes.
But we have a propagation center that we've built that we're now changing the variety of tomatoes because in the industrial park we intend to put a tomato factory.
Very good.
But we've been producing table tomato. So now they propagate different seeds, and one of them is for the new tomato.
So you talked about the oil ones.
Yes.
I think this is really a big
Correct.
We also
yes. Avocado oil. It's very healthy.
Yes.
You can fry in high temperature. You can use it also for salads. And in Germany, UK for small ones.
Oh my goodness.
I think production was.
And we have a factory already.
Yes.
We want a second one already set for that. This will produce also. Programs and they are all connected with the value chain. Yes. And then the final is our rabbits. Yes, you may know that we are the leading ornamental fish producers. Yeah.
Ornamental fish?
Yes, and they are very high demand, especially in the UAE, and they're exported.
Very good.
Now, our rabbits produce this urine. This urine is used as fertilizer.
Okay.
Produce fertilizer. So, like, this is the urine collected last night from this trip. Yeah. So, that's
Light for the world.
Yes. This is a project for persons with disability. We normally support them to run their businesses. They are here.
So they make cake?
Yes.
They do
it. She's there, but she cooked it.
Very good. Hello. How are you? Karibu sana. Thank you very much. Yeah, asante sana. Thank you. All right. Okay. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Wajenzi hawa. Hapa nataka majenzi hapa.
I was with these guys yesterday. Hi. How are you, Madam CEO? Well?
Karibu NYC.
Yes.
This is the youth pavilion of the council.
Yes. Hi guys. Hi. How are you? Very good.
It's been created in partnership with our friends from Safaricom, from ZMCC, and from Ajira. Your Excellency, we are trying to make youth feel at home at the Devolution Conference. We have games that you can play. We have the passport that we're displaying here. And we're also saying that we are the generation that can end malaria. In the back there, we're going to be skilling with Ajira. Young people can come here and take a course in the course of the conference. Your Excellency, you'll remember yesterday, you launched Kuna Form. In the last 24 hours, we have 4,100 people, young people who have signed up, all below the age of 35. We just, for opportunities. Yes, so for jobs, for funding, for skilling, and we will continue to grow the platform and make it useful to all young people.
What we are doing with the community health promoters, we are supporting all the 47 counties to accelerate universal health coverage through digitally empowered, compensated, and kitted community health promoters. So you can see the numbers there, where we have 108,000 CHPs enrolled, and they have been able to register 8.78 million households, and they are currently visiting more than 7.6 million households. And we have done a lot of screening for diabetes, for hypertension, and referred many, many people who didn't have known that they have these conditions right in their home. So we are actually bringing health to people's homes.
You people are the best.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
I am all in.
All right, Asante.
Anthony, Habari, very good. You guys are the best.
Yes.
Thank you. DHA is my place.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Anthony.
Thank you, Excellency. Welcome to our booth. We just want to show you our mandate is really very short. We just want to digitize each and every part of healthcare.
Digitize everywhere.
Every part of healthcare, Your Excellency. We had a plan, and we want to show you how far we are. Just in short, we start with SHA. This is my team, and Dr. Ambisha will take you through SHA, and then we'll go to Dito Health Agency of the facility and the rest, and my colleague there will take you through. Joyce, please.
Thank you, sir. Excellency, at the Digital Health Agency.
It's okay.
At the Digital Health Agency, we believe in data, real-time data for use. So the first stop was the SHA registration dashboard, and as for today, you can see we are at we have already registered 6,152 people. As of now, of course, by evening we'll have reached about 30,000, 34,000, and then approximately half of the Kenyan population is already registered for SHA. And then, Your Excellency, registrations typically are happening at the health facilities. We need to change the Kenyans' mentality about seeking for health care, because you should be registering for insurance when you're happy and healthy. Exactly.
Exactly, but you can see from how we are doing things, our registrations are lowest over the weekends, yet they should be the highest because we have self-registration and even assisted registration with the CHPs. Young people are the majority that are registering, on average about 32 years. Males and females 1-to-1 ratio, so wanawake they are not being hidden behind. So it's important to check that. Then on children, we have our dependents. They're about 8.9 million. We expect a bit more. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Exactly. Yes, yes, sir. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Exactly. Exactly. And then under means testing, which is done by the people who are basically not employed, the one for normal check-off. So we have about 6.2 million who have done their means test. Yes. And then we have a county registration where we are monitoring the counties, that's how things are happening at the counties. Mombasa is highest at 67.5%. Homa Bay, where we are, is at about 13%. Sorry. Oh, so actually 47. and number 13. Yes. And then we have a dedicated county dashboard for the governors to have a look and see some more information about their counties. Exactly. Exactly. Yes. Yes. Your Excellency. Yes. Then exactly. Then something else that is interesting, Your Excellency, we recently have started one bed, one person. And we are monitoring the bed occupancy. In our, currently we have about 137,000 beds, normal beds, and our occupancy is at about 50%, so 49.93. And we can be able to see ICU beds and even HDU beds. Your Excellency, if COVID happened today, we'd be able to monitor things that we were using an Excel sheet. Then to monitor now digitized. So this is, I mean, we are on a great journey, and we really, really appreciate your support. Thank you. Sorry.
Tell me about the identification. We're still using IDs.
Yes.
In our facilities in 2, 3.
Yes.
Some 4. So what is the plan?
So, Your Excellency, we went live for the biometric identification for all our level 4 and level 5 and 6 facilities, which are now using biometrics to do. 1,094. And we are just now ensuring that, because we still have some small challenges of small failures, we are now tightening that system. Then the second is we are rolling out in every level 3 and level 2. So that we expect that in the next 1 month or so, we shouldn't have anybody using OTP, unless you have a condition whereby you are not able to. Yes, you have a after the problem, and we have created a process that must be approved for you to be properly identified. But Your Excellency, I will take you through the highway now. You remember we had the five key pillars. Before I give my colleagues, one was enabling environment. You gave us a law, so all this is now also anchored in the law, so that we ensure that everybody uses the digital system in providing of services. The next was the ICT infrastructure, and in terms of ICT infrastructure, we are assisting every public hospital, every public health worker. We are giving them a device. So far, we have distributed 15,000. We are supposed to do 74,000. We have the devices in place, Your Excellency, but we don't want to give devices without training. So it's moving with the speed of training, and that is how we are implementing that. Our health information exchange, I will give my colleagues to take you through. This is also live. We have been able now to actualize this from being a plan to a reality.
Thank you, Your Excellency. My name is Dr. Jeremiah Mumo.
this was actually a PowerPoint thing, but we have virtualized it from now. It's no longer a PowerPoint, and the reason is is live, Your Excellence, is that at any given time, if it's patient portal, when you click, it will automatically open to you our Afya Yangu, and our clients will be able to move to that. Again, we have also actualized our point of care system as the Taifa Care systems, which are used in all our facilities, and we expect with this to be able to all the clients to see, even at governance levels, at any level, to see how many clients will be coming, because you have an interactive dashboard to see what is happening, registration. You can see the queues who have been waiting in triage, who are waiting at consultation at the comfort of the office. You can also see the number of patients who have been admitted, and again, you can as well see the procedures which have been undertaken in the hospitals. This goes up to the reports, and again to specific diagnostic areas, Your Excellence. Again, we have also managed to able to share information. What we have been talking about, if you are in Mombasa and you come to Kisumu, you can get your records. Initially was a story. We have virtualized, Your Excellence, through what we call the shared health records. So with this, you'll be able to navigate yes, Your Excellence. Yes, Your Excellence. Yes. And we can monitor this, Your Excellence, real time. Like now, this is what is happening across the country. For the last 1 hour, you'll be able to tell what is happening in terms of, for the last 1 hour 10, we had already 20,000 people being seen either through observation, diagnostic, or prescription of drugs across the country. And this information can be relayed from one facility to another across the country. Your Excellence, also, we are also able to monitor our doctors and our healthcare workers through the health worker registry, which was again a dream. And with this, we are able to know the numbers, what is happening in terms of doctors, and want to make it reality so that even Kenyans can know how many doctors we have, how many nurses we have in the country, and all different cadres we have in the country. So now this is a reality. And again, we have an application which we call the Know Your Practitioner. And again, we have now what we call Practice 360 to enable the doctors to do prioritization within a radius of 1 kilometer.
We localize.
Yes, Your Excellence. Yes, Your Excellence.
You have already geofence and geotag every facility. You can't approve outside 1 kilometer, which is within that radius of your facility. And we keep making it tight because we realize that some health workers are in very far distances and are doing approvals, which means actually they are not undertaking some of those services.
Your Excellency, on that one, I think there is data that will really help us on training of doctors.
Yes.
Because if you can get the gaps,
yes,
and then national government takes it, they'll be able to know who should be trained. For
Yes.
example, when you break it down to oncologists.
Yes.
I think, like, I don't see the gaps there.
Yes.
But we should, this data now is useful
Mm.
for us to be able to deliver help in a very, comprehensive way and effective, because we will know what the gaps are and all the other things. I think we can assist America. I saw.
Probably even we're doing the same right now. But data protection is a big problem.
So I saw President Trump struggling. I think we can send some experts. And Ambassador here says also to
Thank you, Excellency. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys. You guys are doing a great job. I had a few fellows every night. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, my friend. This is on digital.
I love that.
And this is really true.
especially in the pharmacies, what it says about radiology. So that you don't make 10 pictures of the same thing, but you can use it 3 times, 4 times. Hello guys. How are you?
Red Cross provide integrated digital solutions for county revenue collections, their HR management, and all the other county services that they provide. We provide a digital dashboard where the governors and the decision makers can actually see real time what's happening in the county.
Okay. So are you working with some counties already?
This is Homa Bay, actually. They are the ones who've really worked with us in tightening the system. That's why our revenues 700, 800%.
Very good.
And now we have incorporated artificial intelligence into the system.
Yes.
So now the system can actually detect where the problems are, leakages maybe, can predict what the future revenue is going to be, what we can do to improve the... Yes, sir. It actually can talk to it.
How much have we collected today?
Right now,
how much have you collected today?
Of course. So for today, we've collected about KES 125,300.
We can even speak Swahili. Thank you.
This Water Resource Authority. We have, these are the equipment that we use now for water, groundwater monitoring. It's a very modern equipment. Nowadays we have minimized now what we call dry boreholes. For example, this one is called magnetic. It can go up to 600 meters.
Down?
Down, yes.
Okay, to know where there is water.
Yes, you can see now this gap here. This is the area where the water is.
Oh.
These are rocks.
Okay.
The blue is here.
So
In
you
fact,
know where to drill?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we have minimized.
So we stop the guesswork?
Yes, we have also seismic method where we can send a signal to the ground. This one, yes. It can go up to 2,000, 3,000 kilometers.
You sort out that small problem with the tariff?
Yes, the regulation is ready. We are implementing, yeah. Yes. Yeah, thank you, sir. Sorry, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Excellency, you have seen a lot of exhibitions on the other side with the community health workers telling you, SHA telling you. I think here is the story of what has this done. Today we're celebrating 96 days of serious challenges. Maybe we were thinking up to 10 mothers. We go up to 3 mothers in a week, after we get up to 12 mothers in a month. But because of this integration, from community to being able to deliver blood, to being able to do trainings, we have the MPPSR.
Thank you, Your Excellency. So, as Her Excellency the Governor said, previously we were losing so many mothers. What we have done differently is we know where every single mother who is pregnant is in Homa Bay right now.
through our CHPs. As you can see, they walk around with their gadgets. We are able to tell their blood pressure so we can know what problem they have. They are able to do blood glucose testing and so on and so forth. So, Your Excellency, distinctly, every Tuesday morning at 7 a.m., we have a national meeting chaired by ourselves, and Her Excellency, the Governor, personally attends, including DG Amoth, PS Oluga, and the others, and we discuss every single maternal mortality that we have or a near miss. And through that, Your Excellency, we have managed to achieve 96 days of zero maternal deaths in Homa Bay County. And significantly, Your Excellency, what used to kill mothers before in Homa Bay was obstetric hemorrhage, bleeding a lot before, during, or after birth. And as you can see, we have put measures in place, and right now, it is no longer the #1 killer of mothers in Homa Bay. Thank you.
Your Excellency, that's the effect of the interventions that we have made there, including working with Zipline to deliver blood and other essentials to the far places. Your Excellency, we have value chains here in Homa Bay, and we've been growing the value chains. Just move a bit, Adele. So if you look at sweet potatoes, we are the highest producers of sweet potatoes. We moved from about 169 tons to 173 tons, 78 tons. For cotton, we moved from planting 1,800 hectares, planting 5,200 hectares. And the most important thing there is the value, because you know the price has moved from 52 to 72. So the value has gone much higher. Sunflower, we moved from only 125 hectares to over 1,050 hectares, and the value. Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Welcome to the proposed Homa Bay City. This 3D model is transformed from the plan of the city. We want to transform Homa Bay Municipality. And so we have key flagship projects, one of which is to relocate the sewer system, which is currently at the lakefront. We want to relocate it to another location that we have provided in our proposed plan. Also, Your Excellency, this side we have informal settlements called Shauriako and Sofia. Through BETA, we want to transform it through social housing to accommodate the informal dwellers. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. That's a vision. That's Kabunde, and that's the new headquarters that we had this morning, Excellency. FAO are our great partners, Your Excellency.
Welcome, Excellency. This is FAO stand. Thanks when you met our DG last week in Ethiopia. So here we are working to support the government in 4 major areas. On the area of land, digital land governance, 3 areas, 20 million euros supported by the EU government. We are supporting the alternative justice system. Excellency, in Narok, in Kajiado, there is a lady whose 100 acres of land was not able to get out of court. Alternative justice system supported by FAO, they are now okay and they are using their land. We just launched a $40 million project on youth employment in ASAL areas. This was launched by CS Beatrice School in Turkana last week. So we're going to give a lot of employment to the youth.
Thank you very much. Good to see you. Hi, Miss. How are you?
Yes. So, you know, you brought me up in the farm. Every Easter, every Christmas, we used to go to Ushago. And this is the work that has come from it. We are working with traditional beekeepers so that we can move from here until here. We're also working with young people in agriculture, and we've planted 754,000 trees as young people so far to contribute to the 15 billion tree campaign. Thank you for your mentorship.
Ushaleta Kevin. Ushaleta na useta hapo kwa speeches. Unasema yako. Iko sawa. Ushaleta.
Karibu sana Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Tumkaribishe kwa makofi. Welcome Your Excellency. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa Rais to Devolution Conference 2025 held in the great Homa Bay County. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa Rais. We shall remain standing as we will start with the two anthems, starting with the Kenyan national anthem, followed by the East African anthem. The anthem. Tukiwa tungali tumesimama kwa heshima Mheshimiwa Rais, naomba nimwalike Ali Abdullahi Hachi na Reverend Kennedy Zangu watuongoze kwa maombi. Karibu.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Naanza kwa jina la Mwenyezi Mungu mwingi wa rehema na mwenye kurehemu. Ya Rabbi, tunakushukuru kwa kutufanyia ufanisi wa hafla muhimu ya wa watu, mwabudiwa wa watu. Tunakuomba kwa utukufu lako lote, amani ya Rabbi, utupe salama, utupe mashikamano, umoja ya Rabbi, ulinde taifa letu, udumishe amani na ya Rabbi, tunakuomba umjalie kiongozi wetu Mheshimiwa Dr. William Samuel Ruto, umpe hikma, ujuzi na ujasiri wakati hali ngumu na wakati hali iko sawa. Ya Rabbi, tunakuomba uwajalie viongozi wetu hikma na utabiti ili waudumikie taifa letu. Tunakushukuru kwa kutupa gavana chupafu. Ya Rabbi, ulinde gavana wetu na wasaidizi wake. Ya Rabbi, tunakuomba uko na ubungufu ya kibinadamu, utasamehe makosa yetu. Ubariki taifa letu, ubariki viongozi wetu, utusamehe dhambi yetu. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa sallam. Amina ya Rabbal Alamin.
We are praying. Lord, the county of Homa Bay that is hosting the devolution of 2025, being the 9th one of the countries in your hands, And Lord, we thank you for the blessings of devolution. And we, as we gather here, Lord, we pray that may your guidance guide us into doing justice and good to the devolution so that it benefits your people. The country rests into your hands, Lord. Now I pray, my Father, that may you protect the government under the President of Kenya, with Dr. William Samoei Ruto. How I pray, Lord, that may you walk with him in times of hardship and in times of good, and cover him like you promised that you will cover Jerusalem from heaven, circle him with the heavenly fires and the heavenly protection, that in any other thing that is happening politically or socially, he will be safe from it. In your hands, Lord, we place the governor of the county of Homa Bay. May you walk with her as she tries to lift up Homa Bay to be at the top, O Lord. All the 46 governors are in your hands, Lord. In your hands are the deputy governors, both parliaments and the MCS, O Lord. Do us justice, because that is our humble prayer in Jesus' name.
Kwa heshima naomba tuweze kuketi. Your Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defense Forces, the COG Chair Honorable Ahmed Abdullahi, also Governor of Wajir County, Speaker of the Senate Honorable Amason Kingi, the host governor, Your Excellency Swanga, all governors present, cabinet secretaries present, principal secretaries present, Your Excellency governors, members of parliament, CEO COG Ms. Mary Mwiti, private sector represented, sponsors and partners. Your Excellency, sir, at this point, allow me to invite Governor Sang, Governor for Nandi County, who is going to be running the program for us today. I would request that we welcome him with a warm clap. Tumkaribishe tafadhali kwa makofi, aje atuongoze kwa ratiba ya leo. Karibu Governor.
Thank you very much. Good. May I take this opportunity to welcome all of us to the 9th Devolution Conference being held here in Homa Bay. And I want to take this opportunity, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, all dignitaries present, all the delegates, karibuni sana. Devolution, hoye! Your Excellency, before we start this devolution conference, we always have, as by history, pre-devolution conference activities. Many of them were undertaken in the last 2-3 days, and Your Excellency, the climax of those pre-devolution conference activities were the sporting activities that we had yesterday. You will remember, Your Excellency, that in the last devolution, in the 8th devolution conference, we left the conference with a pending matter. You were under investigation for the role that you played in ensuring that the COG team lost miserably. We had, I think, a score of 12 goals against 2 or something. And part of our very good players were missing in the field when they were required to be there. And the investigation indicated that you played a role in holding them somewhere. So this year, we had invested heavily in a good striker and a good goalkeeper. Yesterday, as we went to the field, Your Excellency, we realized that we were missing our goalkeeper, and that is Governor Anne Waiguru of Kirinyaga. We were also missing our striker, that is the chairman of COG, Governor Abdullahi Ahmed, only to realize later that they were with you in another meeting. So the investigation continues. I think, Your Excellency, there is a problem there. We have to square that matter at some point. Nonetheless, the scores yesterday we had 2 major races. One was the tug of war, and the competition was between Nyandarua and Homa Bay. And the result is that, that was a contest between fish and chips. And, chips won against the fish. Again, in the football, game, the Senate, and this time around they enlisted some of the professional players in the National Assembly. And therefore, the Senate won 5-0. But, Your Excellency, that is a huge improvement. From 12-2, 5-0 is fairly a good start. So we are very grateful, and we look forward to the 10th devolution conference. And we will now plan properly, knowing that the President of the Republic could still work against us. So on that one, we have to work on ourselves. So welcome to the 9th devolution conference. We are going to have a few remarks, starting with our sponsors, and we have 3 of our platinum sponsors. Each of them will have 2 or so minutes to speak to us. Kenya Commercial Bank. And on behalf of Kenya Commercial Bank, Director John Okulo, can you be... Let's appreciate Director Okulo, our platinum sponsors. He will have 2 minutes, and then Safaricom, be ready, another 2 minutes. And our other platinum sponsor, Jospong Group of Companies, Chairman, be ready. Karibu sana, Bwana John.
Your Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces, please allow me to ride on the protocols already observed. Good morning to all the distinguished guests. I'm honored to join you today as we gather for the 2025 Devolution Conference here in this beautiful and vibrant Homa Bay County. But before I say a few words, I'd just like to pass very warm greetings from our group CEO, Mr. Paul Russo, who was unable to join us today due to an unavoidable official duty that had to take place in Nairobi this afternoon. He, however, extends his best wishes for a fruitful event. Your Excellency, for the last 12 years, devolution has proven that it's not just a constitutional chapter, but a vision brought to life through people-centered interventions that have brought governance closer to the people and given counties the power to shape their own economies and destinies. This year's conference theme, For People, for Prosperity, Devolution as a Catalyst for Equity, Inclusion, and Social Justice, serves as a reflection of the progress we have made as a country and as a call to action for what still lies ahead. It speaks closely to KCB Group's purpose, for people, for better. Mr. President, at KCB, we recognized early that for devolution to succeed, counties needed a strong financial partner, one that could deliver capital and resources across the board, irrespective of an individual's social or economic standing. It is for this reason that we worked together with all the counties' leaderships to build strong, practical partnerships with all 47 counties by providing financial services, not just to support the county operations, but also the people who live and work in those counties. We as KCB have financed MSMEs, youth starting off in business, female-led and made businesses, as well as ensured that sustainable financing is a priority accessible to all. Beyond banking, our social dividends of our investment arm, KCB Foundation, has been at the forefront in delivering the social dividend of devolution through the transformative youth empowerment program, Tujiajiri, Mifugo Imali, and Linda Miti programs across the country. Just as an example, our Tujiajiri program, launched in 2016, has created more than 197,000 jobs and trained more than 40,000 youths who graduate annually with self-empowerment skills in agribusiness, automotive, construction, beauty, and other services, which allows them not only to employ themselves, but also to employ others. In conclusion, Your Excellency, as devolution enters its next decade, the opportunities for shared prosperity are even more evident and abundant. At KCB, we commit that we will always stand as the reliable financial partner for this country as we realize the dream of a more equitable and inclusive Kenya. Thank you, Your Excellency, and we look forward to very fruitful deliberations over the coming days. God bless you all.
Another round of applause for KCB. Thank you so much, KCB, for the work that we are doing together as county governments. Next is Safaricom. And the Safaricom technical team, you support Safaricom with a small video. Where is the Safaricom team leader?
Take a look around you. From the vibrant stalls of our local markets to the bustling city streets, you see the true heart of Kenya. It is in the quick exchange of goods and greetings, in the shared laughter over a cup of chai, and in the quiet resolve of people working together for the fundamental right to build a better life. The heart of Kenya beats with the rhythm of Harambee, a powerful spirit of unity, self-reliance, and collective action. It's how our communities build schools, raise families, and drive our economy forward. It's the power of the group. From the smallest chama to the largest cooperative, groups are the backbone of our society. But for too long, their growth has been held back by manual processes and a lack of digital tools. This struggle is real. In Makueni County, the groundbreaking Tetheka Fund was established to empower residents who couldn't access loans from traditional banks. It was a lifeline, but its manual paper-based system became slow and inefficient, leading to defaults and a halt in lending. The dream was alive, but the system was failing. Makueni County, driven by its commitment to its people, refused to give up. They engaged Safaricom to help them re-engineer the fund, fix the system, and bring the fund back to life. Groups Connect is a digital hub. It is designed to meet the needs of every kind of group, from a small savings club to a large county-wide fund. It is a secure, user-friendly platform that digitizes everything about a group. Groups can create an identity and register their members and manage members' activities seamlessly. Group members can save together for short-term or long-term. Group members can access and manage their loans. Groups can invest together in various schemes, for example, ZD. Group members can administer emergency and social funds. Safaricom has been working closely with Makueni County over the past year to create a tailored solution that has slashed loan approval times from months to just 24 hours. Now, the Makueni County Empowerment Fund is back, digitized, efficient, and accountable. In Homa Bay, the county government is interested in Groups Connect to help it identify and organize its various groups in order to understand how to empower them. Today, Homa Bay County has no clear visibility into the groups operating across the region. And without its visibility, it becomes nearly impossible for the county to plan, support, or even partner with these groups in a meaningful way. But imagine if every group in Homa Bay was registered on Groups Connect. The county would finally have a full view of the landscape, allowing them to design better programs, deliver farm inputs, equipment, training, or even access to loans and capital directly to the groups that need them most. When we make the groups visible, we make the county viable. At the same time, groups themselves get something valuable: a digital footprint, a clear identity, and a connection to a larger network that can open doors to partnerships, funding, and long-term growth. It's time to bring your group into the digital future to build a better life.
appreciate Safaricom, our platinum sponsor. And finally, Jospong Group of Companies, Chairman Dr. Joseph Agiepong. Karibu sana. Karibu Bwana Chairman.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samuel Ruto, and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces, permit me to stand on the existing protocols. I bring you warm greetings from His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, and from the entire Jospong Group of Companies. In the spirit of friendship, we say Hambo Jambo. It is a joy to be in Homa Bay, a land of beauty, rich culture, and unmatched energy of its people. The Jospong journey began in April 2024 when His Excellency Dr. William Ruto has visited Ghana on a state visit and accompanied by a former President Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo visited the Jospong booth when it was an exhibition. And when we explained the integrated waste management system, how it operates, His Excellency President Ruto got interested, invited us to Kenya, and then he asked the Prime Cabinet Secretary to visit our plant. It then evolved to bring about 15 county governors to Ghana to come and visit our plant. I stand here not only as a business leader, but as an African providing African solutions to African waste challenging problems. With over 25 years of experience in waste management, the vision confront of Africa's most urgent challenges. The mounting waste crisis driven by rapid urbanization, rising incomes, and changing lifestyles. In Ghana, we have built resilient African-tailored waste treatment systems, tackling waste, creating dignified jobs, and delivering climate solutions, one plant at a time. Your Excellency, today in Ghana, we have our 36 plants transforming landscape of Kenya, transforming landscape of waste management. And I would think that Kenya also can harness this potential. Kenya, with a population of 57 million, generates 28,000 of waste daily. And we humbly want to plead that Your Excellency, we will cluster these counties into regional clusters, and so that 5 counties can use this integrated waste park. Your Excellency, it might interest you to know that about 52,000 jobs can be created in a year through this kind of treatment plant. 30,000 jobs will be created from the collection of the waste, transporting, and then sweeping. 21,000 jobs will be created by the integrated waste management plant, and 1,800 will be created through the green jobs, data collection, monitoring, and validation of the carbon market. This year's theme for the People for Prosperity, that's the Devolution 2025, is inclusion and social justice. It's more than a slogan. It is a call for action to put people at the center to ensure that progress is fair, inclusive, and transformative. The African is capable of managing his own affairs. The mission goes beyond business and is about turning African waste crisis into a driver of jobs, climate action, prosperity. Together, Ghana and Kenya can build and sustain with waste management resources in the countries. There's nothing like waste. It's a misplaced resource. Just place it up, and then you'll be able to recycle it. Today, I am confident that the next DEFCON 2027 will be able to talk about evidence of plant installed in all the countries. Your Excellency, kindly humbly permit me to watch a 1-minute video of the glimpse of how the equipment operates. Asante sana. Thank you.
Are expanding rapidly, alive with potential, yet burdened by a growing challenge. How do we manage waste sustainably as urbanization accelerates? At the Jospong Group of companies, we have walked this path in Ghana. We have learned that real change begins on the ground.
The trucks comes in there and then offload the waste onto the bay. The wheel loader goes in there and scoop the waste from the receiving bay and then push it through to the apron feeder. The material flows through the shredder or the terminator. Then from there, it's also moved into another conveyor which runs through into what we call the trammer screen. There are human intervention whereby they try to sort out all the other materials that we need in terms of segregation of the waste.
Matured compost is bagged on site. This compost is excellent organic fertilizer for agriculture and horticulture. K-Cup can produce 3,000 bags of finished 50 kg compost daily. At the Plastics Recycling Center, the plastics undergo washing, shredding, extrusion, and pelletizing. The pellets are bagged and sold to plastics products manufacturers as raw material. Metals and paper are also further sorted by type and billed for customers in the metals and paper industries, respectively. This isn't just a plant. Behind these walls, we mine the black gold.
We came here as team governors. Purposely is because we want to, manage our solid waste. He was saying there is no more waste in terms of solid waste management. We are turning it to value.
The end result is not going to be something that is just county related. It is for every citizen, from your sewer problem that we have had to the waste problem that we have had, and most importantly, look at every single crisis that you have and how can you convert it into an opportunity. You convert an opportunity by creating jobs, by using the byproducts that are going to be coming up.
Today, with humility and hope, we bring those lessons, those systems, and that commitment to Kenya. Your Excellency, with our recycling and compost plant technology tailored for the African environment, we are setting up composting and recycling plants that recover up to 80% of municipal solid waste. In addition, we are addressing one of the toughest sanitation challenges by establishing fecal sludge and liquid waste treatment facilities. These plants will become critical infrastructure in urban and peri-urban communities, protecting public health and the environment. These are not just projects for us, they are partnerships and a shared dream of turning waste into opportunity. But our proudest achievement isn't the technology or infrastructure, it's the relationships we are building. We've walked side by side with our Kenyan partners, sharing knowledge, building capacity, and investing in people. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the President of Kenya, His Excellency President William Ruto, the Council of Governors, and the good people of Kenya for their unwavering support. We deeply value this collaboration that promotes development and strengthens the ties between our two great nations. Together with the people of Kenya, we are proving that African-led solutions can redefine the future of sustainability on our continent.
Thank you very much, Jospong, an African solution to an African problem. Thank you very much. Now let me invite Ambassador Sebastian Groth, the Ambassador of Federal Republic of Germany to Kenya, and who also sits in as the co-chairperson of the Devolution Donor Working Group. Karibu sana Balozi.
Asante sana Bwana MC, Your Excellency President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, Chairman of the Council of Governors Ahmed Abdullahi, my dear friend Gladys, Governor of Homa Bay, who is hosting us today, all the other governors, members of the Kenyan government. I've seen Waziri Opio, and his colleagues, PS, members of parliament, my fellow diplomats, good morning and hamjambo. It's a great honor to join you at this year's Devolution Conference, and I would like to congratulate all the decision makers that chose Homa Bay for this year. I come often to this region, to Kisumu, to Migori, Siaya, and Homa Bay, and the more often I come, the more I love the region, the people, and also the food. Ahero rech, gikuon, gi osuga. And I sincerely thank you for the invitation to this important gathering and for the opportunity to engage with you. It is my deep belief that the counties, the governors, the MCAs, the local administrations are the real champions of Kenya's evolved system of governance, and devolution truly has transformed Kenya in the last decade, bringing decision-making closer to communities and expanding opportunities for citizen engagement. From health to infrastructure to agriculture and climate resilience, the impact of devolution is tangible across the country. As development partners, we commend county governors and county assemblies for your leadership in advancing this transformative agenda. We also salute the Council of Governors and the State Department for Devolution, the Office of the Deputy President, for its vital role in fostering coordination among counties and the national government. The Devolution Conference is the central platform for recommitment to deepen and further develop devolution. And I think the theme of this year's gathering, For the People, for Prosperity, Devolution is a catalyst for equity, inclusion, and social justice, powerfully captures what is at stake. After more than a decade of institution building, time has come to focus on devolution's ultimate purpose, improving the lives of the citizens, of the Wananchi of this beautiful country of Kenya. And we have seen in the last month and 1.5 years the importance of listening to the voices of these Wananchis, especially the young people who are invested in the future of their country, and creating meaningful spaces for engagement and responsiveness, including and especially on the county level, remains essential to building trust and strengthening democratic governance. Germany, through our technical cooperation agency, GIZ and KfW, is pleased to co-chair the Devolution Donor Working Group together with UNDP. And as development partners in the devolution space, we, the Devolution Donor Working Group, we would like to highlight a number of critical areas to the further success of the devolution. Firstly, as partners, we are convinced that the timely transfer of funds from the national to county governments is essential. Reliable resource flows are essential for counties to effectively deliver on their mandates and meet citizens' expectations. And I can tell you from the German experience that we know that this is not a very easy task. We have very rich regions like Bavaria and poorer ones in the northeast of the country, and every year there's a struggle for resources because in our constitution we have an obligation to equilibrate the conditions of living in the whole country, but of course you give from the one and take from the one and give it to the others is always a very complex discussion, and also on the level of the federal government to the 16 regions that we have in Germany. But still it is essential for federalism or for devolution and decentralization. Secondly, we encourage increased efforts to generate own resource revenue with counties. Strengthening revenue collection systems is key to meeting development needs and reducing dependency on national allocations. And during the tour of the booth, we have seen very impressive technological advances that make it easier for the counties also to tap into these resources. Thirdly, we emphasize the importance of strengthening public financial management, transparency, and accountability. Responsible resource use is fundamental to delivering concrete results. And finally, we underline the need for meaningful public participation, especially by women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Their voices must be heard and included to ensure truly inclusive and responsive governance. Be assured governors, MCAs, National Government of Kenya, Your Excellency the President, of our cooperation and our willingness in pursuing these important priorities. Our commitment to supporting devolution and deepening this partnership with the counties is strong. For Germany, devolution is one of our development cooperation priority areas. We are active in basically all the counties with different initiatives. One of them is a very important one. It's called FLOCA. It should strengthen the climate resilience on the local level, and I will visit some of these projects tomorrow in Kisumu County. To conclude, let me thank you once again for this important gathering. We enter now 3 days of discussion and reflection. But let us remember, devolution is not an event. Devolution is a continuous process about strengthening institutions that deliver and that respond to citizens' needs, and about upholding a genuine partnership also between government and the people, and between government and counties and the development partners. It is in this process that I wish all attendees a successful and inspiring Devolution Conference 2025. Be assured that the partners remain committed. We will travel this journey together, and I'm very much looking forward to our cooperation. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana. Kamano.
Thank you very much, Balozi. Another round of appreciation for Balozi. Your Excellency, county assemblies play a very critical role in the devolution family, and I now want to invite the chairperson of the County Assemblies Forum, CAF, Honorable Seth Mwatela, to come and make his remarks, but also recognize the County Assemblies members present. Karibu sana, Bwana Speaker.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, distinguished leaders, fellow Kenyans, friends of devolution, on behalf of the County Assembly, allow me to begin by expressing our deepest gratitude to the Excellency, our President, the Senate, and the National Assembly. The recent passage, which is just today in the morning, of the County Public Finance Law Amendment Bill 2023, which we witnessed today in the morning, marks a historic turning point. This is a landmark legislation, Your Excellency, liberating the county assemblies from the executive dependency. It empowers us to fulfill our roles without fear or favor. Your Excellency, if I don't say this, the MCAs will discipline me. Your Excellency, this is a promise delivered, and we thank you. Your Excellency, the county assemblies are the heart of the soul of devolution. We are the most direct link between the government and the people. Our roles go beyond mere administration. They are fundamental to the success of devolution and the devolved governance. We are the ones who enact the law tailored to unique needs of our communities. And so far, it is important to note the county assemblies have enacted over 2,000 legislation since 2013. We have been providing oversight to ensure county executive is accountable and that the public funds are used wisely, and lastly, champion the interest of our constituents, ensuring their voice is heard and their concerns are addressed. Your Excellency, as we celebrate the devolution milestone, we must also acknowledge that there is more to be done to truly empower county assemblies and the people we serve. As County Assembly, we humbly request your support in the following critical areas. The first is the Ward Development Fund. The Ward Development Fund is the lowest unit in the development of our governance structure. The Constitution of Kenya is currently being amended to anchor CDF, NGAF, and the Senate. Oversight fund must be the oversight fund, but unfortunately, the Ward Development Fund was left out. We therefore request your support, together with the Senate and the National Assembly, to support so that we can secure the Ward Development Fund in the same amendment bill to ensure similar treatment is also accorded to the MCAs, just as the national legislators. This is not about us. It is not about us. It is about giving the MCAs the tool to address the development needs that at the ward level, ensuring that no community is left behind at the corners of this country. Your Honor, Our Excellency, the second is the pension for the MCAs. The work of an MCA is demanding, often taking a significant personal role. After years of service, our members deserve the security of dignity and dignified retirement. We appeal for your support in providing a comprehensive pension for the MCAs. The current legislation that has been forwarded to the National Assembly by the Senate does not address the pension needs of our members. Lastly, is to improve the remuneration of our members. We have engaged severally the SRC on many occasions and even developed a job evaluation for our members as agreed in March 2024. Our grading has never been done to reflect our job. We remain at the same level since inception of devolution, while other state officers, both at the county and the national level, have moved substantially. We therefore ask for your intervention to secure our remuneration commensurate to our constitutional duties. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we deliberate in the devolution conference, let us be bold in our resolution by reaffirming our commitment to oversight, accountability, and financial independence, not as mere aspiration, but as fundamental pillars of our democracy. The strength of devolution lies in strong, independence, and well-resourced counties. I want to stop there. I want to thank you, Your Excellency, the National Assembly, the Senate, and may God bless Kenya and the spirit of devolution. Asanteni sana, erokamano. Honorable members, I want to recognize all the honorable members from all the county assemblies. They can just stand so that we can recognize all of you. Your Excellency, I can assure you, we have 47 members from the county assemblies represented herein. We thank you and asante sana.
Let's appreciate the chairman of CAF. I now want to invite the Principal Secretary in State Department of Devolution, Michael Lenasalon, to come and make his remarks. Karibu sana Bwana PS.
Your Excellency, the President of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, CGH, Honorable Governors, Cabinet Secretaries, Principal Secretaries, Senators and Members of Parliament, Speakers and Members of County Assemblies, Development Partners, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Jodurua Maso, Umor, I'm honored to join you in Homa Bay, the county of endless potential, for the 9th Devolution Conference and the 2nd Biennial Conference, united under the powerful theme, for the people, for prosperity, devolution as a catalyst for equity, inclusion, and social justice. This year's theme resonates with the objects of devolution, which are fundamental ideas on which our devolved system of governance is anchored. Devolution is about equity, inclusion, and social justice. It is about ensuring that no Kenyan is left behind, regardless of their geographic location, gender, ethnicity, disability, status, or socio-economic background. Since inception, devolution has transformed our governance landscape. It has brought public services closer to the people, accelerated development at the grassroots level, especially for initially marginalized communities, and provided opportunities for participatory governance. Yet, as our sub-theme challenges us, we must now re-engineer county governments to go further. That means to innovate, collaborate, and dismantle the stubborn socio-economic divide that persists. This way, the potential of county governments shall be fully harnessed. Ladies and gentlemen, the State Department for Devolution remains committed to supporting the effective implementation of devolution by empowering county governments to deliver services optimally. One of the key initiatives that the State Department is currently implementing is the second Kenya Devolution Support Program. The program supports counties to improve service delivery, resource management, and institutional accountability. KDSP2 will help boost Kenya's fiscal sustainability by supporting mechanisms for enhancing county-owned source revenue management and improving public expenditure transparency and effectiveness. Additionally, the program is supporting the automation of various manual or government processes, including the automation of exchequer releases, revenue collection, and payroll management. The resultant systems such as human resource information system and digital revenue platforms will improve credibility and accountability of government processes and services. The manual processes have historically caused inefficiencies, translating to mismanagement of resources. KDSP2 will establish a performance management culture in counties. This will be supported through an integrated performance management framework and system standardization performance in government. Counties will be incentivized to undertake monitoring of performance contracts and cascading of the performance contracts to the lowest level. To strengthen participation of citizens in governance, the program aims to support the quality of citizen participation and feedback mechanism on service delivery, thereby improving the quality of life for the people of Kenya. The investment dashboards being supported by KDSP2 will facilitate the tracking of county projects implementation and provide an opportunity for real-time citizen feedback. Another key initiative by the State Department for Devolution is the Strengthening Good Governance in Kenya program. Together with other stakeholders and development partners, that is the EU and GIZ, SDD will employ innovative methods through incentivizing county government to instill the culture of good governance. Central to good governance is performance management, which must be rooted in credible evidence that guides county planning, priority setting, and decision making. Through this program, standards and norms that are critical to harmonization of service delivery across the devolved units will be established. Since citizens are the center of performance management, this program is supporting civic education to empower them in oversighting the government in service delivery. Additionally, the crucial role the county assemblies play in oversight, ensuring that resources are used as intended, will be strengthened by building their capacity in budget scrutiny. Ladies and gentlemen, the full potential of devolution calls for reimagining and rethinking governance through opportunities that are available all there with the advancement of technology. Firstly, I will list some of them: embedding performance culture, institutionalizing performance management across county operations, and linking budget execution directly to service delivery outcomes. Secondly, creating climate smart cities, utilizing satellite monitoring for urban planning compliance. Your Excellency, the human resource alone is not enough. So we need also to leverage on technology and also transforming waste management systems into circular economies, as already outlined by previous speakers. Scaling wetland and river restoration, like the model, Nairobi River model, which is on track and very effective. Your Excellency, the rule book for cities should also be re-engineered, because with a big rule book, then, for example, the Nairobi Rivers, the vision and the citizen involvement and the action is just what's needed, not the. So the governance needs also to be re-engineered for the county cities. Advancing agricultural innovation. 3, establishing county-based food production systems, ecosystems, and implementing spatial planning for sustainable land use. 4, democratizing healthcare access, deploying AI and Internet of Things diagnostics at lower level hospitals, and leveraging drone logistics for medical supply chains, as we have seen in Homa Bay. Realizing this collective vision requires creating frameworks for county innovation funds, facilitating public-private co-creation platforms, and strengthening citizen engagement through open governance tools. This conversation continues with enhancing coordination of national devolution programs, peer learning, and multi-stakeholder technical support frameworks for the people, for prosperity, and for collective future. Asanteni sana na Mungu abariki.
Asante sana, tumpigie makofi Bwana PS. I now want to take this opportunity to invite the host senator, Senator Moses Kajwang, to come and make his remarks. Karibu Bwana Senator.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, the Speaker of the Senate, Excellency Governors and Deputy Governors, Members of Parliament, my colleagues from the Senate, Members of County Assembly, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have a big and beautiful speech here, but I will request that I table it so that it forms part of the records of this devolution conference. And then I will utilize this opportunity just to welcome you to Homa Bay County with great pride, with great pleasure, with great privilege. 3 years ago, you would never have imagined that Homa Bay could host a devolution conference. Indeed, it's almost exactly 3 years ago since Gladys Wanga was elected the governor. And when we sat in that hall waiting for the results to come, we said, by the way, one day we could host a devolution conference. And I thought it would happen in her 2-term, not in her 1-term. And it has come sooner, earlier than we expected. And this morning, when I was going through the Bible, I reflected on an interesting conversation between Nathaniel and Philip. It is in the book of John. Philip tells Nathaniel that a good thing has happened in Nazareth. And Nathaniel, being the cynic, asks, what good can come out of Nazareth? And Philip responds, come and see. What good can come out of Homa Bay? I am glad that you have come, and I am sure that you have seen that this county is truly the county of endless potential. And it is not just our human resource. You have seen our natural resources, the beauty of our land, how productive it is. I know the land brokers in the room are seeing the potential. My friend, the chair of this committee organizing the conference, Governor Kahiga, has promised that he's coming back with land brokers from Nyeri to split the land into small 50 by 100 and then to sell. Of course, there is so much here that we cannot exploit ourselves as sons and daughters of Homa Bay. And so we are open. We welcome all Kenyans. We welcome all Africans, including our brothers from Ghana. We welcome the development partners. Homa Bay is open for business. Kenya is open for business. Each of our 47 counties is beautiful. Good things do not only come from Homa Bay. Sometimes we look upon the small endowments that God has given us. The potatoes from Nyandarua, the rice from Kirinyaga, the gold in Migori, the savorite in Taita Taveta, where my friend Mwadime has a problem with the girls. He says the short ones are quarrelsome, but he has told me that he has apologized on that slip of the tongue. The oil in Turkana, each of our 47 counties has got something good, just the same way something good came out of Nazareth. Your Excellency, when you talked of the bottom-up economic transformation model, I believe that devolution would be the channel for delivering development bottom-up, delivering development to the grassroots, and it still remains the surest way of empowering the people and empowering communities. Your Excellency, I don't want to say much. The Speaker of the Senate is present and will make the formal presentation and will also introduce the senators present because he's the head of the institution. The Governor of Homa Bay is present and she will also introduce and acknowledge all the leaders who have come from Homa Bay County. All the elected members of Parliament, National Assembly and Senate from Homa Bay are here. We have given Governor Gladys Wanga full, unlimited and unconditional support. And that is why she has been able to host Madaraka Day and host devolution conference with so much success. Allow me to apologize if there has been any indiscretion, if there's been anywhere or in any way we have fallen short of your expectation. I apologize on behalf of the people of Homa Bay. For a long time, this county, this region, has been the black sheep of the family called Kenya. Past governments have looked at this region, have looked at this county with the cynicism of Nathaniel, and they've always asked, what good can come from Nyanza? What good can come from the people of Homa Bay? And what good can come from the people of Luoland? Perhaps I might not tell them to come and see, but I will tell them to wait and see. Because President Ruto, you have made it your business to come and find out the good in this region. And you have just not been talking, you have done things. When you drive around this Homa Bay town, for those who are here for the first time, 3 years ago, we didn't have 90% of the tarmac you are seeing here. 3 years ago, we didn't have 90% of some of the public infrastructure you are seeing here. We thank you, Your Excellency. Good things will come from Homa Bay. Just wait and see. That's all the politics I'm doing today. And when it comes to matters of policy, I will allow the Speaker of the Senate to do so. But Your Excellency, just allow me, because the Devolution Donor Working Group have spoken, I thought they would talk about how fast we process some of the instruments that are required to draw on donor support. I want to commit and I want to promise the Devolution Donor Working Group that we have had a conversation as a Senate, and we had that conversation with CS Mbadi last week, that we must find a more efficient way of processing conditional and unconditional grants so that counties can draw on them in a timeous manner. Your Excellency, I'm glad that in this financial year, we never fought over DORA. DORA was assented to on the 30th of June. Perhaps that's a record, because in the first year of DORA, we even had to go to court. This gentleman here called Sang is the one who led us to court, and it was very contentious. For the first time, the formula for allocation of revenue amongst county governments was not contentious. It was passed very fast. For the first time, CARA has been processed very swiftly, and CS Mbadi had assured us that counties would start getting money. Good things are happening in Jerusalem. To the county assemblies, the President has assented to a bill which was privately sponsored by Senator for Meru, the Deputy Speaker. Senator Kathuri is the originator of that bill that has provided autonomy to county assemblies. Mr. President, again, history has been made that bills have been assented to in Homa Bay. For the first time, I don't know whether that has ever happened before, something good is happening in Nazareth. To the governors, our friends, we will continue to fight for additional resources to counties because we believe that money is not personal money. It is money that goes to the people. We in the Senate call for greater efficiency, greater focus on service. We must have a conversation with a few of our friends or a few counties which are beginning to look like payroll stations rather than development centers. That is a conversation that we must have. And finally, to my friends in Parliament, we must hold the executive to account. Parliament is not a branch of the executive. We must be bold, whether the experts are our friends or not. We have passed legislation, and Your Excellency, if you look at even the health laws, the Senate passed the 4 laws when you are sitting in Turkana. We went for Senate Mashinani in Turkana. We are the ones who have passed the legislation. So we should not be mourning like the common man, yet we are the ones who came up with the framework. Our job is to call the ministers. And Your Excellency, if Duale cannot fix this thing, if Olunga cannot fix this thing, if Dr. Nyikal, chairing the health committee, cannot fix this thing, then we've got a problem somewhere. We must make these things work. It is our duty, it is our responsibility. They are laws that we passed, and we must make sure that it works. To the Council of Governors, I can also promise you a proper thrashing at the next devolution conference. May God be with you, and may you enjoy, and it's a thrashing in football. It's in football, let me qualify that. And may you enjoy the beauty and the warmth of Homa Bay County. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Senator Kajwang, one of the most popular senators among governors. It's now my humble responsibility to invite our host, Governor, Her Excellency Governor Gladys Wanga. Let's appreciate Wanga. She has pulled Kenya to Homa Bay. Karibu sana, Gladys.
Thank you very much, Governor Sang. Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Jaffa Kingi, the governors present, led by the Chair of the Council of Governors, His Excellency FCPA Ahmed Abdullahi, the Vice Chair, His Excellency Mutai Kahiga, members of Parliament, Senate and the National Assembly are present, Cabinet Secretaries and Principal Secretaries, members of the Judiciary, Constitutional Commissions and Independent Officers present, Deputy Governors, County Executive Committee members, members of county assemblies and speakers, members of the Diplomatic Corps, development partners, private sector, academia and civil society, my one and only first gentleman there, Mr. Wanga, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. God is good. I'm really, really delighted to welcome you all to Homa Bay. Your Excellency, when Governor Sang was talking about how governors lost to the Senate yesterday, we didn't only lose the match, I also lost my voice in the process of cheering the governors who are not winning anyway, after all. Your Excellency, allow me to introduce the local leaders present here. This hosting would not have been possible without the support of the leadership of this county, of this region, both in the National Assembly, Senate, and County Assembly. So I'd ask those members to please rise so that I can introduce you and just acknowledge you. Members of Parliament from the region, this hosting is not for Homa Bay alone. It is for this entire region. We have Honorable Rosa Buyu, MP for Kisumu West, Honorable Dr. Ivo Bara, MP for Kabondo Kasipul, Honorable Whip of the National Assembly, Honorable Millie Mabona, MP for Suba North, Honorable Peter Francis Masara, Member of Parliament for Suna West, Honorable Dr. Christine Ombaka, Member of Parliament for Siaya County, Honorable Fatuma Mohammed, Member of Parliament for Migori County, Honorable Martin Owino, Ward Chief, Member of Parliament for Ndiwa, Honorable Dipo Okwome, Member of Parliament for Karachuonyo, Honorable Dr. Joyce Osogo Bensuda, Member of Parliament for Homa Bay County, Honorable Mark Nyamita, Member of Parliament for Wiri, Honorable Sarah Tandi, Chair of Budget Committee and Member of Parliament for Alego Usonga, Honorable Peter Opondokaluma, our host MP for Homa Bay Town Constituency, Honorable Catherine Muma, Senator nominated from Kisumu County, Honorable Senator Eddie Okech, Senator for Migori County, Honorable Senator for Homa Bay, who has spoken, Senator Kajuang, Honorable Dr. Lillian Gogo, Member of Parliament for Rangwe. Thank you very much. Please be seated. I saw our majority leader and speaker in the crowd there. Honorable Speaker of the County Assembly of Homa Bay, Polika Pokombo, and Honorable Majority Leader Ogindo Tipo. Your Excellency, it is my profound honor to welcome you to the Lake County of Homa Bay, the county of endless potential. We are privileged to host the 9th Devolution Conference 2025, a vibrant platform for innovation and measuring progress for devolution in Kenya. In line with the theme of the conference, for the people, for prosperity, we sincerely thank the Council of Governors, my colleague governors, for the opportunity to host DevCon 2025. It was not an easy decision, but we thank you for believing in Homa Bay, despite the fact that we might have been considered one of the counties that may be too small to host. We thank you for the vote of confidence. Your Excellency, allow me at this very early opportunity to thank you immensely for your partnership in transforming Homa Bay County to make it a county that could be considered to host this conference. As Senator Kajuang has correctly pointed out, a lot of the transformation in this county has happened in the last 3 years. Your Excellency, when you first visited Homa Bay on 16th, on an official development tour on 16th of January 2023, 3/4 of the development that we are seeing in Homa Bay County was not here. Your Excellency, at that point in time, there was no broad-based government, there was no partnership. I was an opposition governor. You were the president of the Republic. To the people of Homa Bay, you had no intention of leaving Homa Bay or any other part of this country behind simply because of how we voted in the election in which you are elected as President of the Republic of Kenya. Excellency, in partnership with the national government. Excellency, today as we drove to the county headquarters and we were coming back, I could see 2 lines of vehicles on one side and 2 lines of vehicles on the other side. The dueling of the main highway in this Homa Bay town, which would have about Your Excellency because of your support. Whether it's the lakefront, I invite all delegates to go and have a sumptuous meal of fish. The transformation of that has been because of the partnership that we have had together. Your Excellency, all the roads and infrastructure that we see in this town and beyond. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your partnership. And I'd like to say to all the delegates here, Karibuni sana Homa Bay, Arwako u Homa Bay County. Your Excellency, in reflecting on our journey, 15 years ago, devolution was enshrined in the Constitution 2010 as a transformative force to bring development and services closer to Kenyans. If devolution were a person, it would be a spirited teenager, vibrant, curious, and occasionally challenging. The impact of devolution is undeniable, with stories of progress written across our 47 counties. Devolution is a key pillar of our Constitution, and it is befitting that this DevCon is held here in Homa Bay, the home of Dr. Odhiambo Mbai, the architect of the Devolution Committee during the constitutional review exercise. And Your Excellency, we thank you because this morning you met the family of Dr. Odhiambo Mbai as we unveiled a plaque, a commemorative plaque at the Arboretum. Our task is to make devolution work for all Kenyans, deliver equity, inclusion, and social justice, closing the socio-economic divide, delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals of leaving no one behind. As we celebrate devolution during DEFCON, we celebrate the national unity and diversity of Kenya as one nation. And I'd also like to thank you, Your Excellency, President and Right Honorable Raila Odinga, for consistently demonstrating transformational leadership for celebrating devolution. When I assumed office in August 2022, I knew the public expected results as I ran on a Genoa manifesto of hope. Results not just in infrastructure, but in tangible services and opportunities for Homa Bayans. Our pro-people, word-based programs have touched many households. Your Excellency, this morning as you visited our stand, at the Homa Bay stand, you saw that we were celebrating 96 days, straight days, of no single mother lost in Homa Bay due to maternal mortality. Your Excellency, this is due to the intensive programs that we have invested together with your government in community health promoters, coming all the way to a robust SHAP program, Your Excellency, and an MPDSR program, a weekly for partnership with the Council of Governors. Every Tuesday,
Excellency the Governor, this is the parade mounted by staff from Moi Girls High School Syndrome, ready for your inspection.
And help themselves, and I'm really, really proud that the 96th day has reached without us. Excellency, you recently signed the partnership agreement for trade with the European Union. With CAIPS and improved productivity of the agricultural value chain, we can enhance the trade volumes. Kenya is trading far lower volumes compared to countries in Africa. The answer lies in 50-50 sharing of the agriculture funds. The national government charged with policy should take 50%, leaving 50% to counties to revolutionize agriculture for food security, agro-processing, job creation, and enhancing farmers' incomes, thus fighting poverty. Your Excellency, we need to worry about powering investments like the Riwa Special Economic Zone. The nuclear power project to be implemented in Siaya will be a game changer for the entire region and country. Expected to supply reliable, affordable, and sustainable power for economic growth. We support the nuclear power project's full implementation for the future of the whole region. Nuclear power will support our agro-processing agenda, powering investments and industries that we need for job creation. Distinguished guests, Homa Bay is a model of devolution's potential. Let me share on 3 critical success factors for our county. One is the unity for the county leadership. You heard the senator say that we all work together as a team to move our county forward. Second is support of the county assembly. And third, the secret of partnerships, from the national government to development partners, to the private sector, to the civil society. We are a county of partnerships, and we thank all our partners present here today. The story of Homa Bay is the story of devolution. A little-known county, Mwisho wa Lami, is hosting DevCon. This is the story of each of our 47 counties, and this is the story that we want for Kenya as we engage in the next few days. My apologies, Your Excellency, and have to punish the governors who are not playing too well and made me cheer too. In implementation, we have revitalized Homa Bay, positioning it as a hub for business and investment with ambition to achieve city status in the next decade. Our lakefront development, including upgrading of the Homa Bay Pier, supported by the national government, is drawing visitors to the Bay of Enterprise. We have strategically relocated our new county headquarters to Arujo, Your Excellency, which you opened this morning. The county headquarters is we have in partnership with the County Pensions Fund, based on Article 207 of the Constitution and our tenant purchase agreement. The headquarters is part of our larger vision to make Homa Bay a city, to clear out the lakefront of administrative offices, take them up and leave them for hospitality, in line with our vision to become the Cape Town of Kenya, with Your Excellency, in closing, in the spirit of inclusion, as part of our pre-conference, we had a very, very strong and candid youth baraza with our youth that were supported from all across the country by Shofco and Shofco, who are present here today. Your Excellency, they have generated points of a memorandum and a communique, which at the appropriate time, they will hand over to the appropriate place, Your Excellency. I thank Shofco for ensuring that we have brought our youth on board. We also did launch our youth policy yesterday, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, as the home of Gor Mahia, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Harambee Stars for their impressive performance so far in the matches, Your Excellency. I'd like to thank you for motivating them and supporting them. We all wish we were players, because in the next couple of weeks we would all have been great millionaires. But Your Excellency, we congratulate Harambee Stars and we thank you for nurturing sport in the country. Let me take this opportunity to once again welcome you all to Homa Bay. Please do enjoy yourselves. Don't restrict yourself to the conference venue alone. We have there, we have the islands of Rusinga, we have the Love Island of Takawiri for those who came with their better halves. We have the Ruma National Park, we have Simbi Crater Lake, we have the Bala Hot Springs. There will be people to direct you to enjoy your experience in Homa Bay. Thank you very much and God bless you.
Another super applause for our host, Sana Governor Wanga. It's now my honor to invite the our Vice Chair, who also happened to have been the chairman of the city, to come and give us a status on action points for the 2023 Devolution Conference and introduce the steering committee. Karibu sana Kaiga, Daktari Kaiga, Governor Nyeri.
Thank you very much, our whip, Governor Sang. Your Excellency, Honorable William Samoei Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya, the Honorable Amason Kingi, Speaker of the Senate, Excellency Governors and Deputy Governors, Cabinet Secretaries, Honorable Members of the Senate and National Assembly, representatives of national commissions and independent offices, leaders of Homa Bay County and the Greater Nyanza region, ambassadors and high commissioners, principal secretaries, county assemblies, all national government and county government representatives, private sector and representatives and development partners, international delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of the entire 2025 Devolution Conference Steering Committee, I take this opportunity to welcome Your Excellency, President William Ruto, to the 9th Devolution Conference and the 2nd Biannual Conference. I also take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to my fellow governors who are present with their deputies and respective counties. Your immense support to make Devolution Conference 2025 a reality is appreciated. To all the national executive representing this conference, your presence in Homa Bay County is proof that Kenya's devolved system of governance is consultation, cooperation, collaboration, and coordination. I know that the legislature at both levels of government is here too. Your voices in the anticipated discussions will be crucial, since for us to entrench equity, inclusion, and social justice, the powers must be distributed to the lowest levels and reach the most vulnerable of populations. Your Excellency, this year, the participation of the civil society organizations has been much more than previous conferences. This was deliberate. This event can begin to be more inclusive. I am confident that this year many diverse voices will be heard and that our committee will capture varied resolutions and bring more institutions at the implementation table. At this time, allow me, Your Excellency, to recognize the team that led the preparations of this year's conference. Kindly, when I mention your name, wherever you are, just stand, and I will ask the auditorium to clap for you. The esteemed steering committee was chaired by myself, and its membership comprised of Governor Gladys Wanga, Senator Catherine Muma, thank you, Senator Beatrice Ogola, the Principal Mr. Michael Enasalon, the Honorable Chege Mwaura, Secretary General of the County Assemblies Forum, Ms. Gloria Wawera, Chief Executive Officer of the National Council, Youth Council, and Mr. Tom Were of ACT. Allow me to also recognize the Chair of the Planning Committee, Ms. Mary Muiti, the CEO of COG, and I convey immense gratitude to the institutions who participated in preparations. Asanteni sana, and like they say here, erokamano. Your Excellency, it will be, I don't mention that the conference was planned, executed fully by our indomitable staff at the Council of Governors, and I appreciate all. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to deliver this progress report on behalf of the governors regarding the implementation of the communique adopted at the first biannual devolution conference held between the 15th to the 19th August in Uasin Gishu County under the theme 10 years of devolution, the present and the future. I will highlight just in implementation of the 2023 resolutions. First is the coordination in project and program implementation. Your Excellency of the Deputy President is working with ministries, departments, and agencies to synchronize the interventions of different government entities to eliminate duplication and enhance efficiency. The Presidential Economic Transformation Secretariat, the PETS, has undertaken a comprehensive review across all sectors to align them with national priorities. The synchronization and identification of these projects to the ward level has great silos and enhanced coordination. Automation and digitalization of services was the second one, and county governments have automated services in Murang'a, Kisumu, Makueni, and counties have fully automated their services, while other counties have partially done. The e-citizen has brought together over 16,000 government services, and this comprehensive integrates services from more than 100 ministries, counties, departments, streamlining access for citizens and residents across Kenya. The third one was own source revenue, collected Kenya shillings 58.95 billion in the financial year 2023-24, which is 72.5% of their target, the highest revenue performance in 11 years. 10 counties surpassed their OSR targets financial year 2023-24. All the 47 counties are currently automating their revenue systems to enhance transparency, leakages in revenue collection. On number 5, which is transfer of county functions, the unbundled functions were gazetted notice number 219 dated 16th December 2024. What remains pending is the costing process, which will pave way for adequate resourcing of county functions. On legislation of land and bridging the gender gap in land ownership, the National Land Information System, dubbed ADISASA, was successfully rolled out in Nairobi County, Mombasa Island, and Mombasa County, and some parts of Murang'a County. Governments have also established land information management systems like Kajiado, Makueni, and Murang'a counties. The Adi Haki Mob app in Taita County and the mobile-based reporting tool in Kakamega County are some of the innovative interventions implemented within the 2-year period to get real-time data on women's land tenure issues. Kakamega, Busia, and Mombasa counties, in partnership with Athi Kwa Kina Mama, AKMA project led by We Effect, implemented a project aimed at women's access to land rights by establishing safe spaces for grassroots land rights defense reporting period. And the other one is strengthening primary health care and community health services. 227 primary care networks are and the National Treasury has included the community health promoter stipends in the additional allocations to county government from national government's share revenue in the financial year 2024-25. The Cabinet Directive of 21st January mergers of health programs to avoid duplication, and we thank you, Your Excellency. We are creating a conducive environment for the out business. The government has developed the Creative Economic Support Bill 2024 and is currently at the participation stage. Further, to boost local talent and earning, Nairobi County has initiated programs to support artists and content creators, providing affordable access to public spaces for performance and exhibitions. This includes subsidized fees and streamlined permit process. Street photography and street dancing are now permitted. Mombasa County, on the other hand, has several care hubs, including the Mombasa Innovation Hub, Swahili Port Hub, Jukwa Arts, among others. On forestry and tree growing, the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry has undertaken mapping of both tree and forest cover in the country to inform the tree growing targets of achieving 30% by 2032. Ladies and gentlemen, I applaud all stakeholders and partners who facilitated the full implementation of the 2023 communique. Any ongoing efforts must be concluded. The full matrix containing the status of all the 2023 solutions can be accessed at the Marifa Center, the knowledge hub for COG. To maintain momentum, we must strengthen intergovernmental to fast-track pending legislation. Resource allocation. There is also need to deepen engagement with the private sector to bridge gaps. Number 20, let us recommit to this collective endeavor, ensuring that the resolutions of the devolution 2025 will continue to build on the progress we have witnessed and spurs to greater heights in championing devolution. I wish all of the delegates a welcome at this conference. Thank you very much.
Let's appreciate our chairman of the steering committee, Governor Kaiga. At this point, I want to invite Governor Murang'a and showcase a county innovation as the technical team also prepare the a video that will come shortly after. Karibu, Governor Irungu Kang'ata.
Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto, my fellow governors, led by the Chair and our Vice, and the host Governor, the other colleagues, senators, and also every other protocol established, including the county assembly. Allow me to, there's a request made that Murang'a showcases various innovation in technology. Whoever has the system, put them up. Your Excellency, Murang'a County has automated various systems through our own internal staff. The first innovation was in revenue collection. On your left side are various revenue streams, whether market, quarrying, land, vet services. So that then means if you pay, we see this payment live data. So that is where you see the various collected data. For example, you can be able to know how many vehicles have been parked in Murang'a County at any given time, how much money has been paid. Next slide is a single business permit and liquor. So if you own a business in Murang'a, you go to the internet, you apply your permit. You don't have to come to the county headquarters to pay for single business permit or liquor license. The third one, Your Excellency, is a land management system. Anyone who wants to pay for building permit, lease, subdivision, transfer application of any sort, again, you go onto the internet, you loading your documents, including your architectural designs. We process this via internet, and then you print your document. Go home, and you're able to see how much money has come to the county of Murang'a. The other one, Your Excellency, is on fleet management. Murang'a County, just like ours, has about 100 motor vehicles. So we put this system to monitor where they are. So if you overspeed, we're able to monitor you. If you enter into a pub, we just send a text and the vehicle stalls. We are able, if there is an accident, we can play back. You are on the right track, you are overspeeding, and we are able to get that evidence. This has led to the reduction of number of accidents and also improved drivers' behavior. The other one is Inua Mkulima. Your Excellency, this one was made in partnership with Cooperative Bank of Kenya, where we give our farmers, those who are in milk and mango, subsidy money, so that when they go to a pre-qualified shop, they redeem certain farm inputs. For example, animal feeds, even foodstuff. So it is a technology that is mobile. So when you go to a certain shop, this is the card we give them. So you give it, if you are a member of that program, your money will be deducted, which has been in that e-wallet. That supports milk and mango value chains in Murang'a. The other one is file management. This is our own internal system in the county government. We have another one for hospitals. We are able to now know patients are visiting our health facilities at any given time. We have about 150 facilities. So, for instance, now you can see we have 487 patients now. In the middle part, that is the diseases that have taken them there. At the end, they've paid us today, whether by M-Pesa or SHA claims. This system was made together with the Ministry of Health, and I thank Mr. Jared, because he's currently in all 157 medical facilities. Allow me to end there because they are many, but just to give what are the downside or the problems we encounter. Number one is unstable internet. We hope that our service provider will be able to internet. Secondly is unstable power. We have been compelled to now solarize our health facilities so that when we have a problem with the grid, our systems continue functioning. Thank you.
A round for applause to Irungu Kangata. It's now my pleasure to invite Right Honorable Speaker of the Senate, Amason Nge, to come and make his remarks and address us. Karibu sana Bwana Speaker. And he will also have the opportunity to introduce the members of Parliament and the National Assembly present.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, in the interest of time, allow me to adopt the protocols established by the speakers who spoke before me. Your Excellency, before I make my brief remarks, allow me to introduce the team from the Senate, and I hope my eyesight won't fail me. We'll start with the Deputy Speaker and Senator for Meru County, the Honorable Senator Kathu, the host Senator, Senator Kajwang Moses Otieno, the for Nandi, Senator Samson Cherargei Kiprotich, Dr. Boni Khalwale, Senator for Kakamega, Senator Faki Munye, Senator for Mombasa, Senator Eddie Okech for Migori, Senator Katma Muyeka, Senator Maureen Tabitha Mutinda, Senator Hamida Ali Kibwan, Senator Julius Murgo, Senator Montate Batuli, Senator Kisang, Senator Esther Anyeni Okenyuri, Senator Beth Siengo Kalunda, Senator Jackson Dago, Senator Danson Buya Mungatana of Tana River, Senator Abbas, Senator Mbugua. Those are the senators with us here today. Further, Your Excellency, before I make my short remarks, I have been given a request that I should place before you. With your generosity, Your Excellency, that has been witnessed by Kenyans for the past couple of weeks, where you extended some appreciation to the Harambee Stars for every match that they win. The Senate team, having beaten the governors, they are wishing to be considered in that appreciation token. The team comprises of 16 members. If that is agreeable, Your Excellency, I may pass by the State Lodge to collect 16 million for the team. And I know it's possible. Thank you, Your Excellency. Distinguished participants, I join you with pride today as a firm believer in our country's most transformative governance shift since independence. That is devolution. We gather here to mark 14 years of the birth of devolved governance, a constitutional promise to bring government closer to the people and to ensure equitable development and to reverse decades of centralization. As partners in the devolution space, our gathering here today and this entire week is not a matter of routine, but a national obligation. For devolution is about every lives of our people. The theme of the conference, that is for the people, for prosperity, devolution and as a catalyst for equity and social justice, is not just a slogan. It is a call to action and resonates with the realities of our time. It reminds us that devolution is not about systems or structures. It is about people. About the mother in Turkana, who now accesses maternal health care at a local health facility. It is about Homa Bay County accessing vocational training. It is about the farmer in Embu receiving extension services without having to travel to Nairobi. Sub-theme, re-engineering county governments to accelerate development and bridge the socio-economic divide, demands that we go beyond the ordinary. It demands that we make counties leaner, smarter, responsive, and people-centered. It is a call to disrupt mediocrity, embrace technology, promote innovation, and be accountable stewards of the public trust. Your Excellency, we promulgated the Constitution of Kenya in 2010 and operationalized it in 2013. We reimagined a Kenya, no village, no Kenyan will be left behind. We moved away from a centralized, top-down approach that had for decades much inequalities and deepened inequalities. In its place, we embrace a model of governance that is participatory, inclusive, and closer to people. And while the journey has not been perfect, it has been profoundly transformational. Healthcare services, once centralized and overstretched, and reach of millions. County governments have constructed over 1,000 health centers, recruited thousands of health workers, and enhanced immunization coverage and maternal health. Infrastructure development has flourished. Counties have built thousands of kilometers of rural roads, farmers to access markets and people to move with ease. Early childhood education, water provision, agricultural services, and local economic development all have experienced rejuvenation because of county-level and execution. Above all, citizen participation in governance has deepened. Today, a resident of Wajir, Nyandarua, or Vihiga has a say in how resources are allocated in their ward, an unthinkable reality 2 decades. At the heart of these gains, Your Excellency, stands the Senate, the constitutional protector of counties and their government, as proclaimed in Article 96 of our Constitution. In line with its mandate, the Senate has recorded the following milestones. It has paid close to Kenya shilling 4 trillion cumulatively to counties through the Division of Revenue County Allocation Revenue Acts. Oversighted the use of these funds through the standing committees of the Senate. It has championed legislation that have empowered counties, enabling them to cooperate efficiently. The Public Finance Laws Amendment Act, a key legislation that guarantees financial autonomy to our county assemblies and further their role of oversight, legislation, and representation at the county level, has finally become a reality after Your Excellency did assent to it this morning. We thank you for that. It is no doubt, Your Excellency, that without the Senate, devolution would be a shell. With the Senate, devolution has become a shield for the aspiration of many Kenyans. Indeed, at this juncture, allow me to thank for working tirelessly in building consensus to navigate very complicated tasks as they execute their mandates. A good example is the collective effort and team spirit that characterized the debate and passing of the sharing formula for counties for the year 2025, 2026 to 2029, 2030. This was a profound departure from the past when such an exercise was riddled with acrimony, laced with political differences. Your Excellency, yet even as we celebrate these achievements, we must confront the hard truths mirrored in the following reasons. These are the threats to devolution. 1, corruption and weak accountability systems in some counties continue to threaten and erode public trust in devolution. Failure, regrettably so, failure by some governors to heed invitation by the Senate to come to the Senate to account for the resources funds not only erodes the good working relationship within the devolution family, but also is detrimental to the goals of devolution. Regrettably, Your Excellency, we have seen cases where Senate committees have had counter hostilities when they visit counties in exercise of the oversight mandate. Very regrettable. Duplication of rules and power structure and county governments undermine efficiency and cooperative governance. Inadequate on-source revenue mobilization by counties has left them over-dependent on the exchequer, limitation and self-reliance. Wrangles within the county assemblies, which sabotages work delivery. Your Excellency, a case in point is the of Nyamira, where at some point we had 2 county assemblies, 2 clerks and 2 speakers. Delayed disbursements of funds to counties and politicization of county development, which often sidelines community needs. Your Excellency, to secure the next decade of devolution, we must act decisively and collectively to deal with these threats. Participants, devolution was never meant to be a destination. It is a continuous journey, one that requires vigilance, courage, and commitment. Let us not allow short-term political interest to dilute the long-term vision of equitable development. Let us recommit to the devolution dream by ensuring it lives and blossoms in every village and every heart. For the greatness of a nation lies not in the glitter of its capital and its urban centers, but in the dignity of its villages. May God bless our and may God richly bless our land. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Tumpigie makofi Bwana Speaker. I now want to invite our chair, FCPA Mohamed Abdullahi, to come and make and in turn invite His Excellency the President. Karibu Bwana Chairman. Tumpigie makofi Bwana Chairman.
Thank you very much, our whip. Your Excellency, I will ride on the protocols already observed before me, but I just want to, before my speech, ask the deputy governors, because I think other groups have been asked to, have been appreciated, to also stand so that we know the deputy governors who are here. We can appreciate you in totality, deputy governors. Much, please let's appreciate our deputy governors who are here. Your Excellency, when my sister was here, Gladys Wanga, host governor, I think because of the small element of stage fright that we all have and the fact that we're putting her under pressure to save on time, she introduced her deputy governor. I think he also didn't stand up when the other leaders stood up. So on her behalf, I apologize and recognize and appreciate the deputy governor of Oyugi Magwaga. Your Excellency, I also want to presence of our CS Opio Wandai. CS, you can just stand up. Now, with that, Your Excellency, because not all governors will have an opportunity to come and stand up here, I'll be the last one speaking. I want to ask all the governors to stand up. Excellency governors, host governor, she stood and spoke. My vice chair was also here, Dr. Mutahi Kahiga, our WIPOS, our MC here, Steve Sang. Then we have my immediate former boss. She is Chair Emeritus, Governor of Kirinyaga. We have the Governor of Tharaka Nithi, Governor Muthomi Njuki, Governor His Excellency Ochilo Ayako of Migori, Governor Nadhif Adam Jama of Governor Kiari Badlisha of Nyandarua, Governor Mohammed Khalif Mandera, Speaker Emeritus, Governor of Bungoma Kenneth Lusaka, colleague FCPF Fernandez Barasa, Governor of Kakamega, Governor of Busia County, Governor Patrick Olentutu of Narok, Ahmed Ali, Marsabit County, Governor Orengo James, Siaya County, Professor Hilary Barchok of Bomet, Governor and Benjamin Cheboy of Baringo County, our sister Governor Ses Limbarire of Embu, Governor Amos Nyaribo, Nyamira, and Governor and Kachapin of West Pokot. Oh yes, Governor Wilba Otichilo, Vihiga, Governor Julius Malombe, Kitui, Governor James Irungu of Laikipia, and Governor Kangat, who was here with some innovation a while back. I thank you all, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, Your Excellency, the Right Honorable Amos Kingi, Speaker of the Senate, all the governors here present, and I will ride on the protocols thus far established, all delegates attending Evolution Conference 2025. On behalf of the Council of Governors, I take this opportunity to welcome His Excellency the President, the Honorable Dr. William Samoei Ruto, and all our distinguished guests and delegates to the 9th Devolution Conference and the 2nd Biennial Devolution Conference. As they say here in Homa Bay County, Warwako Uduto. All welcome. This year, our discussions will focus on 3 key themes of equity, inclusion, and social justice. In the past, our country has witnessed citizen protests triggered by, among others, the finance bill, youth unemployment issues, and governance concerns. The continent and the world watched as our young people, popularly known as the Gen Zs, marched in major states of the country, demanding for their voices to be heard. It's sad, of course, also that they were politically infiltrated. Indeed, the theme of the conference, for the people, for prosperity, for the people, for prosperity, devolution as a catalyst for equity, inclusion, and social justice, is meant to spur deep conversations on how governments can position themselves as the implementers and champions of these 3 democratic tenets of inclusion, equity, and social justice. This year, as we host the conference, with a difference, the addition of side events that will be hosted by a myriad of partners, including government agencies, civil society organizations, the private sector, and development partners, will bring us voices as possible to the conversation. I invite all the delegates to carefully peruse the program and purpose to attend the side events which will run of the conference. I'd like to sincerely thank the team that led to the preparations of this year's conference, all the members of the esteemed steering committee, which traditionally, Your Excellency, is chaired by the Vice Chair of the Council. This year it was chaired by Dr. Iga, my Vice. I'd also like to acknowledge the planning committee led by the CEO of Council. They go through sleepless nights to deliver to 12,000 delegates, Asanteni sana. I'd also like to recognize the presence of our international delegates this year. We have guests joining us from different parts of the world. Also, they were represented on top here by the Jospong group of Ghana, who are displaying waste management. 2010, Your Excellency and distinguished delegates, Kenya has promulgated a new constitution for themselves, containing regarded as one of the most radical shifts in governance the world has ever seen. Some have called the format of the devolution experimental. The new system created distinct and yet independent governance through the national government and 47 county governments, which are constitutionally mandated to deliver on key services through locally elected leadership and representation. We are all in agreement, all of us here, that devolution, notwithstanding its challenges, real and perceived, remains an exemplary case of meaningful reform and the best gift that Kenyans accorded themselves in 2010. The main purpose of devolution was creating units that would secure equitable distribution of development, that every Kenyan is then guaranteed a dignified and a quality life with access to public goods such as healthcare, water, housing, food, and transport at the local level. Creation of administrative units beyond the county governments in wards, villages, and planning committees is further meant that the communities are heard and that the citizens' needs are met no matter where they are in Kenya. Article 174 of our captures this very succinctly by laying out the objects and the purpose of devolution. And there are 9 of them. And they include, among others, promote democratic and accountable exercise of power to foster national unity and recognize diversity. I'll not read all of them, but you can refer to Article 174. And in Article, Your Excellency, it's only one, really, and the object explicitly refers to economic development under F, which says social and economic development and the provision of proximate, easily accessible services throughout Kenya. So through devolution, we were dealing with development, dealing with equity and social justice that is uniform across Kenya. From the above, ladies and gentlemen, the architect of the Constitution anticipated that devolution would not only be concerned with economic development, but it will also foster national unity, democratic political inclusion, and facilitate the decentralization of power, responsibilities, and resources, all aimed at decision-making and services closer to the people. The establishment of the devolved governments was thus an ambitious way as a country of reversing centralization as a basis of both political and economic development. It is both an economic imperative. It is an economic imperative. But I believe it was a political settlement. Devolution is indeed the truest progressive definition of bottom-up social, economic, and political transformation. 12 years ago, Your Excellency, under the first election, under the new constitutional dispensation of 2010, we set up the first cycle of county governments. We ushered in county governments. And these governments, unlike the former local authorities, were created through the statutes. They had constitution. They were established in line with the constitution, and they enjoy both institutional and financial, safeguards directly from the supreme law of the land. The fourth schedule further splits the functions between the national and the counties. Your Excellency, we've come a long way. At the Council of Governors, we appreciate that 2014, on the 16th of December, you unbundled through a Gazette notice more functions and component of functions. And this has been something that has been outstanding for long, and we don't take it for granted. But we still seek the further unbundling and posting of the few remaining, that they be completed to finality in full compliance with the letter and the spirit of the Constitution. Attendant resources of all functions already transferred will all follow. As I make this speech, Your Excellency, I'm a second-term governor, having served in the first cohort of the first phase of between 2013 and 17. In my view, devolution, again I say, has come a long way. The journey has been easy. We've had policy, legal, and administrative challenges that have threatened the very foundation. But I am convinced here that counties and in general devolution has moved from strength to strength. Counties have recorded countless success stories that reveal that devolution is uplifting the lives of Kenyans. According to the 2024 Gross County Product Report, which was released by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, KNBS, county governments are making significant and transformative contribution to the national economic performance. Essential investments, be it in financial, technical, is being made towards the devolved sectors, and this is contributing substantially to growth and development. I'll just give a few, very few examples. Data from the that devolution existed shows, say, in the provision of healthcare, which is one of the most important services that any county government must deliver, between 2014 and 2025, Kenya has recorded notable improvements in key maternal and reproductive health indicators. The proportion of women with at least 4 antenatal care visits has risen from 58% to 66%. And skilled birth deliveries has increased from 61% to 82%, reflecting the increase to skilled birth attendants as a result of devolution. At the onset of devolution in 2013, there were 8,466 health centers and dispensaries across the country. And these, I'm only referring to public centers and dispensaries. Robust and intentional health investment by county governments in collaboration with the national government and private sector has resulted in increasing these to 14,710 operational health facilities across Kenya. Public facilities account now for over 45% of all health facilities in the country, with the rest being faith-based. The majority of these public facilities are level 2 and 3, while level 4, 5, and 6 account for about 7% of all public facilities. When you look at the head count of healthcare workers, Your Excellency, we only have 174 medical doctors in district hospitals before devolution. We also had 6,620 nurses. Today, this has expanded to 4,651 medical doctors in public facilities. We also have 34,000, up from 6,000, 34,220 nurses in county facilities, 7,877 clinical officers, 4,686 technicians, 1,942 nutritionists, among other healthcare workers. This clearly represents a more than fourfold growth in human resources. At the community level, partnering with the national government, 831 community health workers. And Your Excellency, in agriculture, where we now have 6.5 million farmers registered, as opposed to 5,000 in 2016. We can give examples. In ECD, we now have from nearly zero staff in payroll of ECD teachers to over 30,000 ECD teachers across the 47 counties and 48,700 ECD centers. But in the interest of time, I will just highlight the key. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the story of devolution is dotted with many successes, and we can speak to it in every single county to tell, but I'll end it there. That notwithstanding, Your Excellency, there are numerous challenges. Challenges abound. The debate on functional integration of two levels of government, the quantum of resources allocated to devolution, delays of disbursements and releases of funds, and administrative action that leads to clawback, policy, laws, especially subsidiary instruments that predate the 2024 Constitution that are not then compliant with devolution, still remain a challenge. And Your Excellency, I will note that in spite of the month of days of disbursements of funds, for the 3 years that you've been in charge, 2 out of those 3, at least the last shilling, was released to the CRF, the County Revenue Funds account, by midnight, the 3rd of June of that fiscal year. And we don't take that for granted. It was not always the case. So in line with the conference theme, county governments must also ensure that resources are equitably, even within the counties, that services are available and accessible to the most vulnerable populations, that marginalized minority groups, and that there is meaningful participation in decision making. For action, not for talk. As leaders who are gathered here, we've been called upon to serve. Let's heed this call with integrity, humility, and self. Our Constitution expects us all here that we will conduct our affairs in the fullness of good governance practices in respect of you and in social justice, while ensuring that there is equity and inclusion at all levels. On the overall, Your Excellency, and I'm winding up, devolution has been, continue to remain a journey. It's not an event, it's a process. I can say as stakeholders we can all do better, and that's why we're here with all the stakeholders and partners. We are ready to listen to interventions we can apply to make devolved governance even better and stronger. As I conclude, let me take this opportunity to thank all our stakeholders who have supported this conference. I convey our heartfelt appreciation of the national government through the presidency, the Senate, and all the 47 county governments for their support and participation. A special thanks to our platform sponsors and partners, the Kenya Commercial Bank, Safaricom PLC, and the Jospong Group. Those were our 3 platinum partners this year. To all our other partners, this could be without you. devolution has brought 12,000 delegates at DEFCON 2025 county. This could not have been done without our partners. We appreciate and value all of you. Your support has made this event a reality, and we cannot thank you enough. Continue to work with us as we keep the devolution fire blazing. I wish you all fruitful discussions in the coming days of the conference. It is now my duty and pleasure to invite His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, the Honorable Dr. William Samoei Ruto, to come and officially open Devolution Conference 2025. Thank you, and God bless you all. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Governor. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take our seats. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, honorable members, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am delighted to be back in Homa Bay, the county of endless potential and possibilities. A place whose mirrors that of our great nation. Vast possibilities, many opportunities, awaiting bold action as we steadily unlock the full benefits of devolution. Our counties, frontiers, and the powerful drivers of both national and local growth. This biannual devolution conference is therefore a moment to take stock, celebrate gains, and reimagine how we can accelerate progress for every county and every Kenyan. The theme of this year's conference speaks directly to our national vision, a Kenya where every citizen, regardless of region, gender, background, or status, has a fair opportunity to thrive. Our Constitution's preamble commits us to human rights, equality, freedom, social justice, and the rule of law. This theme is a reminder of the bold, transformative journey we began and are staying true to our shared aspiration as a nation and as a people. Ladies and gentlemen, devolution has been transformative. It has fostered equity by distributing resources fairly and addressing historical imbalances. It has enhanced inclusion by empowering communities, empowering women, giving a chance to our youth, and extending the environment to persons living with disability, for all of us to participate fully and meaningfully in the development of our nation. Social justice has taken root through accountable, transparent, and responsive governance. The national government is proud to have invested heavily in making these principles a reality. And for myself, I have had the privilege to chair the first intergovernmental budget committee, commonly known as IBEC, from the beginning. And I have had to see devolution grow by leaps and bounds. Through collaborative frameworks, the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee, the Council of Governors, the Summit, and the other intergovernmental forums, we have resolved challenges amicably and aligned our policies and resources as guided by our constitutional vision. From the very first day of my administration, I affirmed that devolution is not merely a constitutional provision, it is the ground jewel of our democratic governance and the proudest achievement of the people of Kenya in the decision-making process. I pledged to accelerate the full transfer of all outstanding devolved functions as assigned in the 4th Constitution, together with the requisite resources. This commitment was formalized during the National and County Government Coordinating Summit held at State House, Nairobi, on the 16th of December 2024, as by the earlier speakers. I directed the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee to the delineation, unbundling, and gazettement for budgetary allocations and other resources tied to those functions without delay. Today, I am proud to report that all 14 devolved functions have been comprehensively delineated and bundled and fueled and informally disputes. This achievement has eliminated decisive turning points in our ambiguity-aligned functions with funding. It empowers county governments to design and implement programs that respond directly to needs, from healthcare to agriculture to water management, infrastructure, trade, and early childhood education, while delivering measurable impact to all the people we serve. Further, to the gazettement of the unbundled and functions by IGRTC on the 16th of 2024, and the advanced process of resource allocation, I am pleased again to announce that we have gazetted immovable assets, land and buildings, to transfer to the counties through Gazette Notice 11164 of yesterday, August 2025, a process that has eluded us the last 12 years. In other words, 50,000 pieces of land and 80,000 pieces of land and buildings will now become the property of county governments legally. This morning, in a demonstration of our commitment to devolution, I signed into law 2 landmark pieces of legislation: the County Public Finance Law Amendment Bill of 2023 and the Commission of Revenue Bill 2025. These laws set the place and the principle of horizontal revenue sharing among counties and consolidate the place of assemblies, while clearly defining the responsibilities of both county and national governments. Let me say this, that I had the honor in Homa to finally guarantee by law the rights of our county assemblies. This is a commitment that I made. This is an engagement that I did with the county speaker of the assemblies, and it was a merited request. I ask that the same way we have independence of the at the national level, we must also have independence of the legislature at the county level. I now ask the county to effectively undertake their responsibilities, effectively oversight, efficiently legislate to perform their mandate, and also represent the people who elected. With this new mandate, with this new independence, the county's assemblies now have no reason nor excuse not to do what they have been mandated by the Constitution effectively. Under the division of 2025, we have allocated an unprecedented shillings 415 billion to counties, nearly 3 billion more than last year's allocation. The Allocation of Revenue Act 2025 distributes equitable share among the 47 counties in strict adherence to the revenue sharing formula set out in Article 117 of our Constitution. And again, today marks a turning point. We are using a new revenue sharing formula, again marking another historic step. This is the first allocation, as I have said, to apply the full determination of the basis for division of revenue approved by Parliament this year. This is not money. It is a stronger foundation for counties to develop and transform people's lives. Ladies and gentlemen, despite operating within a tight fiscal space, the government has honored its commitment to timely disbursements, clearing all balances owed to counties just ended financial year. This ensures counties have the fiscal capacity, institutional infrastructure, and human resources necessary to deliver on their expanded mandates effectively. Again, to report, yesterday, the 12th, the National Treasury released resources for July this year as part of the commitment that we had made to our counties. In just 12 years since the birth of devolution, we transferred a total of 4 trillion Kenya shillings to counties. Every corner of Kenya now has a functional government, closer to the people than ever before. The results are evident. New tarmac roads in one villages, maternity wings in rural hospitals, and innovative cultural programs changing lives at the grassroots. Investments, ladies and gentlemen, are the lifeblood of economic transformation. They inject capital, generate employment, and unlock local potential. Nowhere is this more true than our counties. Under our bottom-up economic transformation agenda, we are working with counties with one bankable, high-impact value chain in every county, from fish processing here in Homa Bay to leather in Edo and textiles in Kitui. This is about turning local potential into jobs, incomes, and assets. The Government of Kenya, through the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry, is developing investment procedures for key priority sectors. This will serve as strategic tools to highlight, showcase value propositions, and support investment locally in our counties and internationally as well. We already completed the initial 4 sector packages: leather, business processing, e-mobility, and textile and apparels. By supporting end-to-end value chain ecosystems, we will increase local incomes, enhance food security, create jobs for our people, and position counties as net exporters. Yet progress, again, ladies and gentlemen, is, and the full promise of equity remains in progress. This conference must be a turning point, not only for celebration, but for honest reflection and decisive action. To unlock the full potential of devolution, must strengthen capacity in our counties by building the skills, expertise, and employing technology needed for effective service. Excellencies, while we may not have all the resources we desire, we have enough to deliver meaningful service to our. Let me repeat that. While we have all the resources we desire, we have enough to deliver meaningful service to our people. Our greatest challenge is not the inadequacy of resources, but how we utilize what we have. The questions we need to ask ourselves: are we directing resources to the right purposes? Are we deploying them efficiently? How much is lost and corruption? And what concrete measures are we putting in place to seal leakages, curb misuse, and enhance efficiency? These are questions we must confront with candor, courage, and urgency. Without a doubt, we need to answer these questions as leaders. And I listened very carefully to the statements that have been made here by the earlier speakers, by the chair of the Council of Governors, by the Speaker of the Senate, and we all must be honest about ourselves and about what we are doing. And we must agree that the resources that are availed by the people of Kenya are meant for delivering in our counties and in our nation. I did sign into law a few weeks ago legislation that will boost the fight against corruption by signing into law the Conflict of Interest Bill now. I do expect that agencies charged with making sure that there is accountability at all levels of government take up their role as efficiently, as with accountability as the law and the mandates them. The EACC must take up their role. I have made it absolutely clear to the chair of the Anti-Corruption Commission, to the CEO of the Anti-Corruption, that there will be no sacred cows. There will be no telephone call from anywhere below to stop anybody from being prosecuted for matters corruption. I agree with the sentiments expressed by the Speaker of the Senate, and he had a solid statement on holding governors and governments to account. I also must say the legislature must also be held to account. Because there is going on in our legislature that we must call out. There is money being demanded from the executive, from governors, from ministers, from people in the executive, especially those who go for accountability before our houses of parliament. Speaker, it cannot continue as usual. It is not possible that committees of parliament demand to be bribed, demand to be paid for to write reports or to look the other way for what is happening in either the national government or the all of us must act. The fight against corruption must be an all of society engagement and exercise and effort. I also want to ask the judiciary not to be a haven for the corrupt to hide behind judicial decisions. We have is only available in Kenya. It allows a corrupt or somebody who has stolen public resources, somebody in breach of law, not to be prosecuted. Something called anticipatory bail. It is a Kenyan innovation that takes us backwards. Just let's ask ourselves, some stolen public funds and then goes to court and gets something called anticipatory bail, makes it impossible for such a person to be arrested and prosecuted. How does that support the fight against corruption? This is a matter I hope our friends in the judiciary would help us answer. Because we are taking the transformation in Kenya, but that transformation is being undermined by corruption, and we must call it what it is. And all institutions and arms of government, we must come together to deal with the challenge of corruption so that we can, that public resources are meant and are used for the intended for which the people of Kenya have asked us. Without a doubt, ladies and gentlemen, technology can help eliminating waste and enhancing efficiency. Since its in 2013, the e-Citizen platform has stood at the heart of Kenya's digital transformation. What began with a handful of services about has evolved into a 24/7 shop for over 22,000 government services, accessible from every part of Kenya and everywhere. Today, more than 14 million are registered on the e-Citizen platform. 500,000 Kenyans logging in daily to access passports, driving licenses, registration, land transactions, marriage certificates, police clearances, and much more. All without queues, intermediaries, brokers, or unnecessary bureaucracy. The results speak for themselves. Collections have surged more than 1,000% from Kenya shillings 60 million to over 1 billion shillings collected by e-Citizen, translating to more than 500 billion annually. Ministries, departments, and agencies have seen growth of up to 400%, accurate projections and planning. Equally, counties have integrated digital portals with e-Citizen and have seen remarkable growth. Mombasa County, for example, revenues have rose 1.6 billion to Kenya shillings 2.5 billion, a 61% growth. Kiambu has seen revenue grow from 2 billion $0.04 billion, a 52% growth, and from 1.4 billion to 2 billion, 48%. Other counties, such as Tharaka Nithi, Meru, Embu, have posted similar improvements. The platform has seen and has been an engine of economic opportunity, creating 600,000 jobs in ICT, support services, logistics, and other sectors, providing that digitization and proving that digitization is not just about convenience, but also about livelihoods. Most importantly, it has been a powerful weapon against corruption, eliminating cash handling and embedding full audit trails. We have reduced opportunities for bribery, made transactions traceable, fair, and secure. Can now follow the process and the progress of their applications online, confident that the process is and transparent. I therefore urge counties to collaborate, share best practices, cut waste, and enhance revenue performance. We must promote inter-county collaboration, share resources and expertise, ensure accountability through transparency and rigorous oversight. Kenya's real strength lies at the grassroots in our counties. Through the bottom-up transformation agenda, we are moving from raw material production to value addition, strengthening processing, manufacturing linkages, and market access for SMEs and smallholder farmers. As we gather here in Homa Bay, I challenge every leader and citizen to renew our commitment to the spirit of devolution in people-first policies and programs, ensure every shilling has impact, and bring government services closer to the people. Let me share two other things that I really wanted to say on this day, this very important day of devolution. I must congratulate county governments. I must congratulate our and the county assemblies for the partnership they have demonstrated in working in the transformation of our country. We have worked together because the Constitution states that we do. We have worked together on matters of health, from health promoters, the people who engage with families, with homes every day, the greatest patriots that I know of. We have worked together with the counties, and I want to congratulate counties sharing this resource so that we can bring health to be a reality and to be a right for citizens, not a privilege for those who can afford. I am also happy that we have made tremendous progress in the delivery of our universal health coverage, working with counties. All the counties have signed into the program that will enable citizens access health, every facility, in a way that doesn't exclude others. And as a result, we all know that more Kenyans are in the bracket of SHA. 25.2 million Kenyans are already registered service. I want to say in this devolution conference and ask my friends, the county governors, to help all of us and ensure that no facility charges citizens for a service already paid for by the government of Kenya. let me state that we have made provisions in the budget, 21 billion Kenya shillings, to make sure that treatment, medicine at level 2, at our health centers, at our sub-county hospitals, all the way to level 4, outpatient facility, outpatient treatment is paid for fully by the government of Kenya. And no facility, no dispensary, no health center or sub-county hospital should charge citizens who to seek treatment because the government of Kenya will refund for the treatment, for the medicine given to citizens at that. I am saying this because there are counties that are charging citizens in health centers and dispensaries and level 4 for treatment when that treatment is paid for by the government of Kenya. We should stop it. And I want to ask you, colleagues, to help the citizens of our nation, because, as I have said, we do not want to make health a privilege. We want to make it a right for all citizens. Let me also say that today is a great day because our friends, the members of county assemblies, can breathe air, that they do not have to work under the direction of the county executives. But I have also told you that use that independence for the good of the people. I know there is yet another outstanding commitment that we agreed upon. And because I am a solid believer in savings and encouraging the county assembly's pensions bill has already been passed by the Senate. It has gone through the first reading in the National Assembly. And I am confident that in the next couple of months, I will be signing into law the County Assembly's pensions bill into law so that county assemblies like the National Assembly will also have pension, just like members of parliament. This pension will be going to be contributory, just the same way the one in parliament is contributory, and it will assist us in making sure we avoid old age poverty by people who have served in the public service. Today, in Homa Bay, I announced another milestone that through our housing levy and housing fund, we have rolled out affordable housing, we have rolled out construction of markets across Kenya. Today, we broke ground for the first hostel for student accommodation in Kenya, in Tom Mboya University. We will be building a hostel accommodation facility to host about 2,000 students, and we are rolling it across Kenya. We already have identified universities, Kenya medical training colleges, and TVET institutions to build student accommodation that will accommodate 130,000 students across Kenya as phase 1, as we expand the program of housing in Kenya, not only to provide housing, affordable housing, student accommodation, our markets, and all the other infrastructure that we are building under that framework. Again, I want to celebrate that the same way we started the affordable housing here in Homa Bay, by coincidence again, we are starting student accommodation construction again here in Homa Bay. Again, here in Homa Bay, I have signed legislation for the first time in Homa Bay County into law. And we are slowly but surely making history in the Republic of Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to conclude by congratulating Madam Gladys Wanga, Governor of Homa Bay County, for her exemplary leadership and hosting this conference. I also want to commend her for taking decisive action against the people who are running Rachuonyo facility, who we identified as one of the ones that were stealing our money. Thank you very much, Governor, for taking action. And I want to promise you that as you dismiss those people, we will that we can prosecute them so that they can, we can hold them to account. To do it for all the other facilities that will try to steal from resources meant for health. And finally, to this great school who have given us their grounds so that we can host this facility, I want to say thank you very much to this school. And as a small token of appreciation, the government of Kenya is going to provide 10 million shillings for the construction of the, as I was informed by the governor. Thank you very much, Mwalimu, for allowing us to use this for this momentous event. For the people, for prosperity, just a slogan. It is a call to action, to fairness, opportunity, and progress in every part of Kenya. Let history record that this generation, these leaders, made devolution work, but in the daily lives of the people of Kenya. I wish you fruitful deliberations and concrete outcomes at this 25th Devolution Conference here in Homa Bay. Asanteni sana, and God bless you.
Tuingie makofi tafadhali, Mheshimiwa Rais. Let us take our seats briefly, please. We can just take our seats. We still have the launch of the Devolution Training Institute induction manual. And allow me, Your Excellency, to invite the COG Chair, the Vice Chair COG, the Speaker of the Senate, PS Devolution, COG Whip, CEO COG, and Ambassador Sebastian Groth to Excellency as we now progress to the launch of the Devolution Training Institute induction manual. So the launch will be with the press of this buzzer. So Your Excellency, you may come and request that you join His Excellency. The launch is right there. That's where the book is, the manual. So kindly, if we... Microphone.
I'm sorry, I forgot the Speaker of Senate did ask me about consideration of the Senate team. And I want to confirm that the Senate team did a wonderful performance. Congratulations. A round of applause for the Senate team for winning yesterday's match. Congratulations. And you merit, as the Speaker has said, you merit a reward for what you have done. There is only a small technical problem. Rewards at the level of what we have done for Harambee Stars is only given when the opposite team is not Kenyan. So, unfortunately for the Senate, the team on the other side also came from Kenya. So I really apologize that I may not be able to assist in this particular circumstance. But the next time you play against a foreign team and you perform well as you have done, then there will be due consideration. Thank you very much.
At the count of 3, we'll have the launch of the manual. And Your Excellency, it is right there where we're the launch. So in 3, 2, and 1, the buzzer is pressed. We now have the manual, which is the Council of Governors Devolution Training Institute Induction Manual, which is rotating right there. And then we'll have a presentation of the manual by His Excellency to those who have flanked him, so that you will see exactly what the manual entails. A round of applause for the COG for coming up with that manual, and each will receive a copy. And for optics, if we can then if we can all just hold once it's done for a photo opportunity. If we can all just hold one for His Excellency. May I request that we go to the center? Kindly, thank you. If we can have all right, thank you. I'll request that we leave His Excellency the President, Excellency the Governor. The rest, if we can take our seats, please. His Excellency the Governor, His Excellency the President and the Governor for the gift. There is a gift from Her Excellency, which, let's start with the COG chair. There is a gift from COG to be presented by the COG chair. And a gift from the Governor, Homa Bay County, Gladys Wanga, Her Excellency Gladys Wanga. And with that, Your Excellency, we'll now finish with the anthem. So we'll request that the rest of us, mics.
Anthem, let's all be upstanding. Let me also thank the great people of Homa for the warm welcome to all of us, and especially to those of us who are coming here for severally. We've seen the hospitality, the warmth of the people of Homa Bay, and we are truly, truly grateful. And as the great musician from this region has told us, one waonge wasi wasi, one waonge wan waonge midomo mingi, wan wachwado mano teach. I think that is mana teach, that's where. Asanteni sana.
So we'll be all upstanding to finish with the anthem. We'll now progress photo session with the governors. Governors, if we can outside, the photo session is on the outside. So if we can all take our seats, please. Just the governors only, senators and DGs. Governors, senators, and only to progress outside. The rest of us, kindly, I request that we maintain our sitting positions. Thank you very much, and do have a good afternoon.
Let them leave.
People will have left. People will have left.
Everyone is leaving.
Ready for your inspection.
I think that is misguided. I think blue economy, of course, should include the oceans, but should also include our inland waters. And as we have a conversation around the blue economy for 3 days ahead of the Madaraka Day, we are hoping that we would come up with practical solutions to the problems that we are facing on our lake. Number one, we must discuss sustainability. How do we serve it? Because people cannot behave like they are the ones who have started fishing. The fishing is going to happen. They must know that fishing is happening now, and must happen for their generations, and must happen also for the future generations.
This is a parade mounted by Scout from Moi Girls High School, Sindo, ready for your inspection.
Kipindi cha burudani tayari kumkaribisha Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya.
Petition us through you as a house. I think the reason is because they have issues which require some urgency in terms of determining. So that being the case, Honorable Speaker, even as I support what Honorable Wagari said, I think 2 years, to wait for 2 years to change the standing orders so that we are able to push some of these petitions to the departmental committees would be too much for Kenyans. You can use your power as the Speaker of the House, Honorable Speaker, to channel some of these petitions to the departmental committees for immediate action. Honorable Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Laikipia North borders Bole. I share the largest boundary with Laikipia North. Mr. Speaker, this forest is one of the forests that is required to revert back to the community, because whenever we have security issues, Mugogondo Forest, Mr. Speaker, is where the bandits hide. The community is better placed to manage that area, and therefore, it's my view that this petition is very important. We have worked with Isala and Garidare forests. We have tried to get it back to the community, and we are in the process. And the other forest that we are working together is Mugogondo Forest. So, Mr. Speaker, it is very important also to give the community to have a corporate responsibility. They're a better place, because the way it is right now, Mr. Speaker, we have traditional trees, a potential for that area. And Mr. Speaker, the government is not able to take care of it. The community is willing to do a lot of environmental conservation to preserve. This petition goes successfully, the community will benefit in the long run, other than to leave it as it is right now.
You.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We'll end there on this. Majority Leader is in the House. Majority Leader and your counterpart. This is not the first time we're having issue with this committee. And I want to advise you, honorable members, order Minority Leader, pay attention. Honorable members, members of the public, citizens of this country, have a choice to go to court, have a choice to go to provincial administration, have a choice to go to village elders, but they choose to come to the House of Parliament as representatives of the people because they have faith in you that you can solve their problems. It's a betrayal if that faith they have and come to you, and a year later, we are still on a wild goose chase with a committee whose chairman is not even in the House at petition time. Because unlike other committees, the Committee on Public Petitions is listed on the order paper every single day. So the chair of public petitions must know that of all committees, Majority Leader, it is only Public Petitions Committee that has the privilege of being listed on the order paper. And the anticipation of the chair is that there's a petition every day. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. So the chairman must be here to listen to the House, to listen to members, and get direction from the Speaker. So you must deal with this situation, Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I spoke to the chair of the committee, the Honorable Karemba, who is newly elected, and he unfortunately is out of the country on official business, Honorable Speaker, but he has indicated that there are a number of petitions that are already ready, and he has communicated the same to the clerk, and they will be tabling those petitions as soon as he comes back. I was checking whether the vice chair was around. She's there. The Honorable Janet is there, and she can confirm that that's the situation. There are quite a number of petitions. The new administration in that committee has worked really hard to process many of the petitions that are there. But I must agree with you, Honorable Speaker, not just the Honorable Karemba. Honorable Speaker, you have no reason to sit in your chair and wait for quorum at 2:30. We have 60 chairs and vice chairs of this House. That is more than adequate quorum, Honorable Speaker. But it can be that the only vice chair who is usually here is Honorable Pukose and a few others. Chairs of committees, even statements are being requested here. There are no chairs of committees to answer to those statements. Quite often, Honorable Speaker, you have to ask me to inform a chair. Honorable Speaker, you know I am also not here to stand in for chairs of committees. When I am not here, Honorable Speaker, I will ask my vice chair to sit in for me, my deputy leader of majority, or the whip or the deputy leader of deputy whip. When the Honorable Junet is not here, he requests either the whip or the deputy leader of minority to sit in his place. Chairs have vice chairs. If a chair is not here, the vice chair must be in the House at 2:30. Honorable Speaker, I want to beg, as much as I know we have a workshop next week, these are some of the issues that we'll be discussing in that retreat. If a chair of a committee is not in the House at 2:30 and the vice chair is not there, I think we should agree between ourselves and the minority leadership that such chairs and vice chairs, then we have no reason having them as chairs or vice chairs. There are very many other members who can serve as chairs and vice chairs of the House. And every other member of this House has a capacity to chair or vice chair a committee. So, Honorable Speaker, let us delve into that issue more substantively. In the leadership retreat that we have next week with the liaison committee, the Honorable Wangare has already alluded to it. And since we have that meeting next week, is a matter, I think, as House leadership, all chairs and vice chairs we must agree on next week. And it's not just chairs and vice chairs of departmental committees, even those who sit in oversight committees and our select committees. We are obligated, you know, Honorable Speaker, responsibility must go hand in hand with the privileges that you enjoy as a chair or vice chair of a committee. I submit, Honorable Chair. But on public petitions, I think Honorable Janet, as soon as they finalize, they'll be able to table many of those petitions. Thank you.
To whom much is given,
much is expected.
Much more is expected. We hope that those who have been given the privilege to chair committees will carry the responsibility that goes with that privilege. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader. As we go to the papers, Majority Leader, I hope the Minister for Interior is within the precincts of Parliament.
Yes.
Okay,
Mr.
go ahead with the papers.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, let me take this opportunity to lay papers, but before I do that, Honourable Speaker, allow me the privilege to welcome a school from my constituency, actually my neighbour at home, St. Dominic School, which is in the public gallery, and want to welcome to the proceedings of the House, but more importantly, to encourage them to continue to work harder, provide, the school provides a good opportunity for them to actually realize their dreams. So welcome to the House of Parliament and the National Assembly as such for these proceedings. I thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, August 13th, 2025, in the afternoon sitting. legal notice number 136 of 2025 relating to the standards levy order 2025, the regulatory impact assessment and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay.
You are done? Yes. Chairperson, Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture. Let me finish this first.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 13th August 2025. Seventh report of the Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture on its examination of financial statements of the following selected state corporations. 1. National Syndemic Disease Control Council, formerly National AIDS Control Council, for financial year 2017-18 to 2023-24. 2. National Social Security Fund for financial year 2021-22 to 23-24. 3. National Cancer Institute of Kenya for financial year 2019-20 to 2023-24. 4. Child Welfare Society of Kenya for financial year 2015-2016 to 2018-2019. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Before we... You have a notice of motion? Go ahead. It's not listed, but go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and apologies, although it's with your approval.
Yes, okay.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the 7th report of the Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture on its examination of financial statements of the following state corporations laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 13th August 2025. 1. National Syndemic Disease Control Council, formerly National AIDS Control Council, for financial years 2017-18 to 2023-24. 2. National Social Security Fund for financial year 2021-22 to 2023-24. 3. National Cancer Institute of Kenya for financial year 2019-2020 to 2023-24. And 4. Child Welfare Society of Kenya for financial years 2015-16 to 2018-2019. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Wangwe. Honorable members, allow me to acknowledge in the Speaker's gallery a team called Kieni Delivery Team from Kieni constituency, Nyeri. I've been requested by the member for Kieni to give him a minute to welcome his delivery team. Go ahead, Honorable Cheney.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the opportunity given to me to welcome the team that I work with in Kieni, in both arms of the galleries, from the Speaker's gallery, from the public gallery and the Speaker's gallery, are men and women from Kieni, who I know in their own terms and capacities, they have an equal opportunity to be members of parliament at different times. But for now, they have given me an opportunity. No, I mean for now, they have given me an opportunity to serve them as their member, knowingly that they have all the capacities to do so. It is just a great opportunity that they have given me. Mr. Speaker, sir, the team in this House is the team that helps us to run the constituency. And they had an opportunity today to be taken and to learn the operations of this House, because they have been here for quite some time. And I want to thank the whole parliamentary team that have taken them through to know the registration purposes, the registration, the representation, and it was a good experience for them. And I want to thank, and I really want to appreciate that they have been given an opportunity. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I join you in welcoming them to the House of Parliament. Yes, Honorable Junet.
Shungwa. Mr. Speaker, I wish to seek your indulgence, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sometimes back, I had requested a communication from you on matters relating on the bicameral parliament, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Shungwa, Mr. Speaker, as you are aware that there were issues that were raised and our colleagues in the Senate went to court.
Order. Honorable Bukoso, take your seat.
Mr. Speaker, sometimes back, I had requested a communication from you.
It is actually pending.
It's pending, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, on a judgment that was made by the Supreme Court concerning the conduct of the bicameral system, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that communication or that ruling, how you want to describe it, will be very important to us, Mr. Speaker, because, Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that has been pending since the new constitution, since we had a National Assembly and the Senate, Mr. Speaker. People encroaching on other people's work and territory, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, even after the judgment of the Supreme Court, it's in bad faith for the Senate to go back again to the Supreme Court so that the Supreme Court can review their judgment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is really, really in bad faith, because it is not the National Assembly that went to court. It is the Senate that went to court. They went to the High Court, they went to the Court of Appeal, and they ended up in the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court did a ruling, judgment, Mr. Speaker. Now again, the Senate to go back to the Supreme Court so that the Supreme Court can review their judgment, Mr. Speaker, is really in bad taste and in bad faith, Mr. Speaker. If the Constitution has given you certain mandate and you are not satisfied with it, Mr. Speaker, the honorable thing to do is in the next election, you run for a seat that you think has the powers that you need, Mr. Speaker. You run as a member of National Assembly. You don't encroach on other people's constitutional mandate, Mr. Speaker. Because even us, as National Assembly, there are functions that we cannot do that belongs to the Senate. And they're very clear, Mr. Speaker. And there are functions that belong to the National Assembly. So if you feel, and there are functions that belong to governors, I cannot now masquerade as a governor. I can only be a member of the National Assembly. So, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution is very clear. And to make it even better, there was a judgment from the Supreme Court that demarcated the boundaries of the two houses, Mr. Speaker, that money bill can originate only from the National Assembly, this and this can only be done by the National Assembly, counties, bills that concern counties, there must be consultation between the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Speaker of the Senate. There's clarity now, Mr. Speaker, through that judgment. But when I was told the other day, Mr. Speaker, the Senate has filed another case, a petition in the Supreme Court, so that the Supreme Court can review that judgment, Mr. Speaker, I really felt that is in bad taste. That is undermining the operations of the Parliament as a whole, not only as the Senate, Mr. Speaker. And if a senator feels that the Senate does not have enough work or does not have enough power, then come where power is. Mr. Speaker, some of the jurisdictions in the world, the Senate only sits quarterly. 3 months, they sit only once to look at issues that concern, elderly people and, this kind of things, Mr. Speaker. So I don't want to go that direction, Mr. Speaker, but what I want to say is that let us stick to the judgment of the Supreme Court, Mr. Speaker, and I request you, many of our members here have not read the judgment, or maybe they have not taken time to go through it, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to beseech you so that you can condense it in few words, the judgment, so that we know next time we don't encroach to what belongs to all the people and what belongs to the youth, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, majority.
Honorable Speaker, let me join the leader of minority in expressing concern over that issue. But Honorable Speaker, I want to take a different trajectory because we have been through this since the advent of the bicameral parliament after the 2010 constitution in 2013. And fortunately, myself and Honorable Junet were in that first parliament of the bicameral parliament post the 2010 constitution. Honorable Speaker, this is an issue that every house every parliament since the 11th parliament has had to deal with. But I must congratulate you, Honorable Speaker, and the current Speaker of the Senate, because at least in this 13th parliament, you have endeavored to make sure that there isn't too much friction between the two houses. But clearly, there are forces still within the institution of parliament that do not want peace. The Honorable Junet is saying they are dark forces, and they must be very dark forces, Honorable Speaker, that do not want peace. Honorable Speaker, there is a thing that circulates on social media where someone says, I don't want peace. And it looks like there are people within this institution of parliament, especially the other house, who do not want peace between the bicameral houses of parliament. Honorable Speaker, I was saying I wanted to take a different trajectory because you sit at a different place from the Speaker of the Senate. You are the chair of the Parliamentary Service Commission. Being the chair of the Parliamentary Service Commission, Honorable Speaker, and having a bigger representation from this house in the Parliamentary Service Commission, you stand at a pivotal place to ensure that we do not spend any more resources prosecuting cases in court over issues that as leaders we can settle amicably, Honorable Speaker. Because it makes no point for taxpayers' money that has been appropriated by this House to the Parliamentary Service Commission to be expended on lawyers in court to go and review a matter that was already resolved by the Supreme Court, Honorable Speaker. If there is no greater wastage of public resources, I do not know what we would call this, Honorable Speaker. And I want to call on you, Honorable Speaker, as the chair of the Parliamentary Service Commission, to call to order the accounting officer in the Senate, Honorable Speaker, to ensure that no public resources are expended. If senators want a review of that judgment by the Supreme Court, let them contribute from their salaries, Honorable Speaker. Because the provisions of Article 109, 110, and 111 of the Constitution, all the way to 114 on money bills, Honorable Speaker, are so explicit that you do not need to have gone to any law school. I have never been to law school, Honorable Speaker. I only studied commercial law and the law of tort when I was doing my commercial law in my CPA studies.
You studied rudimentary law.
Let me not call it rudimentary law, Honorable Speaker. At least I studied some commercial law, basic law. And yeah, the basic elements of law, Honorable Speaker, you do not need to be a lawyer to be able to interpret Article 109, 110, 111, and 114 of our Constitution. How many bills have we returned, Honorable Speaker, from this House because they have come with a money bill effect, contrary to the provisions of Article 109 and 114 of our Constitution? Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with the Minority Leader. As much as we are waiting for your communication on that matter, please, as the chair of the Parliamentary Service Commission, move the Parliamentary Service Commission to embargo any expenditure on matters to do with court cases between the Senate and the National Assembly. If that is not possible, Honorable Speaker, from your position as chair of the Parliamentary Service Commission, we would stand guided because we appropriate money to the Commission. We can do what we need to do at budget making process, even as we go to the supplementary budget, to make sure that we do not appropriate resources to be spent in court on lawyers, Honorable Speaker, over things that we can resolve here. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Robert, I don't want to escalate this. I want it. Okay, I'll give you 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think this matter that has been raised by the minority leader is an important issue because, Mr. Speaker, from 2010 or 2013 when the new bicameral system started, you notice not only have we had very many cases that have been taken to court, but there is a clear attempt to belittle the House of the National Assembly by the Senate. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, right now that they have gone to Supreme Court again also shows the disrespect they also have for the rule of law. How do you go back to the Supreme Court? Why can't you not respect the Supreme Court ruling? So, Mr. Speaker, it's very unfortunate. Speaker, I think maybe what we have done, which is maybe, in my opinion, the mistake we've made, is that we have actually tried to babysit the Senate for a very long time. I have served, this is my 3rd term here, But one of the problems we've always had is that almost every bill that you pass, they want to go and make changes to it. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that we make these, you stand your ground and make sure that we do not baby them anymore. I think the support you give them, like every time they come to the Parliamentary Service Commission, they need support from you. You've given them the support. They needed to go out there and be able to go around their counties. You've given them the support to be able to go around. I think, Mr. Speaker, if we allow them to continue, the next thing they will tell us is that they want now a Parliamentary Service Commission for themselves. Mr. Speaker, put your foot down. Let us ensure that we treat them as equals to the National Assembly, not as superior to us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I'll give you direction in due course. Thank you, Honorable Jeanette, for raising. Actually, it's a reminder, something you had raised earlier. And they know that they are wrong. That's why they are even attempting to draft a constitution amendment bill to try and interfere with matters that are so clear in the Constitution. I can assure you they'll get nowhere. I'll give you direction. You could call it dead on arrival. Allow me to acknowledge Fra Junior School from Kipkelion East, Kericho. I welcome them to the House of Parliament and let them feel at home. Wangari? Majority Leader, you can bring in the Minister after Wangari's statement. We want...
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2b, as read together with Standing Order 179.14, I rise to make a statement regarding the conduct of the elections of select committees. Honorable Speaker, Standing Order 179.14 requires the chairperson of the Liaison Committee, by way of statement, to notify the House of a duly elected chairperson and vice chairperson of a committee when the House next sits after the conduct of an election. Honorable Speaker, on Tuesday, 29th July 2025, the House approved the appointment of members to serve in various committees as nominated by the Committee on Selection. Honorable Speaker, following the changes in the membership, the Clerk of the National Assembly, in exercise of the powers conferred under the provisions of Standing Order 179.2, declared vacancies in the offices of, number 1, chairpersons for the Public Petitions Committee and the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee, and vice chairpersons for the Departmental Committee on Regional Development and the Committee on National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity. The clerk has also declared vacancies in the committees affected by the consequential changes. To facilitate elections, pursuant to Standing Order 179.2, the clerk appointed Tuesday, 5th August 2025 as the date for elections. Honorable Speaker, in line with the provisions of the standing orders, the affected committees conducted the elections of their chairpersons and vice chairpersons as scheduled, with the exception of the Public Petitions Committee and the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee, whose elections were held on Wednesday, 6th August and Wednesday, 13th August 2025, respectively. In this regard, Honorable Speaker, I wish to report to the House that the 4 committees elected their leadership as follows. Number 1, the Honorable Eric Mushangi Njiro, CBS MP, was elected as the chairperson of the Committee on Public Petitions. Number 2, the Honorable Omondi Karoli, MP, was elected as the chairperson of the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee. Number 3, the Honorable Liza Chelule Chepkorir, MP, was elected as the vice chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Regional Development. And finally, the Honorable Madenge Duncan Maina, MP, was elected as the vice chairperson of the Committee on National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity. Finally, Honorable Speaker, may I take this opportunity to congratulate all the honorable members who have been elected and vested with the responsibilities of being chairpersons and vice chairpersons of the 4 committees. I urge them to use their leadership offices to efficiently discharge the mandate of this House through the respective committees for the welfare of our people and the advancement of the prosperity of our nation. I once again congratulate and wish them well. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I similarly congratulate them and wish them well, particularly the chair for public petitions. I hope he'll bring a difference to that committee. Bowen.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration, National Security regarding the disappearance of one, Mr. Kimtai Betwell Jasir, ID number 11339697. Honorable Speaker, on the 7th of August 2025, Mr. Gimtai Betwel Jesir, the national ID number 11339697, a resident of Marakwet East, was forcefully abducted by unknown assailants under unclear circumstances. This incident was prompted and reported at Kaptagat police station and recorded under the OB number 2728/7/8/2025. However, despite the fact that the official report was made, Mr. Jesir's whereabouts remains unknown up to date. And Mr. Speaker, neither his family nor the public have received any substantive updates from the relevant security agencies. The enforced disappearance has caused a profound distress to his immediate family and the wider people of Marakwet East. It's also intensified existing concerns regarding the safety and the security of our citizens and the adequacy of government response. Honorable Speaker, 5 days since the person disappeared and his family remains, his whereabouts remains unknown. This has caused, Mr. Speaker, distress to the family, raising questions regarding the protection and the fundamental rights guaranteed under the Article 29 of our Constitution. The lack of transparency, accountability, and the prompt action not only erodes the public confidence in the security institutions, but also threatens the very fundamental foundations of our democracy. Enforced disappearance, Honorable Speaker, contradicts to the principles of the rule of law and democratic governance to which the nation is committed. Mr. Speaker, it's against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Committee of Administration and National Security on the following. 1. The comprehensive report on the circumstances surrounding the disappearance of one Kimtai Betwel Jesir, national ID number 11339697. Number 2, the actions being taken by the Ministry of Interior and the National Administration to ensure that Mr. Jesir is expediently traced and reunited with his family and the perpetrators be brought to a book. And the last, Honorable Speaker, the measures put in place by the Ministry of Interior and the National Administration to ensure the safety of innocent Kenyans and the security of residents of Marakwet East constituency in order to prevent further abduction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Konzerai, why can't I finish with this statement first? Yes. Tongoyo, you've heard, and your minister is also here. Can you bring a response? If what he's saying is true, that this man was abducted by armed hoodlums, then his life is in danger. Can you bring a preliminary report on Tuesday?
Honorable Speaker, I think taking advantage of the minister here, I'm sure he has had it. Maybe we can process a preliminary one and maybe have a comprehensive one to resume from the recess.
Yes. Once you identify that he's alive and he's somewhere where you can release him to his family, the details on why it happened can come later.
And the minister, Honorable Speaker, is listening as well.
Yes, Gonzerai, you are asking about the disappeared person.
Yes, the abducted person.
The minister is here. Take your seat. I'll give you an opportunity at some point to ask him. Yes, Bowen, I've directed that a preliminary response be brought on Tuesday afternoon.
Mr. Speaker, because the CS is here, maybe if he has any clue of it, because Mr.
That is an ambush. They will bring a response on Tuesday. We have many questions the minister is going to ask, but if it's gratuitous
Most
enough,
obliged to Mr. Speaker.
And he has
Thank
the
you.
facts, he happens to come from the same count as yourself, if he knows, there is no chair here. Yes, Tongoyo?
Speaker, I think on the issue of Bowen that has been sorted. Honorable Speaker, I just need your indulgence. There was a petition that has been written to this House by two petitioners from Narok County. One, Anthony Clerai.
We're long past petition.
That is why you saw me consulting with the director, Honorable Speaker.
Can you raise it tomorrow?
Okay, well guided, Speaker.
Please do raise it tomorrow.
Okay.
We are now on a different order. Sometimes when you don't catch the Speaker's eye, you see many of your colleagues walk up to the chair to alert the Speaker that I have a burning issue, and I give them an opportunity. So next time you can do that. Yes, Sane, what is itching you?
Thanks for your kindness, Speaker. In the last sitting, the temporary Speaker, Honorable Wagari, did give an instruction that there should be an addendum to today's questions regarding the CS who is in the House, and that addendum regarding a missing person where Wajir North is not listed. I seek your indulgence that I be allowed to ask the same, sir.
I will allow you at an appropriate time. Thank you. Minister, welcome to the House. We are now at question time. Honorable members, we had directed that we have the Minister or the CS for Education. He has indicated that he's closing some public event in Meru and has requested that we indulge him to come to the House at a different time. In any case, the pressure was about the event that is closing today as to why the children who went to Meru were not facilitated. Be that as it may, the matter remains alive. I have been advised by the Majority Leader that he may move the House to sit the whole of next week. If he does so, then Owen Bayer, you are directed to get the Minister for Education here on Wednesday afternoon to respond to that issue. Yes, Major Dong, I give you 3 minutes to present your statement very quickly. Give him the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise pursuant to the Provision Standing Order number 44-2C. I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson of Departmental Committee on Education regarding the status of conversion of SVAC Community School in Ebakasi Central Constituency to a public primary school. Honorable Speaker, SVAC Community School is the only school serving densely populated area of Matopeni Spring Valley Ward in Ebakasi Central Constituency. For many years, the school has been sustained through efforts and sacrifices of the local community and well-wishers. However, due to growing financial challenges against increasing demand, the community is no longer in a position to support the institution's operation sustainability. Following several community meetings to chart the way forward on the sustainability of the school, a resolution was made on June 2024 that the ownership and management of the school be formally transferred to the national government. The resolution and supporting document, including minutes and official correspondences, were duly submitted to the Sub-County Director for Education and the Deputy County Commissioner, requesting the necessary administrative action to convert the school into a public primary school. Honorable Speaker, despite this clear community consensus in public interest and procedural compliance, the process of converting the school remains incomplete. As a result, the school continues to struggle operationally and financially, threatening the light of education for children currently enrolled in the school. Most critically, interventions to upgrade the infrastructure through public resources, including from the National Government Constituency Development Fund, NGCDF, cannot be made since the school remains categorized as a community institution. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education on the following. Number one, to provide a clear status and update on the conversion process of ESVA Community School to a public primary school. Number two, the steps being taken to expedite its registration and gazettement as a public primary school to pave way for government funding, including through NGCDF, for essential infrastructure development. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I want the chairperson confirmation on the plans in place to deploy trained teachers and provide adequate learning materials to ESVAC Community School upon conversion to the public to a public institution. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Major Dong. Education Chair, Vice Chair, Majority Leader, there you are again with your missing chairs.
Honorable Speaker, we can do this. I think it's a simple matter, and I think the Honorable Meli would dispose of this matter by Tuesday. I'll be in touch. I'll be in touch with him, Honorable Speaker.
Tuesday afternoon.
Sure, yeah.
Now we got questions. The first question, question 008 by 2025, stroke 2025, sorry. Kimani Kuria, MP for Molo. Minister, welcome to the House. You are not a stranger here. You are a former member of the other House, and you have been here many times. You're welcome to answer questions precisely, concisely. And members, today I'll be very strict. To every question, a supplementary and one joyrider. No more.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the following? One, provide details on the state of security in this country, including steps being taken by the ministry to avert death and destruction of property, especially during demonstrations. Number two, to outline actions being taken to forestall the destruction of property and death during demonstrations. And three, indicate when the government will apprehend the culprit or culprits responsible for financing and mobilizing of demonstrations that led to deaths and destruction of property, especially on the 25th of June 2025 and the 7th of July 2025.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first let me start by apologizing for being unable to attend the last two sessions as per your invitation, and thank the House for the indulgence for allowing me to attend to the other national security duties, including an engagement that involved the President of Uganda, which ensured that we were unable to be here as requested. So, Mr. Speaker, you know that anytime I'm invited to come to the House, I take great joy and appreciation, and I have great support for this august House and utmost respect for its duties and my responsibilities to appear before you. So, Mr.
Apology
Speaker,
taken. Now answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the question raised by the Honorable Kimani Kuria, part one is on the state of security in the country, including steps being taken by the National Police Service to avert death and destruction of property during demonstrations. Honorable Speaker, since last year, the country has witnessed a series of protests across various counties following calls for anti-finance bill demonstrations, which culminated in the protests of the 25th June 2024 and resulted in an unfortunate fatalities and destruction of property. In 2025, despite a general return to normalcy, political actors renewed online mobilization efforts calling for fresh demonstrations. Mobilizations was largely conducted through social media platforms using hashtags, Mr. Speaker, such as Occupy State House, Occupy Everywhere, Syrian in numbers, 77 in numbers, among others. Despite advice by police commanders, no prior notification was submitted to the police by the organizers as required by law. Consequently, the National Police Service only became aware of the planned protest through media, prompting the police to prepare the necessary security plans to maintain public safety and restore order. In other cases, some organizers assured security agencies that the demonstration would be peaceful. However, Mr. Speaker, contrary to these utterances and assurances, the protests quickly escalated into chaos and violence, culminating in incidences of looting, arson, and widespread destruction of public and private property. The protests were further characterized by widespread acts of lawlessness, which led to torching of 9 police stations and posts, Deputy County Commissioner's office, and court buildings. In addition, numerous supermarkets and private business premises were vandalized and looted, resulting in significant economic losses and disruption of essential services. In particular, Mr. Speaker, during Sabasaba, demonstrations and 25 lives were lost, with 45 civilians and 170 police officers injured. Key among the government offices and premises that were damaged in the 2 demonstrations include the Assistant Chief's Office, Molo Ward Administrator Office, and Molo Railway Station, Nakuru County, Office of the Women Representative in Kisii County, NCPB Sagana Administration Block. And on 25th June, Mr. Speaker, we regrettably lost lives, and close to 600 others were injured, including 496 law enforcement officers. Public facilities also bore the brunt of the destruction, including Dagoretti Police Post, where the criminals stole guns and razed residential buildings housing the police families. In Kikuyu, a mob attacked government offices, torching Kikuyu Police Station, the sub-county headquarters, National Registration Bureau offices, county government offices, Assistant Chief's Office, the Kenya Forest Service Office, Kikuyu Law Courts, as well as Dagoretti Police Post and police lines. They also partially destroyed the Kikuyu Sub-County Probation Office and damaged 4 motor vehicles belonging to Dagoretti Police Post, including that of other officer in charge. Other property destroyed in the Dagoretti Police Post, Mr. Speaker, includes 3 Probox vehicles, 1 double cabin, county government vehicle, a school bus, and 14-seater matatu that were parked within the police station. 5 guns were also stolen in Dagoretti Police Post, as I said. Another 4 firearms were burned in Gashui Police Post. One of the guns stolen in Dagoretti on 25th of June was used to commit robbery in Naivasha the following day. Further, on June 25th, a rowdy group of youth attacked Matu Police Station, leaving 8 officers injured and several government vehicles damaged. The building housing the station was also destroyed. 18 suspects were charged in connection with this particular attack. In Machakos County, Mr. Speaker, 66 suspects linked to the torching of a gas tanker along Kitui Road on 7th July were arrested and charged. In another attack, arsonists invaded and burned Olkalau Police Station along, Mr. Speaker, killing 3 suspects who were in custody. They also torched 26 vehicles, 18 county government motorbikes, burned down an exhibit store, and destroyed a reporting office. In Nakuru County, Mr. Speaker, Viwandani patrol base in Naivasha was burnt while firearm loaded with 20 rounds of ammunition was snatched by criminals at Shauri Moyo. Several other security installations across the country were attacked, leaving citizens exposed. A total of 16 police stations and posts were either burned or destroyed, and on the 2 days of terror. In Naivasha, Nakuru County, goons looted stock from Naivas, Power Star, and Ketia Supermarket, and thereafter set ablaze Power Star Supermarket. A total of 100 people were arrested and charged with various crimes in relation to these acts of criminality. In Ruiru, Mr. Speaker, within Kiambu County, a similar fate befell Quickmart and Carrefour supermarkets, where goons stole property worth millions of shillings after breaking windows and destroying CCTV cameras in the establishments. A total of 86 arrests were made in relation to the crimes committed on various charges were preferred. Naivas supermarket within Nyeri town was also broken into, and goods worth millions of shillings carted away. 21 suspects have been arrested in connection with this crime. On the same day, a group of rioters invaded Mountain Mall within Kasarani area in Nairobi County, where they looted goods from Naivas supermarket and other shops and the mall. 3 suspects were arrested and arraigned accordingly. At Kidurai 44 area, another set of criminals invaded Kismat supermarket. In Eldoret, goons broke into Ketia supermarket and stole goods worth millions of shillings. 12 suspects were arrested and arraigned in court. In Meru, a group of thugs set ablaze Muguna supermarket using suspected petrol bombs. The criminal elements also stole alcoholic drinks from 7-Eleven bar. Selenite supermarket was not spared the looting and mayhem. 40 suspects were arrested in Meru in relation with these criminal acts. In Kirinyaga County, 21 suspects linked to the looting at Nice supermarket in Muya town were arraigned. Gangs also torched the Kirinyaga Central NGCDF office, leading to the arrest and arraignment of 4 suspects. In Kikumbo town, mobs broke into county supermarket and stole goods worth millions of shillings. 2 suspects were arrested and arraigned in connection with this incident. In another incident, Mr. Speaker, marauding gangs stormed the operating theater of the Kitengela Sub-County Hospital, interrupting an emergency cesarean section and terrorizing patients and medical staff. 2 suspects were arrested and arraigned in court. Evidently, all these events were well orchestrated and coordinated by certain actors with the intention of inciting unrest, destabilizing public order, and undermining national stability. In light of this evolving landscape of demonstrations, and more so the violent nature of the protests that proved to be a threat to national security, the National Police Service being constitutionally mandated to enforce law and order, Mr. Speaker, responded by implementing measures to forestall violence and violence and damage to property. The role of police in managing demonstrations is guided by the Constitution of Kenya, 2010, the Public Order Act, Cap 56, and the National Police Service Act of 2011. Article 37 of the Constitution of Kenya provided everyone has a right to assemble, to demonstrate, picket, present petition to public authorities, peaceful and unarmed. However, this right is not absolute and is subject to limitations provided for under Article 24 of the Constitution, which permits reasonable and justifiable limitation in a democratic society, e.g. to protect public order, public safety, and rights of others. The Public Order Act also provides the same, Mr. Speaker. And I have reproduced, Mr. Speaker, at length the various provisions of the Public Order Act, and I don't wish to read any further. The statement will be circulated, Mr. Speaker, which includes what of importance is the members of public are required to provide and present a notification to police officers at least 3 days before any such demonstrations. And that, Mr. Speaker, at least 3 days, but not more than 14 days before the event. And Mr. Speaker, that must be in writing, who is coming to protest, the names, the estimated number, the routes, and so forth, Mr. Speaker. And the police may acknowledge the same. And this is not done so that we can give the right to demonstrations, basically to ensure that the police officers are prepared to provide security during such demonstrations. So on part 2 of the question, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member would like to know on the actions being taken to forestall the destruction of property and death during demonstrations. And Mr. Speaker, the ministry remains steadfast in this commitment to safeguard lives and property during demonstrations through the following measures. Number 1, intensified both mobile and foot patrols in targeted areas to enhance visibility, deter criminal elements, and detect early signs of unrest. 2, intensified efforts to lobby for more budgetary allocation from the National Treasury to meet its logistical and operational requirements, hence rapid deployment capabilities during demonstrations. Number 3, embraced modern policing technologies such as CCTV surveillance, drone monitoring, digital communication systems, and incident mapping tools to monitor crowds, track threats in a real time, and coordinate timely intervention, ultimately enhancing the effectiveness of law enforcement during protests. 4, leverage on real-time intelligence, informer networks, and surveillance tools to identify planned disturbances and criminal elements before they mobilize. 5, engage with community leaders, civil society, and Nyumba Kumi clusters to help gather early warning information and promote peaceful resolution before protests escalate. And finally, Mr. Speaker, issue advanced public advisories and engage through media to encourage people demonstrations and warn against unlawful activities. Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, as a deterrent measure, also prosecuting, arresting and prosecuting perpetrators in good time is extremely important in forestalling a repeat of same incidences. The next part is the honorable member would like to know when the government will apprehend the culprits responsible for financing and mobilizing during demonstrations that led to the destruction of property. And July 7th this year. Mr. Speaker, the National Police Service initiated investigations into a range of offenses committed during the recent demonstrations. The investigations aim to identify individuals who loss of lives and injuries to civilians and police officers. In the course of these investigations, the service has obtained several financial statements and data linked to persons of interest, which are currently undergoing forensic analysis. Additionally, information relating to the registration particulars of companies, non-governmental organizations, and societies believed to have played roles, and non-governmental organizations and societies which are believed to have played a role in facilitating the protest has been acquired. The National Police Service is working in close collaboration with various government agencies and stakeholders to expedite investigations. These include the National Transport and Safety Authority, the National Registration Bureau, the Communication Authority, the National Intelligence Service, the Registrar of Companies, the Financial Reporting Center. So far, preliminary analysis of this evidence gathered have led to the identification of several persons of interest believed to have participated in illegal acts during demonstrations and those linked to the funding and mobilization of the demonstrators. About 1,500 people have been arrested countrywide and are facing various charges including terrorism, murder, robbery with violence, sexual assault, arson, malicious damage to property, and targeted attacks on strategic infrastructure. The police have also arrested and arraigned 15 individuals across the country associated with the planning and mobilization have since been charged with various offenses, including offenses under the Prevention of Terrorism Act, unlawful assembly, participation in unauthorized demonstrations, incitement to violence, organizing unlawful protest, destruction of public property, arson, malicious damage to property, aiding and abetting unlawful acts, unlawful possession of ammunition, unlawful possession of tear gas canisters. Investigation to identify additional financiers and mobilizers of the protest and arraign them before the court are ongoing. I submit, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I submit.
Yes, the first shot goes to the questioner. Kimani, you are satisfied? If you are, we give way to somebody else.
I think the statement is quite comprehensive, but we really urge the National Police Service to make sure there is protection of lives and property. The rights of protesters should be protected, but so should the rights of the other citizens. And this issue of attacking people, their persons, their personal property because of a national matter must really come to an end. It's very, very unfortunate, and we're hoping that the Minister will put all effort necessary to make sure, yes, as much as the rights of the protesters are protected, the properties and the rights of other citizens are protected as well. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Robert Mbui. Let me have Robert Mbui before I come to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do sympathize, of course, with the rights of people being trampled on and the property that is destroyed. But, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the CS, because he's been on record on these matters, how will you deal with the police officers that would shoot demonstrators when it is on record that none other than the President, yourself, and a high-ranking member of this House have actually given instructions, shoot on sight, to our police officers?
KJ.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you. And I must commend Waziri for the response that he's made to the House. And Mr. Speaker, allow me, we might not be, as a country, we should not be like the warthog to forget too quickly. I think there is commendation that needs to go to Waziri, being the most immediate former Minister for Sports, for being able to play a part in delivering CHAN, in delivering the elections at FKF, getting us a good team, and the results that we are seeing. Waziri, you deserve some accolades for the work you did in your short stint as Minister for Sports. We are seeing the results. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, as Waziri has indicated, Dagoretti South constituency received a disproportionately higher share of the violence, especially on the 25th of June last year, 25th of June this year, and on the 7th, Sabasaba, and in part because being in Nairobi, when there are protests in the city, some of our officers are deployed in the city center and some of our institutions are left exposed. But Mr. Speaker, I want to commend Waziri because immediately on the following day, he was in Dagoretti, he was on the ground, he made responses, and my question is in two parts. My question is, would Waziri tell us what it shall take for us to get officers at Mudhoa Police Station? Mudhoa Police Station is not too far away from Dagoretti Police Station. Dagoretti Police Station carries our name, but administratively it is in Kikuyu. However, with the absence of Kengongo, which we call Dagoretti Police Station, that whole area now is totally exposed. But the people of the area have given land. The constituency, through NGCDF, has already constructed a police post as Mudhoa. These police posts would serve as a good center for security officers if only some officers would be deployed to the Mudhoa Police Station and a beefing up of Matini Police Station. So, Mr. Speaker, because the stations are already complete, I just need to know from Waziri, what shall it take to have police officers deployed to Mudhoa Police Station and the beefing up of police officers and police equipment like cars to Matini Police Station? I really thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to joyride on this question. Thank you very much.
Minister. Hold, Minister, hold. Mukunji.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I'm one of those people that were arrested during Sabasaba. And Honorable Speaker, I was on my way, trying to make my way through Thika Road, and police officers, close to 40 of them, from nowhere came, arrested me without telling me exactly what I have done. They intimidated me, took me to a police station in Gatundu, and without even writing anything in the OB, Honorable Speaker, I was put in a cell alone. Anybody who came inside to ask whether I'm in that place, Honorable Speaker, was told I'm not around. And it's until around 7 p.m. when I heard people shouting outside that, Honorable Speaker, I shouted from the cell to say, Honorable Speaker, that I'm in that police station without knowing exactly what has been written. Honorable Speaker, I have listened to the CS. And Honorable Speaker, I feel sad because while a statement...
Ask him a question.
Yes, while a statement is talking of some sort of hard work he's doing, there is a use of this issue of demonstrations to fight against some political opponent. Honorable Speaker, I want to ask Waziri to be genuine on matters to do with fighting criminals. And Honorable Speaker, I want you to know, I want to actually Waziri to tell me under what circumstance are people who are found in demonstrations, and it happens that during demonstrations there happens to be destruction of property, and I'm not void to say pole to anybody
who has lost property during this time. But, Honorable Speaker, there is a squeeze and a push on intimidation.
You are making a statement instead of asking a question. This is question
I'm
time.
getting to the question, Honorable
I've
Speaker.
given you time to ask him a question.
I want to ask Waziri whether, while he is giving statistics, and I have seen many young people in Kahawa being charged with terrorism. Of course, that is a case that is under court and cannot be discussed. But, Honorable Speaker, I want to ask, is he genuine to actually push for such enormous charges? Charges that we know, Honorable Speaker, are charged to people like Osama bin Laden, Honorable Speaker.
Osama bin Laden
was
never charged anywhere.
But he is a terrorist, we know that, and Al-Shabaab and other people.
We have no evidence.
Kahawa Law Court is known to be a special court.
Yes.
When you're taken there, Honorable Speaker, it means you are either being charged with terrorism or drug trafficking, Honorable Speaker. I want to ask Waziri to be genuine and make sure that while he is fighting on these matters to do with clear demonstrations and clean demonstrations, he is not using it against political opponents, and he is not being misused to fight political opponents, Honorable Speaker.
Minister, you can answer that now.
Mr. Speaker, let me first start by appreciating the questions raised and thank Honorable Kimani for reiterating that we must put a lot of effort to protect both protesters and those who do not want to engage in protest by ensuring that their properties are safe. Mr. Speaker, sorry, I'm trying to open a document somewhere, but I'll come to that later. Mr. Speaker, on the question of, and therefore I take the comment from the Honorable Kimani very seriously. Number two is, Mr. Speaker, yes, I'm now there. The Speaker, on the, how do you deal with police officers who shoot and kill people, as Honorable Robert Mbui has raised? And first of all, let me say that the Constitution and the law provides for instances of limitation of the right to life. And Mr. Speaker, it's very clear from the Constitution and also from the law. I issued a directive to the Inspector General of Police, Mr. Speaker, my first of that kind, which is the directive, Mr. Speaker, I was trying to look for, which is a policy directive number 1 of 2015 on the use of force and the use of firearm. Mr. Speaker, in this directive, I made it clear in writing to reiterate what I verbally pronounced when I was in Kikuyu, that police officers have a right to protect themselves when their lives are in danger or when the life of any citizen of this country is in danger. Mr. Speaker, I also explained how they can use force, why they must not use excessive force where there is no danger to life. And I further also explained, Mr. Speaker, what measures we should take, National Police Service should take in this directive to the Inspector General of Police, which include, Mr. Speaker, deploying only officers that are mentally sound, that, Mr. Speaker, are not undergoing any stressful incidences or may have mental health challenges. I also said, Mr. Speaker, protective gear must be given to police officers. Further, I also explained that it is necessary for the National Police Service working together with the Attorney General to ensure that they protect police officers who may be sued or investigated, Mr. Speaker, as a result of protecting themselves or protecting their lives. Mr. Speaker, we have commenced that process, and all the police officers who are facing investigations and were charged for using force or firearm while they were performing their lawful duties, Mr. Speaker, now have a right to be represented by the Attorney General or lawyers from the National Police Service. Mr. Speaker, therefore, I made the statement consciously, knowing that the responsibility to hold police officers accountable is with the IPOA And this is the ministry that has a policy responsibility to ensure that police officers are responsible. In our Jukwaa la Usalama forum, where we have been meeting all the OCSs in every county, and the sub-county commanders and the county commanders and county security teams, I have also made it clear that the police officers should be respectful to the people of Kenya, should not apply excessive force, and they should protect themselves, Mr. Speaker, when their lives are in danger. I know this conversation is at the context of a peaceful environment, or rather peaceful areas like Nairobi and other parts. But when I went to places like Samburu, Tana River, Turkana, Elgeyo Marakwet, Baringo, this conversation changes because the life-threatening environment that the police officers operate, Mr. Speaker, suddenly the use of force becomes something else, especially if you are in the border of Kitui and Tana River and you're facing serious acts of banditry with very armed characters invading police stations and targeting civilians. You quickly see, even political leaders, their perspective of use of force changes quickly when you take them to Malaso Valley or La Pendera or other parts of this country. So, Mr. Speaker, the directive I gave is uniform. It's not just for protests, it's for all instances that police may face that situation. So, to Honorable Mbui, I am very conscious. As a lawyer, I'm very aware of my constitutional responsibilities, and I made sure that I put it in writing so that any citizen that wants to hold me accountable or before a court of law or parliament can pick the policy directive and quickly, Mr. Speaker, hold me to account. On the question of Mudua Police Station, first of all, let me thank my friend Honorable KJ, because, Mr. Speaker, we are both sports enthusiasts. And so he's reminding me of my short stint in the sports sector, and maybe use that opportunity to tell him that he should help us to make sure that the fans on Sunday will, as much as possible, obey the CAF rules, because we love football. And I'm very happy with the work that was done by Honorable Ababu and what is being done by Honorable Mvurya going forward. The Speaker, on the police station, I think I want to promise the Honorable Member that this is, once you've built a police station and it is available for us to support and deploy police officers, although we are facing strength challenges as we wait for the recruitment, we can have a conversation together, and we can facilitate a conversation between you and the office of the IG to see if we can make some deployment to that police station so that it can support the Dagoretti area, Dagoretti police station area. Kingongo, is it? Yes, the Kingongo area, Mr. Speaker, for the time being, because what people don't know, and I wonder why at many times human rights activists and many people are questioning police officers. They're not talking about these things. The Dagoretti police station, when it was banned, the police line was banned, where police officers were living with their families. And everything they had was raised down. In fact, most of the police officers jumped the fence, behind the fence there, and they were rescued by community on the other side and protected. Mr. Speaker, therefore, most of those police officers are traumatized. We had to take them for counseling and give them a break. Mr. Speaker, I know then the jurisdiction that was being covered by that police station is now void. And we can work together with the Member of Parliament from Dagoretti, even though the other side is Kikuyu constituency in Kiambu County. Police officers don't have to have county boundaries if they are enforcing the law to make sure that they protect the people. So we can have that conversation with the IG and support Honorable KJ upon completion of my presence here. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Mukunji has raised an issue that is personal to him on a matter that is alive in court. Mr. Speaker, I am very restrained to say much because I am sure that Honorable Mukunji understands that I am not the judge, and he has a choice to either prosecute his case here in Parliament or prosecute it in a court of law, and therefore opening a gun of worms can possibly, Mr. Speaker, prejudice the trial, which involves fair trial on his part. But suffice to note, Mr. Speaker, that the National Police Service do not arrest anyone for political reasons, because the IG is not a politician. Neither is the DCI a politician, nor the National Police Service is not a political party. So, Mr. Speaker, there is no political scores to be settled. Mr. Speaker, they just do their job independently and constitutionally to make sure that, Mr. Speaker, the people of Kenya are protected. No, Mr. Speaker, I'm I am sufficiently informed, Mr. Speaker, and as per the standing orders,
Yes.
I cannot be informed.
You are not a debater in this house.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes. Mr. Speaker, lastly is to say that, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, what's your point of order?
Is the minister in order to say policemen don't arrest politicians, while in last parliament, it is clear and is on record crying that he was being harassed by the regime then at that time, and that his people then were being harassed and arrested by policemen. Is he in order, Honorable Speaker?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the Cabinet Secretary is not here as a former senator. He is here in his capacity as the Cabinet Secretary. So, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not here to answer my own questions. I ask questions that are asked by the Cabinet Secretaries. Mr. Speaker, and so I am...
Leave history to history books.
Yes, so we've come through all that, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, just to use that opportunity, without really delving to the case of Honorable Mukunji, to remind the House that, Mr. Speaker, Prevention of Terrorism Act in section, is that section 3? Sorry, I had to Google because I was not prepared for it. Section 2, Mr. Speaker, on the part of definitions, define a terrorism act, Mr. Speaker, to be, one, it says, means an act or a threat of action which involves the use of violence against a person, endangers the life of a person other than the person committing the action, creates a serious risk to the health and safety of the public or section of the public, result in serious damage to property, involves the use of firearm or explosives, involves the release of any dangerous, hazardous, toxic, or radioactive substance or microbial or other biological agent or toxin into the environment, interference with an electronic system resulting in the disruption of a provision of communication, financial, transport, or other essential services, interference of and disrupt the provision of essential or emergent service, Mr. Speaker, like the medical case in Kitengela, interference or disrupt its provisions of essential or emergent services, prejudices national security or public safety. So, Mr. Speaker, it's in black and white. If your acts in any way involve use of force or violence, it is enough for you to be charged for terror. And, Mr. Speaker, you don't have to be Osama bin Laden to be a terrorist. It's enough, Mr. Speaker, once you invade a police station, ban a court, ban a supermarket, Mr. Speaker, ban government installation, create fear, use, Mr. Speaker, the opportunity you have to disrupt emergency services like medical services, transport, you are a terrorist. And so, Mr. Speaker, what's on remaining is to go through court process to find out whether Honorable Mukunji is culpable. Otherwise, the acts on their own, Mr. Speaker, especially financing, is even more serious, Mr. Speaker, if you are involved in it. And, Mr. Speaker, it is laughable. These things are laughable until the day of conviction. You know, it's still jokes until, Mr. Speaker, when you are convicted of terror, then you realize the consequences that brings to you as a person and, Mr. Speaker, your loved ones or any other person associated to you. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish my friend the very best. When I met him first when he came to Parliament, he looked like a pastor, Mr. Speaker. I was then surprised that he was suspected of such very serious and heinous acts. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mark Mwenje.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask question 9 of 2025. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the circumstances, explain the circumstances that led to the death of Mr. Brian Luca Minor of ID number 33037-236, who lost his life during the recent demonstrations of 25th June 2025 and was reported at Molem Police Station under OB number 20/26/6/2025 2, state the measures put in place to ensure the family of the victim is compensated for the loss of their kin. And 3, outline the steps taken by the government to prevent similar incidents from occurring in the future and to guarantee safety, including protection of peaceful protesters during demonstrations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to respond as follows. Regarding the circumstances that led to the death of Brian Luca Minor of ID number 330-37236, who lost his life during the recent demonstrations, Mr. Speaker, Lydia Waithera, also known as Lydia Njoki Nduta, a resident of the KCC area, reported at Molem Police Station via OB number 20/26/6/2025 that her husband, Brian Luca Minor, deceased, left their residence on 25th of June 2025 at around 9 a.m. for Charina Stage, where he worked as a Kamangira, otherwise a tout actually, otherwise known as Kamangira. The deceased returned home at about 10 a.m. and handed her Kenya shillings 400, besides informing her that he was proceeding to the Central Business District to participate in demonstrations. Later that day, at about 3 p.m., the deceased was escorted home by his friend Brian Kiika Mbugwa, who informed their wife that they had been among thousands of demonstrators at the CBD when the deceased was injured. There were, however, no visible injuries and Brian could not provide further details regarding the circumstances under which the deceased sustained the alleged injuries. The deceased complained of a severe headache, and at about 5 p.m., the headache persisted and he was therefore taken to Silent Hill Hospital within KCC area. Upon examination, he was referred to Metropolitan Hospital in Buruburu for a head CT scan. He was later returned to Silent Hill Hospital after the scan, but was pronounced dead upon arrival. DCI officers from Dandora commenced investigation into the incident via Molem Police Station Inquest number 4 of 2025. A request for a post-mortem examination was made to Kenyatta University Referral Hospital, where the body was preserved. The post-mortem was conducted on 27th of June 2025 by Dr. Ndekwa PM, who concluded that the cause of death was craniovertebral injuries due to severe blunt force trauma. Investigations are ongoing to unravel the circumstances of the injuries and possible suspects. Mr. Speaker, on measures put in place to ensure that the family of the victim is compensated for the loss of their kin, Mr. Speaker, the government has established, and that was the most recent, a formal mechanism to coordinate compensation for victims of demonstrations and riots held across the country. This presidential initiative will be coordinated by the Office of the President and will be supported by the Ministry of Interior, National Administration, and the Office of the Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, regarding the steps taken by the government to prevent similar incidents from occurring in the future and to guarantee safety, including protection of peaceful protesters during demonstrations. Mr. Speaker, let me first say, every time we come and read such stories, Mr. Speaker, it's not just a story. There are people behind it. There are families, wives, children, mothers, fathers, uncles, aunties, and so many other relatives and community. Mr. Speaker, it's very painful and very sometimes demoralizing to keep reading such kind of unfortunate deaths. And so, Mr. Speaker, it's important for us to even ask ourselves as Parliament, is it possible, Mr. Speaker, going forward, to have possible proper, coordinated, legally regulated protests so that, Mr. Speaker, we have processes that are regulated, the place, the time, and then we can provide resources, including police officers, to escort people. Can we, for once, have maandamano that ends up with shaking hands between police and citizens as they go home? It doesn't matter who was in office. The overall party leader of Honorable Mbui, who had asked a question earlier, was in the same post, was a president just the other day. And Mr. Speaker, it didn't matter the side where we were or where the others are at the moment. Can we, for once, as an entire parliament and political, in a bipartisan manner, find ways of ensuring that protests can be peaceful in Kenya. That's all that really bothers me every day. Because, Mr. Speaker, let me say that police officers are not politicians. They are not pursuing a particular political agenda. But every time protests happen, they are the ones who are the most discussed. They are the ones who find themselves, they have committed offenses or suspected to commit offense. They are tired. They have to be in the streets for over 24 hours. Mr. Speaker, innocent young people are also finding the loss of life. Children and are left fatherless. Mr. Speaker, it is not acceptable. We just have to agree as a nation, somehow, in a bipartisan manner, that we can find a mechanism that makes protests peaceful. Mr. Speaker, and every time, you know what pains us from even the ministry, is every time we announce that whoever is preparing protests to tell us the time and the route, you know, we are the same people who are elected who go public and say that our right cannot be regulated. We'll protest anywhere, anytime, the way we want. But, Mr. Speaker, neither us nor our children get injured in these protests. So, Mr. Speaker, we just have to think about how best we are going to deal with this issue. Of course, apart from an exception of Honorable Mbui and a few others, Mr. Speaker, I know that where Honorable Mbui was going to go, whom I sympathize with the situation he went through last time. But in most cases, it is the poor people who end up fatherless and suffer. So, Mr. Speaker, the government remains committed to complying with the existing laws governing public order management and adhering to policy directives on the use of force through the following measures. 1, continuous training and professional development programs for police officers, which focuses on evolving trends, specialized techniques for riot management and other relevant areas to enhance operational effectiveness during demonstrations. 2, utilization of tools such as CCTV, surveillance, drone monitoring, digital communication system, and incidental mapping to monitor crowds, track real threats to real times, and coordinate timely interventions, thereby improving the effectiveness of law enforcement during protests. Even as the National Police Service prepared the same, I want to thank businesses across the country who have installed their own CCTVs. Because of the 1,500 people arrested, Mr. Speaker, most of them was as a result of CCTV cameras that are privately owned that helped us to see the people went to loot supermarkets, the people who, Mr. Speaker, committed certain offenses. Of course, media also helped, and filming by citizens, including the incident which I will answer later, that involved a young man who was shot, Mr. Speaker, and armed. So the presence of technology can be of great help. Mr. Speaker, engagement with community leaders like civil society organizations, Nyumba Kumi initiatives, to also ensure that there is an early warning systems. Issuance of advanced public advisories and use of media engagement to promote peaceful demonstration and warn against unlawful activities. We've been engaging the media to also exercise a lot of restraint and become responsible when they're reporting. Use of advanced, leveraging real-time intelligence, informer networks and surveillance systems to identify planned disturbances and criminal actors before mobilization. Arresting and prosecuting persons who engage in criminal activities that undermine law and order, including the planners and the financials. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I thank the Cabinet Secretary for his response. Although, Honorable Speaker, there is an assumption that all victims of police brutality they died by either a bullet. And Honorable Speaker, my follow-up supplementary would be for the Cabinet Secretary to just confirm that it is true there are youths who died during the protests, and whether some of them died as a result of beatings. And here in Nairobi, Honorable Speaker, the police, and there was a special unit of goons who are operating with the police, and unfortunately this team beat some of these youths, and Brian, one of the youths who, there was a video even in town of him protesting at the time, and he's one of the youths who are beaten by the police and unfortunately died painfully much later in the day, Honorable Speaker. So we just want him to confirm that these are one of the victims who will also get compensation at the right time. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just wish to ask the Cabinet Secretary to what measures is put in place to ensure the National Police Service or the police adhere to High Court judgment or directive that required any policeman assigned for purposes of riots or demonstration should be easily identifiable. That's by name, they have a tag, they don't put on masks to conceal their faces, they don't put hoods to conceal their identity, and their uniform. Because, Honorable Speaker, we have seen so many plainclothes people, nobody knows whether they're security men or they're hooligans or the terrorists, as he calls them, working hand in hand with the police. And the ones that are responsible for most of the deaths and the injuries to innocent demonstrators. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you to the CS.
Sorry, I thought you said Waziri.
My name is synonymous to Waziri, so sorry. Thank you, Speaker, for giving me the chance to ask, and thank you to the CS. I'm happy that you are going to compensate the victims. Matu lost 2 lives. But my question, what about those who lost properties? So can you clarify whether you are going to compensate those who lost properties? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Could the Cabinet Secretary confirm to the House that the compensation mechanism that has been established will also cover police officers who were injured during the demonstrations, but also that the list of the civilians who will be compensated will be prepared largely by non-governmental organizations such as Independent Medical Legal Unit, Voice Africa, Kenya National Human Rights Commission, so that there is no discrimination among those who are to be compensated. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, first let me say, yes, there are people who died in the demonstrations, not as a result of bullets, Mr. Speaker, but different injuries. You remember that, Mr. Speaker, there were all kinds of hooligans who are carrying stones, some machetes, Mr. Speaker, others they had rungus and all kinds of crude weapons. So, Mr. Speaker, that is what makes it very difficult to know whether this very gentleman was injured by a police officer or a civilian. Mr. Speaker, there is no civilian wing of police officers. There is no wing of police officers that are goons that were working with police. I shall be responding to another statement in relation to the same. And, Mr. Speaker, we are making it very clear, Mr. Speaker, that the police officers find themselves sometimes in between 2 warring demonstrating groups, some saying we are for peace, some saying we are protecting our property, and so forth. And so, Mr. Speaker, police officers are only those police officers who are gazetted and are properly appointed to serve as police officers in the Republic of Kenya. Again, I insist that, Mr. Speaker, any life lost is regrettable. None of us is here to celebrate. And, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't matter the circumstances under which life was lost. Assuming even he was a robber and he died, it doesn't make us to celebrate. It's still a loss of life. So, because, Mr. Speaker, if it was possible to arrest that robber, maybe he would change his ways and he would be a different person. So there is no celebration of any loss of life on our part. It's just regrettable whether the person was committing an offense or not committing an offense, and it's therefore important for all of us. And remember that a child may be a robber, but the mother is not, the father is not, or their children are not, or their wife, and they still will miss a father or a child. So all those circumstances, if we apply compassion in all these cases, we'll appreciate that any loss of life is still painful to a person somewhere or a people somewhere. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of identification of police officers, Mr. Speaker, deployment for police officers to protest, there are different formations of police officers that are deployed, Mr. Speaker. So if you say a police officer should not wear a helmet, Mr. Speaker, for example, most of the police officers all over the world that are, Mr. Speaker, are deployed, they wear uniform. and their uniform is helmet. Mr. Speaker, helmet conceals a police officer more than a mask. So the order from from any court that says that all police officers should wear their uniform, then it is clear that when they wear the helmets, they are wearing their uniform. It's also clear that police officers who are serving as DCI do not have uniform. They are always on civilian. And they're all deployed to go to the protest because they must be immediately collecting evidence of any incidents that are happening. They don't have to wait until an incident happens, and they are deployed to be part and parcel of that protest. So, Mr. Speaker, all the protests that have been deployed in Kenya, at least to the best of my knowledge, especially for the time I've been in office, have been done according to the police standing orders and according to the law. And, Mr. Speaker, nothing has gone or breached the provisions of the law. Mr. Speaker, in also, just for you to
Minister,
understand,
you seem to be importing a new word into the description in the Constitution, Article 37, and we wrote it at Bomas. Talks of assemble, demonstrate, picket, and present petitions. Where are you getting protests from? Because a demonstration is not necessarily a protest.
Mr. Speaker, the English definition of protest, Mr. Speaker, would include picketing and demonstrations, if I am not wrong. And, Mr. Speaker, if we have to stick to Article 37, then I can say demonstrations. Yeah. But sometimes what we witness in Kenya are not necessarily demonstrations.
Because the moment it becomes a riot, it ceases to be a demonstration.
Yes, yes. Protest may not be negative, but when it becomes riots, Mr. Speaker, definitely they cease to be constitutional. And in most cases, they're not. They're always riots, Mr. Speaker. Starts as demonstrations, and at some point they are taken over by riots. Mr. Speaker, I was at the stage of identification. So just to conclude, Mr. Speaker, deployment of police officers, I know that sometimes there have been judicial overreach, and they say when you deploy police officers to any operations, they must be seen, identification, and cover themselves, because the judge who is making that decision is making it at a comfort in his office in Milimani with air condition. But when you deploy our police officers to Liboi, Mr. Speaker, or to somewhere in Kibish, or somewhere in Lamu or Kiunga, Mr. Speaker, there are many, many other things we do that are supposed to protect our police officers. So it's not a straitjacket thing. And sometimes courts make decisions that they cannot enforce, because someone is saying you dress in a particular manner, but the police officer will not be there when the judge is not going to be there when the police are fighting Al-Shabaab to monitor how they will dress and how they will look like. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a sensitive area, and I have always insisted that across the arms of government, there must be an understanding of what is called national interest that is beyond our sectarian competition or political competition that we have. Mr. Speaker, on compensation of loss of property, at the moment, the directive of His Excellency the President in establishing this compensatory mechanism does not include compensation for property. And I think that is for good cause, Mr. Speaker, because if you were to value the property that is destroyed, even as a supermarket like the one in Meru alone, or the looting that happened in OTC, and the whole destruction, it would take the entire budget, perhaps, Mr. Speaker, of Ministry of Interior, for example, to compensate those people. And then we would be encouraging also goons and criminals to be destroying property, and then people are compensated. I think this is a mechanism out of compassion that His Excellency is putting in place to just look at the loss of life. And you can never compensate life. I think even the word compensate is it's a compassionate support, if you may ask me, because there's nothing, no amount of money can bring back life or can be equated to life by any family. So maybe let me tie together that with what Honorable Karoli Omondi raised, Mr. Speaker, concerning the mechanism of that compensation. First, let me confirm that this includes the police officers. So police officers who have also got injured or died in the course of these incidences and protests, Mr. Speaker, from 2017 would also be part and parcel of this team to be compensated. And it is the Office of the President, his advisor on constitutional affairs and human rights, Professor Makao Mutua, who will coordinate the rest of the team to establish a fair mechanism of identifying the victims. And Mr. Speaker, I don't think it's an easy job. So he has to consult all these institutions as has been raised by Honorable Karoli Omondi. And considering the background of Professor Makao Mutua, I have no doubt in my mind that his experience in the civil society will come in handy in consulting those institutions and people who have suffered. Let's not assume it's going to be an easy task, especially in a country that when you compensate IDPs, a new set of IDPs come up. And I know cases where even when you complete one government, finishes IDPs, another government, gets another petition of IDPs. So we have to be very strict in this sense so that we don't make a mockery of such a very important and noble idea. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Wamshomba. Gadhoni Wamshomba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration to provide a report on the total number of female bodies recovered from Kware dam site in Embakasi, including an update on how many of the victims have been positively identified through forensic or DNA analysis. Clarify whether the investigations are still ongoing, considering that the main suspect escaped from police custody and the investigation into the case has somehow reportedly gone cold. State the specific steps undertaken by the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, the DCI, to progress the case, locate the suspect, or identify additional perpetrators. Clarify whether there are any new policies or protective interventions being implemented by the ministry to prevent future tragedies related to abductions and femicides, including steps taken to reassure affected communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to respond as follows. First, regarding a report on the total number of female bodies recovered from the Kware dam site in Embakasi, Mr. Speaker, following public reports regarding the mysterious disappearance of people, the National Police Service commenced investigations into the matter. Homicide unit was deployed to Kware dam site in Embakasi after suspected luggage-wrapped sacks were sighted floating in stagnant Kware waters. Upon retrieval, the sacks were found to contain human remains. The operation, which spanned several days, resulted in the recovery of 17 packages containing dismembered human body parts. Most of the recovered bodies were in an advanced stage of decomposition and were preserved at the city mortuary, where post-mortem examinations were conducted on the body parts. Subsequent DNA analysis led to the positive identification of 5 of the victims, who were matched to their respective family members: Josephine Mulango Owino, Roslyn Moth Ongongo, Wilkista Ojambo Ososo, Christine Mwende Madina, and Rosemary Ojambo. Mr. Speaker, on whether the investigations are still ongoing, considering that the main suspect escaped from police custody, Mr. Speaker, through forensic analysis, Mr. Collins Jumaisi Halusa was positively identified as the prime suspect in the murders of our mentioned individuals. The suspect was arraigned before the Chief Magistrate Court at Kadara under criminal miscellaneous application number E861 2024 and detained for 30 days pending investigation, and was remanded at Gigiri Police Station. On 20th August of 2024, the suspect escaped from custody, lawful custody at Gigiri Police Station. A warrant of arrest was issued against him, which remains in force. The Internal Affairs Unit launched an independent inquiry to establish the circumstances around the escape, and investigations are ongoing. Multi-agency operations are in progress to trace and apprehend the suspect so that he can be charged before the court of law. Regarding the specific steps undertaken by Directorate of Criminal Investigation to progress the case, locate the suspect, or identify additional perpetrators, Mr. Speaker, the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, in collaboration with other multi-agency security teams, is actively working to trace and apprehend the suspect. Members of the public are encouraged to share any relevant information, Mr. Speaker, with the police through the Fichua Kwa DCI number, toll-free number 0800 722 or via WhatsApp at 0709 570 000. On whether any new policies or protective interventions are being implemented, Mr. Speaker, the National Police Service is currently implementing recent policy directive issued by the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry for Interior and National Administration. These directives focus on strengthening security operations, enhancing public safety, and improving accountability in the handling of the cases such as abductions and femicide. Key measures include intensified security operations through increased deployment of officers to high-risk areas and enhancing night patrols and highway surveillance. Enhanced investigative capacity to fast-track forensic and cyber crimes investigations and train detectives on handling gender-based violence and abduction cases. Victim protection measures, including expansion of gender desks and 24-hour helplines for urgent reporting and linking victims and families to psychosocial and legal support services. 4, strengthening oversight and accountability through enhanced collaboration with Independent Police Oversight Authority and Internal Affairs Unit of the National Police Service. And finally, community-centered policing, scaling up Nyumba Kumi initiative to improve local intelligence gathering and conducting regular community safety awareness forums, enhancing collaboration with the local community. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Honorable Mshomba.
Honorable Speaker, I have listened to what the Cabinet Secretary have to say concerning the cases of the ladies that he confirms that were properly matched with their relatives and they were confirmed that they were murdered by the suspect who disappeared. But Mr. Speaker, I refuse to sit in this house to listen to the Cabinet Secretary confirm that his ministry cannot be able to capture suspects who were previously under their arms and custody. I refuse to sit in this house, Mr. Speaker, to listen to that kind of an explanation.
You are already sitting in this house.
Yes, I'm refusing to listen to the answer he's giving. It is not right for the Cabinet Secretary to come to answer a question and tell us that the suspect disappeared and he's not giving us hope. Which hope is he telling the people, the victims? What hope is he promising? Is he telling us that we are going to wait for the suspect to disappear forever? It has been 3 months since the suspect disappeared, Mr. Speaker. Those are families that are paining, grieving loved ones. We watch on television bodies being retrieved from Kware, this dam site, Mr. Speaker. The minister cannot come here and tell us that he wants members of public to help him identify suspect who was previously in their custody. As a woman leader, as a mother of girls, I refuse to take that kind of an answer from the Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you. Yes, Lelmengit.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I would also want to thank the Honorable CS for articulating and giving answers and statements concerning our questions. My question is, Honorable Speaker, to the Honorable CS, is given that many who were demonstrating were youth, voicing either their frustrations. Sorry?
We are way past that.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Honorable Speaker.
Being a first timer, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
When you joyride, you must be relevant to the question. But go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me rephrase my question again. Given that those who were demonstrating, Honorable Speaker, were mostly the youth who were voicing their frustrations and probably political frustrations, is the government open to structured dialogue with them so that we can avoid this menace in the future? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mama Nairobi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I think the CS needs to understand the pain that we're having as women when we see the number...
Hold on, Basaris. Take your seat. Honorable Mchomba, it is discourtesy to the House for you to ask a question being prosecuted now with supplementaries and then walk out. It is total discourtesy. Go back and take your seat. Order wa Mchomba. That question is dropped. Mother Wangari? Yes. Mother Wangari, honorable members, those kind of bravado and playing to the gallery does not help at all. I have brought here the minister for you to interrogate him. If the question, the answer given to the question is inadequate, that's why I give you supplementaries, to probe even further and ask the minister. The same way we have had Robert Mbui, Mwenje, and others following up with questions. This is not a house for scoring bonga points politically. It's a house for representing your people. Yes, yes, Owen.
Honorable Speaker, while I respect your advice on this, Honorable Speaker, but also this is a house of rules which everybody in this chamber must and should abide. Our standing orders are very clear that when you defy a speaker's ruling or order, there are consequences to it. Honorable Speaker, we learn through such things, and precedence is set through such. Honorable Speaker, I urge you to use your whip on this and show the power that resides in the seat of the speaker as you sit on it. That this honorable member, as we all agree, must face the consequences of denying a speaker. And therefore I urge you, Honorable Speaker, that you use the standing orders and issue very stern action against this member, Honorable Speaker. That I request of you, so that other members do not emulate and do the same in the future.
Thank
Honorable
you.
Speaker.
I'll deal with it before the rise of the House. Mother Wangari.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 12 of 2025. Could the Cabinet Secretary, number 1, explain the steps taken by the ministry to investigate allegations of child sex trafficking in Maimahiu, Nakuru County, in light of the media expose released on 4th of August 2025, and clarify whether any arrests have been made? Sorry, Mr. Speaker, my machine is misbehaving. This machine. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I got it.
You can read
Thank
from
you.
the hard copy being handed
Thank
to
you, thank you, thank you, and thank you to the member of Molo, who is my neighbor and my friend, for assisting. Let me take it again, Mr. Speaker. Could the Cabinet Secretary, number 1, explain the steps taken by the ministry to investigate allegations of child sex trafficking in Maimahiu, Nakuru County, in light of the media expose released on 4th of August 2025, and clarify whether any arrests have been made of the individuals implicated in the trafficking? Number 2, provide a report detailing the number of children being trafficked and explain why security agencies, including the Inspector General of Police, have failed to take immediate action on the matter. And finally, Mr. Speaker, set the measures in place to rescue and rehabilitate the affected children back to society, including steps taken to ensure their safety and psychosocial support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister. Minister.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to respond as follows. Regarding the steps being taken by the ministry to investigate allegations of child sex trafficking in Maimayu, Nakuru County. Mr. Speaker, following allegations of trafficking in persons involving children for purpose of sexual exploitation in Maimayu town, Nakuru County, through a viral BBC, just, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if it is with your indulgence. Anyway, I'll raise that later, now that you have consultation. Mr. Speaker, following the allegations of trafficking in persons involving children for purpose of sexual exploitation in Maimayu town, Nakuru County, through a viral BBC documentary, officers from anti-human trafficking and child protection units were deployed. On 6th August 2025, 4 witnesses were interviewed and their statements recorded. Neema, Selina, and Mary Nyambura Njeri, who had both been interviewed in the BBC documentary, posing as victims of child sexual exploitation, as well as Millicent Muturi Wairimu, the chairlady of commercial sex workers in Maimayu Township, and Jane Wamuyu Kungu, caretaker of Tamasha Lodgings. The 4 stated that they had been approached by the BBC investigative journalists who requested them to identify vulnerable girls aged between 17 and 21 years for a purported foreign sponsorship program. On 7th August 2025, the team summoned Lucy Njoroge, alias Baby Girl, a former commercial sex worker who now works with NGO called K-Note as a volunteer peer educator based on Karagita Health Center. Lucy had in the BBC documentary, Lucy had featured in the BBC documentary based at Karagita Health Center. Sorry, again, I'll take that again, Mr. Speaker. Lucy had featured in the BBC documentary claiming to rescue and assist street girls and sex workers. She stated that she lives with 4 young women whom she rescued from the streets of Naivasha. Michelle Wanjiku, who is 20, Lilian Wairumu, 19, Elizabeth Nyambura, 24, and Mine Njeri, who is 22. All 4 were interviewed, their statements recorded, and copies of the identification documents were obtained. The investigators proceeded to Karagita Health Center, where K-Note operates an office used to store contraceptives and maintain related records. Lucy was confirmed to be a liaison officer between K-Note and the health facility. On 8th of August 2025, the team interviewed John Kamau Kinuthia, the Naivasha Sub-County Gender-Based Networking Cluster Coordinator, who collaborates with several organizations, including Life Broom International, K-Note, Disability Resource Information Center, Naivasha Partners for Change, Young Men in Championing Ending Gender-Based Violence, and YMCA. He confirmed having introduced Lucy to the BBC officials. To date, 14 witnesses have been interviewed and their statements recorded with relevant documents obtained. All locations featured in the BBC documentary have been identified, visited, and documented by the crime scene investigation team. The BBC crew members have been identified as Njeri Mwangi, Stephen Ruiyi, Anthony, Zipporah Ndinda, Kagunda, Beth Wamboi Waidera, Anastasia, and Nick Milne, a foreign national. According to the witnesses, BBC representative promised substantial payments and lifestyle benefits to those who were involved. Investigations have further revealed that the documentary footage was recorded in Maimayu and Karagita. Witnesses were linked to one another in various capacities within the sex work community. Millicent Wairimu, the chairlady of commercial sex workers, confirmed that she had been approached by the individual known as Snorina, with whom she had previously worked at North Star, and thereafter introduced her fellow sex workers, Judith Wanjiru Njoroke, alias Chepto, and Caroline Kinyanjui, alias Nyambura, and Jane Wamuyu Kungu to the BBC team. Jane Wamuyu, upon learning of the arrangement, involved her daughter-in-law, Neema Selina, while Millicent also sourced 3 other girls, Faith Weta, Mary Njoki, and Faith Njeri. The Weta is, I'm sure. Mr. Speaker.
I'm sure it has nothing to do with the speaker.
Yeah, we are yet to confirm, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
yes, TJ. Yes, TJ. Give him the mic.
Mr. Speaker, sir, is the minister in order to suggest that the Honorable Speaker, aka Papa Waroma, could be or is inferred to be a suspect? And is there active investigation going on in this matter, and how far the investigation has reached, Mr. Speaker, sir?
Mr. Speaker, whereas the Speaker, as the Speaker of this House, is not involved, we cannot confirm whether Faith Weta is related to the Speaker in any way. And it doesn't mean that there is any impropriety on his part. I'm just saying that this is a name. It could be from the same clan, neighborhood. It could have also, somebody could have named his daughter after the Speaker. But
there are very many people who have named their children after the Speaker.
After the Speaker, yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Out of admiration.
It is very important, Mr. Speaker, to clarify that it is only out of admiration. Now, Mr. Speaker, that is, let me take that again. So, Jane Wamuyu, upon learning of the arrangement, this arrangement involved, financial exchange and so forth. Jane Wamuyu, upon learning of the arrangement, involved her daughter-in-law, Neema Selina, while Millicent also sourced 3 other girls, Faith Weta, Mary Njoki, and Faith Njeri, who is yet to be traced. Faith Njeri is yet to be traced. Lucy introduced 4 girls to BBC team. Alice Jambura Nyawira, Elias Naserian, stroke Elizabeth Nyambura, Mine Njeri, Lillian Wairimu, and Michelle Wanjiro. The investigation has established that the BBC team primarily sought underage girls involved in sex work. However, some of the girls allegedly falsified their age to qualify for the promised sponsorship. 2 women identified in the documentary as Cherop and Nyambura were confirmed to be Judith Nyambura Njoroge, a sex worker in Maimayu, for 2 months, and Caroline Kinyanjui, who had operated there for 2 years. 2 women portrayed in the documentary as child traffickers, identified as Judy and Caro, were reportedly promised significant sums of money and have since relocated to unknown locations. No arrests have been made so far, but investigations are ongoing, including obtaining financial records and call data to link all involved parties and tracing missing witnesses. Concerning reports detailing the number of children being trafficked, Mr. Speaker, the police, through anti-human trafficking and child protection units, commenced investigations immediately upon receiving the report. Several witnesses have since recorded their statements to assist in investigation to identify and rescue minors involved in the sexual exploitation scheme. Preliminary findings indicate that some of the girls interviewed by BBC falsified their age to qualify for the promised sponsorship, as the BBC team was interested in underage girls engaged in sex work. The matter remains under active investigations, and upon its conclusion, appropriate legal action will be taken against individuals found culpable of any offenses. Mr. Speaker, on measures put in place to rescue and rehabilitate affected children back to society. Mr. Speaker, there is no denying that cases of child sexual exploitation exist across the country, particularly along Northern Corridor, which serves as an international transport hub. While it's possible that the BBC crew aimed to shed light on these issues, it's now apparent that the documentary failed to meet the intended purpose due to falsified information from several interviewees. Although prostitution is illegal in Kenya, it remains widespread, with sex workers openly soliciting. Additionally, access to hotels and lodging facilities is largely unregulated with inadequate measures in place to prevent minors from gaining entry. We have issued clear and firm directives to our security teams on the ground, including officers from the National Administration, to take decisive action against the child sexual exploitation and human trafficking across the country. Mr. Speaker, upon identification of victims, the government, in collaboration with other stakeholders, will implement the following measures to support and reintegrate children affected by abuse and human trafficking. 1, the Child Protection Unit will actively pursue a rescue of victims and facilitate the placement in safe environment, including private rescue centers, children's homes, and postal institutions where applicable. 2, the Children Protection Unit will provide psychosocial support services to address the emotional and mental well-being of the victims. 3, victims will be subjected to thorough medical examination and offered appropriate treatment to ensure their physical health and recovery. And finally, continuous follow-up and monitoring will be undertaken to ensure the safety and successful rehabilitation of the rescued children into the society. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I also want to note, Mr. Speaker, before I ask my follow-up question, that the KEWOPA chair also raised this as a statement in the morning. And Mr. Speaker, what I would like to clarify from the CS is that this issue is not new. In Maimahiu, it is also in some areas in Kikope, it's also in some areas in Sachangwan, where we have long tracks.
It is along the entire northern corridor.
Yes. So
all the way to Congo.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the CS maybe can tell us, first of all, are you confirming that there were no underage children that were actually for real in this trade? And secondly, there were some women, specifically 2, who had been implicated in that expose. Have they been arrested? It is very important. And finally, the issue of BBC payouts, Mr. Speaker, brings another issue of media ethics. If we have a reporter operating in this country and is using money to lure or get falsified information, what does that mean in terms of our law? So I would be interested to know, has any action been taken against these specific reporters if they for real falsified this information for the attraction or to make news or to make sensational news, Mr. Speaker? Thank you.
In fact, Minister, if you listen to that BBC so-called expose like I did, the purpose was not to bring any facts to the fore. The purpose was to besmirch the country. If you listen to it carefully, it was not meant to expose anything. It was meant to besmirch the country and more so an African person. Go on and respond to Angari. Sorry, Shakil, you want to joyride on that?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker. Next to me. Mr. Speaker, you rightly say that this, the expose has hidden, some hidden agenda. As APNAC, we had a conversation with the British High Commission, somebody from the British High Commission this afternoon. And one of the issues that raised to me was this issue as what are we doing about this particular purpose? And I was a little taken aback, and I said, look, we have our security services. But the most important, Mr. Speaker, as we speak, I'm actually one of the male members of KEWEPA. But even in APNAC, we have this fallback by some Western powers who are now looking at us as if we are primitive. Well, I reminded that gentleman that there's a lot of sexual crime in the United Kingdom which we do not